Hello, everybody. That's right. It's time for stream number 9, episode 9 of Trails into Reverie. We beat the game in the last one, but there is a post-game. There are additional Stratums to the Reverie corridor to clear, and more daydreams to do. My plan here is to go as far as I can with combat in it, and then once we have the remaining daydreams that we are missing, which I think there's only one left in the game, we will then run them and, move on with our lives. Because, we're almost done. I got a lot of really good stuff in between streams. This happens many a time with me. But, oh boy, oh man. Once post-game started, they started really opening the things that you're allowed to go grab. So, I'm pretty strong, excited to dig into it. Let's get started. I'll see you in just a second. Anyway, hi guys. This is a wonderful, like, you beat the game title screen, by the way. Very, very sleek. Last time, we beat everything. Today, I've gained such power. Oh boy, chat. We got some more Stratums to do. By my estimation, I think there are 2 left. Anyway, we're in the 180s now. That's right, I may have leveled up about 15 or 16 times. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I limited myself. I couldn't progress past the stratum we were on, or get to the midpoint of it, so I just cycled midway through the 6th stratum, all the way to floor 3 of the 7th, and then just kept running it. You know, I haven't pulled. I knew I was forgetting something. I'm so focused on grabbing gear by synthesizing it. I haven't done a gotcha pull in a minute or two.
Sealing stones unsealable.
Let's do the 35 of these I got.
Guess luck is on our side.
You get these things every in the Reverie corridor. Ooh, dazzling Scanda. So let's pull all these out.
This'll come in handy.
Oh yeah, I have a 4 from going down there recently. Oh yeah, we capped on these. Probably get the singles. Get the singles out of the way.
On our side.
Now hold on, pull 9 there. That way we can do 8 normals.
Guess luck is on our side.
Given this game gives you like 50 party members total,
This'll come in handy.
you need gear for everybody. So what better way than to have a system where you can just get a bunch of it real
luck
easy.
Is on our side.
Ooh. Not the best, but it's pretty good.
Guess luck is on our side.
I didn't even see that one, my bad. I'll try not mash it as much.
This'll come in handy. Guess luck is on our side.
Oh, very good. I'll have a look at people in a second. That's the best evasion quartz in the game. Oh my goodness, that's like 4 URs in 1 pull. I don't want any of them, but I really think it's cool that they gave them to me.
This'll come in handy.
Let's see. Okay, we got these. All right, let me burn through these 9.
Guess luck is on our side.
Nice. 10 of these.
Guess luck is on our side.
Dude, it's always gonna be on my side. I'm killing it. All right.
This'll come in handy.
And a silver sealing stone plus. These are the most current. The most current ones we have, and that means I get to pull a lot. Ooh, Black Zemurian ore shards, very good. You beat a mini boss in this, and they're not even particularly hard for me. And they're like, hey, dude, here, have a whole ore. Ridiculous. Saw the VOD for the Mario Party stream. That was insane. Yeah, VODs will be up today on the YouTube probably after today. I've just been really focusing on this. Been chipping away since I woke up. Dazzling Amberl. Oh my god, that's the really good one. That's the 800 on both sides for defense. turn someone into a fucking tank.
Guess luck is on our side.
My bad.
This'll come in handy.
You get so much that equipping extra people is so easy.
Guess luck is
Yeah,
on
it just
our
comes
side.
down to who gets the really, really, really cracked stuff. But also, they introduce the shards to
Yes,
give
luck is on
character
our side.
unique stuff anyway, so... You're looking at a lot of stuff.
This'll come in handy.
Yeah, just stack defense in case you have a slot where you're like, I don't have any
This'll
more
come in handy.
DPS things I can put onto somebody. Let me just give them 800 on both sides.
Guess luck is on our side.
I'm hoping for something
Yes, luck
juicy
is on
though,
our side.
because we are waiting a little bit. We're waiting for something pretty good. Getting Grail Lockets is good because it means I can craft
Yes,
them
luck
into the
is on
better
our
Grail
side.
Lockets.
Guess luck is on our side.
But I'm also gonna need U material for those. Don't worry, we're almost done
Yes,
pulling
luck
these
is
things.
on
I'm
our
trying my
side.
best to get through it. I actually made a deal with luck to make
Yes,
sure
luck
I
is
always
on our
win.
side.
Higher bell. We could do something with that, I think.
This'll come in handy.
Ugh.
This'll come in handy.
Yep, Dazzling are the highest tier. They also let you craft them now, so I definitely
Yes,
crafted
luck
some
is on
stuff.
our side.
There we go. Divine Quartz, Prominence Nova. I might in fact put that on somebody. Not only is it a 4S plus damaging spell that removes all positive effects and burns the enemy, it has stats on it.
Guess luck is
Even
on our
physical
side.
users can find some value in some of that stuff. Oh, I'm glad Laura Sand's shoes has been unlocked. I was really looking for that one. Albion Wolf got that.
Guess luck is on our side. Guess luck is on our side.
True Awakening Headband and Pure Passionate Rogue. Now that one's pretty solid. That's 500 strength. I might use
Guess
it.
luck is on
I
our
might
side.
use that actually. The Resistance Beret for the CGF. There's also True Domination.
This'll come in handy.
There sure is a quartz called True Domination now, isn't there?
Guess luck is on our
Just you
side.
wait, chat. Let's see. Altina's Millium Hat.
Guess luck is on our side. Guess luck is on our
Alright,
side.
about 5 more. Rack and Gem. It's not bad. It's good for break damage, at the very least. Lisa's Vofan hat. That's great. That's great. That's for that really really suggestive outfit that they gave her, where it's like that she's just constantly cold when she's wearing it.
Guess luck is on our side.
Dragon Incense, I'll take that. That's just fucking a panic button for
This'll come in handy.
when everyone tanks a really big hit. Alright, 2 more. I'm gonna miss this
Yes,
time
luck
where I
is
just
on
got
our
to pull
side.
these on stream. I genuinely forgot to pull this. I was actually gonna do
Guess
this.
luck is on our side.
And a pure evergreen. And some flaky potatoes. Anyway, here's the other daydream we're unlocking. A look on the bright side. Oh, that's cute. Alright, we only have one more blue one to unlock, I believe, which is in the next stratum. We're not doing any of them until we have all of them. So we can have like one more long daydream saga to do, because we have everything here. Okay. Thea's never going to use a Lost Art, but the 15 evasion one's useful. Alright, so here's what I did to Reen. Okay, so True Domination. True Humble Geyer. 7-fold Gems, so he's going to cancel shit. Lion King, Kagura. Dazzling Skanda and Carnelia Gem. Also, notice that George Gnome had been hiding Minotauros for me the whole time. It ups Reen's delay, but increases his damage by 90%. Also, they've decided to be insane. They're like, you can make Black Zemurian weapons, and then you can upgrade them 3 times. So we have Hiten, his best weapon. We have Steel Halo, which is the upgraded version of his unique accessory. So its CP gained doubled. And it seems to be 10 generated per turn. And the Solomon Garb we got for being the second highest, or for getting the best rank before post-game. And these shoes that just add 2,000 defense. It's going to be really hard to bring him down. Also, the fact that he's immune to ailments feels good. I gave Laura her fully upgraded maxed out weapon, which is pretty strong. Some good stuff here. Gallant Sphere seemed pretty good, and a headband. Hit hard. This is probably Sarah's probably our best evasion tank, just in terms of like damage output. Forgot to equip her Black Sumerian weapon. There we go. Should probably get something so she doesn't have to rely on a 0-hour puppet to be maxed out. Lloyd's here because he's a BP battery, which ensures that I can bully every encounter I play. Fully upgraded Rishia's weapon, too. Got that looking good. Fully upgraded this one, too. This is my best caster, 5,400. McBurn almost has 6,000 attack. What can I say about this fucking guy? I'm just happy he's here with me. Our two main casters have this here that cuts cast time, prevents them from ever having their stats go down or getting ailments. So we're pretty stacked. This team I'm going in is just everyone in it is capable. Everyone in it has the capability of ruining lives, which is all I really wanted. I can also craft ore just with U material, which is pretty good. Let's see. Oh, we can make another Gallant Sphere. But sadly, I'm gonna need like 3 of. I'm gonna need another one before I can get get the better one. I think, right? Nah, it's like Gallant Halo or something. They have some weird shit in here. I beat the game yesterday, yes. We beat it about 70% of the way into the stream. And then immediately moved into the post-game stuff. Thinking about anything else I wanted to go get.
Blazing Forge activated.
No, I think everybody's going okay. I could make her weapon better. Could do that. Let's see. Going over to hers. We got Altair and Vega. This would need 2, so I'd need 5. Let's see. To get 5, I'd need 15. Then I get +1 and Erd and Scald's Foresight. There we go. Alright, cool. Cool, that boosted her up a decent bit. Hold on, we're missing a couple of things here that could...
Activating requisitions program.
We're missing some things that could help people out a little bit. In that she doesn't have her tier 3 armor. We can just go ahead and do that. Do that. Alright. Alright, I think we're done. I think this is about as good as we're gonna get it. Last time I was basically vibrating. You know that there's that part in SpongeBob where SpongeBob is on the other side of a metal wall and slams through it, and you can just see the imprint as he's walking. I did that on every boss that came up, and I said, well, surely this one's gonna cause a problem. We're doing that before. We have now... I can only assume I have become, like... incredibly strong now. I'm significantly better than I was before.
Let's start looking around.
Let's see. This group is missing one thing that makes the build work really well. Let's see. This boosts counter strength. Honestly, this for her doesn't really do a lot. I need to get her on something else. Honestly, I'll have her run the quartz I'm looking for, which is Regenleif. This makes it so the assault gauge regenerates every second.
Don't panic, and we'll be A-okay.
since we're going to be abusing assault charge for united fronts, this is going to make us so we're constantly building toward it.
You ever wonder if chests are aware of how much we take from them?
I'm so glad we got that one again. It really is the best line in the whole game. Oh man, he is so high all the time. he is not sober, not a chance in hell. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Oh yeah, party-wise, I didn't just build for one party. I got as many people up here as I could. Because, I assume they want me to have more than one good team, so. I did my best.
Nice. I'll hold on to it.
Let's get him!
I don't even know why those worms bothered.
I call dibs.
You don't want this. You have significantly better shit. Let's see, is this the group I generally want to run? Now, I want at least one spellcaster in here. We gotta hit an orb. Want at least one spellcaster to be causing problems at any given time. Excuse me, guys. Anyway, we ran through, I think, at least a floor of this last stream just to show it off, but I reset it so that we could take from the top.
Our next destination.
And let's see what bosses we have. At the very least, Reen's DPS potential is kind of gonna shoot up into the stratosphere. I actually haven't tried him out.
Look around here too. Tired.
To see how good it is yet.
Make sure you're ready for those spires.
So I'm excited to take on the mid bosses and see if they're allowed to play at all. Let's see, 2 girlies and a big robot. All right, let's get the strong dudes into the front. There we go. That'll be good. I can't believe you're attacking my home base like this.
Watch yourself. This will be tough.
No, it won't.
Not a chance.
They hit pretty hard. I'll give them that much.
All for one, and we roll! Victory is at hand!
All right. All for one. And we shall end this now.
I just like the funny voice, if I'm being honest. Alright, this should polish off the rest, I imagine. Actually, no, these guys are a little bit more durable than I thought. Kinda used to washing these. Hold on. They might kind of end me. We'll see.
Yeah.
Hold on, we got backups, though.
Sorry, take over.
Arios, get in here. We have a damage up with any of these guys? We got Chaos Storm. Chaos Storm's probably the one. Yeah, we'll Chaos Storm. Do the physical one of these.
All for one,
and then hit with his S-Craft and see how where that places us. Okay, the mech is the one thing that was able to, like, keep up.
ready to go.
It didn't want to do anything, though. It's like, I'm kind of tired, if I'm being honest. I'm like, you know, fair enough.
Recap it. Chaos Storm.
There we go.
Ready to go. I've got
Whoa. Whoa, dude wants to go.
It's up to you.
I'll handle this.
You're not particularly strong, Arcade, compared to everybody else, but you can get some shit done.
All for one. And we roll now.
Oh, he got fainted. He's so done. He is not having a good day.
All right. Let's...
There we go. I was not expecting that to take like 2 minutes of me slamming moves on him and playing like an ape, but sometimes you gotta respect the big robot. Yeah, I was saying in terms, you know, I wasn't even doing it based on lore. I just haven't leveled him up enough. Valkyrie Cloak, Cavalry Edge, Golden Watch.
Take care. This room is.
We're also pretty good on items too. We got plenty of the really good stuff. 10 Dragon Incense is really gonna just keep us clean for the rest of this. Hey, Gaming Chuck. All right, let's see what we do. What are we gonna do, this guy? Let's test out my damage potential. All right, first double damage. Next, Enlightened Spirit Unification. Maxing out all of his buffs.
Let's go.
And this landed on 100, so I can just come at it raw. Yeah, this is about as good as you can do it, yeah.
Eternally flowing. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. First. Second. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Sixth. Seventh.
On normal, what's our damage? 561,000. Okay, that answers my question.
All right. Nice work, team.
Ooh, 4 black Zemurian shards off that guy. Cool. Oh, man. Alright, so the damage came out of Minotauros, which does heavy delay to Reen on hit, but increases his damage of attacks and crafts by 90%. True Domination, his first attack or craft will deal 150% more damage. Lion King, the less enemies present, the bigger the damage buff, up to 35%. And then just some big strength boosts and stuff that buffed him to like 5,700. Really stood no chance. And I have other people that can hit pretty hard.
Nice. I'll hold on to it.
Nadia can probably hit 300k in the right conditions also. In spell form.
We can move on now.
Muse is a weaker caster than Nadia.
If chests are aware of how much we take from them?
Dude, you are so high. You're saying the same shit again. Muse is not as strong, but I give her the single target one to magnify the damage, so she can kind of punch similarly. Weight class wise. Does Blazing Demon McBurn get higher? You know, I haven't tested McBurn's damage potential when he goes demon mode. He probably can go, he could probably go higher, because let's see, what did I give him? Let's see, I gave him 7-fold. I gave him a Carnelia and a Dazzling Carnelia. Honestly, I should probably at some point figure out a way to get him true domination. I opted to giving it to Reen and Laura.
Yay! It's gone!
Yay! Alright, kill the elephant.
I sent a worthy opponent.
Well, people want to see how McBurn does. Let's see how he does as he is now.
Good luck.
Yoink!
Time to come out and play.
Let's see. I will have to pass a little bit to get to it, but, you know, it'll take a second. We'll do move to minimize his delay. You'll do a move. I didn't come in with a lot of BP, so Lloyd will do that thing where he generates it for free and keeps going over and over again because this game was made by clowns.
Let's go. Let's go.
Good work, dude. Alright, we'll let the boss do its bit. Alright, you put Nightmare on him. Hey, you're interrupting.
Thanks.
No touching the merchandise yet.
Still okay.
This dude trying to win and shit. Unacceptable behavior.
Thanks, I guess.
There we
How shall
go.
we play?
Pass.
Let's go.
Pass.
Guess it's
Okay,
me.
here we go. First, we'll double his damage.
Yeah.
Then we'll use Blazing Demon.
Not gonna let me down, are ya? Now it's getting fun.
And then we'll powder him. Ah, we powdered the wrong guy. Hold on. It's fine. We only need him for one hit.
There. Thanks, I guess.
Here we go. Double damage, max strength, buffed 200.
Mind if I turn up the heat? This one's a scorcher! Desert Hellfire!
$226, not
How
bad.
shall we play?
We give him domination, that would double it. So, yeah, he probably hits half a mil if I give him domination.
Now!
Let's go.
All right, Lion Rush. Good job, honey.
About time!
You're killing it out there.
It's my turn.
Oh man. Oh shit. Where's Reen?
Leave it to me.
Where's Reen? It's his turn to kill things for fun.
All right. Nice work, team.
All right, let's reset the party. We've done enough trying to optimize for big hits. Go back to our original setup. 2 heavy physical damage dealers, mage,
This should be of good use to us.
and some BP support through Lloyd.
Careful.
And whenever Lloyd's done generating all the BP that I need, I can sub him out for someone else and then have them start doing some nonsense. There we go. All right, first mid-boss.
Looks like a good place to rest up.
All right, who do they got? We fought the 2 holy beasts, Demon Overlord McBurn, Chinaman. We fought many of people.
Just what I needed.
Two. Okay. Arc and CL. It's a mid-boss. I come to not expect much. Man, you're pretty low in the turn order, guys. This will buff our damage.
All for one, and one for all! Let's go, everyone!
My turn.
Sense azure feathers.
My
We'll
turn.
buff that up a decent bit. Yeah, self-brandish.
How shall we play?
Melville Ray if they somehow manage to make it to that part of the turn.
It's my turn. Let's go.
Eternally
There's a
flowing.
200 point
Core
right
is
here we can
emptiness.
just
Emptiness.
lock up. Okay, we're done. Never mind. Okay, next.
That's how.
Okay, I was like fucking, 30% through the turn rotation, but, if you want to just like die now, go ahead. Alright, next up. This game's giving me an ego. It's got to stop doing that. It's irresponsible
Take it slow.
for it to do that to
You
me.
wouldn't want to make things worse.
Now's
It's
our
okay.
chance.
That one's bound to be a bad
I'm
time.
confident the last fight in here will be a war crime to match my freak.
May we forge on.
Let's go. When we go up here and fight Nyx, it's really gonna be crazy. When people said that, like,
We should be able
when
to
we did
move
the
on
first
ahead.
stratum, people said it was like 5 floors or whatever, and then the rest of them are longer. And it made me think that each stratum was gonna be super long. All these are really short. They're actually like, you get
Ever
in and
wonder
get
if
out of these
chests are
really
aware of how much
fast.
we take from them?
It really had me thinking like you're gonna spend like an hour and a half before, but then they're like, nah, get in, get out.
Don't
They
take
layer
that
enough
any
mini
lightly.
boss level threats in the floors that it feels like you do have a bunch of engaging fights pretty regularly. You're also super big. I'm talking like in terms of
I
like
bet I could buy
every
a whole
stratum,
head
even
with
in the
this.
early game. I hit the second one and I was like, okay, people said it was gonna be a lot longer, and it's not really, to be honest. You kind of just lock it in.
Beware.
This one's strong.
I think of it based in floor count. Basically, it's 3 floors, mini boss, then 3 floors, big boss. So it's effectively 8 floors each time, which is not too bad. Very snappy. It's very, very well designed crack. Absolutely. Oh, he doesn't have his stuff yet. Okay. First, buff me. Dark Eclipse. Ah, disorder. He's like, I don't want you doing any of your broken bullshit. And I'm like, that's entirely fair. I'll just hit you with a few of these then. There you go. I beat you with no orders. Are you happy now?
That's the power of the 8 leaves.
And this gun I found. Nightmare grinding to max level. That makes sense, yeah. Alright, I'm excited to see what they're gonna bust out. Usually the mid-boss stuff's pretty weak. In terms of like choices for things you fight, but I'm interested in what this next one is. Because they burned a lot of really good ones. I did a trial door. I did the trial doors off stream. I gotta say, I think my favorite one that they chose
A treasure chest.
was
Gimme.
they had Elliot and Vita, and their opponents were Elliot's dad and an entire
foe.
tank.
Let's engage with care.
And I'm like, are you... Dude. I think that's my favorite one. They're just... He's like, fucking... What do you mean? What do you mean we're fighting an evil tank? Like, are you kidding me with this shit? There's another one where they're just like, fight area.
Wonder who would
And I'm
put
like,
that chest there.
sure, why not?
And there's our next destination.
Up is this way. Olaf Krug will never get inside a tank. No, less damage. In the same way that I don't need to get into a mech anymore, because really it's just going to slow me down. I can output damage just fine. Alright, this is the... Let's see, second half, fourth floor.
Can't afford to rush in a place like this.
Yeah, they got a little bit more to do here. Now, the game said this is the final stratum, which we know is a lie. They wouldn't give me more things to power up if there wasn't going to be another one, so obviously it's not real.
Oh, I see a chest.
Don't take that enemy lightly.
I won't. Oh man, it's all the way over there. Entirely missed it every single time. Cross Crusade, hit 3. In some ways, you could think of these as useless, but the dazzling and best versions of quartz do require the older versions if you're trying to craft them.
That light'll lead us to something cute.
Finish this swiftly.
Give me them.
Excellent work, everyone. We did it.
22 waters, we're gonna need those. As we start actually gaining levels off content, I need to pump those into our second and third
Maybe
teams
forge
to
on.
keep them up to date. Mick Byrne being in the party is just so beautiful. It's so wonderful. Here we go. All right, everybody, heal up. Stratum 7's big cheese. Alright, who do we have on tap? Oh, we might get the... Yeah, we're gonna get you first. Hello. She really does look like Kia. I knew you wouldn't heed my warning, but you will go not one step farther. Try as you might, you'll never overcome causality's defense mechanism. What is that? Who is this girl? Uh-oh. Ah, we're fighting the church's best. Father Thomas, jeez. Really? It's 3 of the church's dominions. Then the Guardians really are being replaced by new ones by her. Well, whatever trials you throw at us, we'll deal with it. Your efforts are as futile as my very existence. Destiny cannot be changed. Beware his cubes. True. They are ready to go. They have a lot of speed. They have a lot of speed if I only barely manage to snipe the top slot.
Azure feathers.
Okay, fine. If you insist. Hold on. I'm gonna hit him as hard as I can immediately.
I'm up.
If they insist on being difficult, so will I. Alright, Casey. Let's see. You only have capsules. Not worth it. I'll settle for the abyss.
Eternally floating. Form's emptiness.
Alright.
Let's go.
Let's just kill him. Let's just kill him. I'm sorry.
All taken care of.
That's for fucking sure, Lloyd.
I must continue.
That is it. That is an assessment on what happened. I'm not doing it on purpose, but I do find it funny every time. We did. Don't pretend that was hard. I think it was nothing short of a miracle that we triumphed over the partitioner person. You know, I agree. This is true. Now, do you see how much you underestimated us? How did you do that? Now, that's a silly question. It's because there's nothing we can't overcome so long as we work together and we make Rain unbelievably strong for one turn. As long as I'm not fighting alone, I'll never give up, no matter what you send our way. Perhaps you do have what it takes to succeed. But, booty, Why are you trying to stop us? What do you stand to gain? You seem to believe that I was behind replacing the Guardians, but I was not. Then who did? The logical assumption, judging by her words, is that the defense mechanism she mentioned is the source. Hello, Azoth. Attempt to discover the means of interference successful. The girl is not directly responsible, confirming that the culpability for the event lies elsewhere. Perhaps in the 8th Stratum. I am nothing but a shadow. A shadow watching over a world that has long since stopped moving. I don't understand what you mean. I fear it's too difficult to explain in human tongues. Whoa. Well, I guess that's one way of getting us the last section. Observing new causality space. New causality space has made contact with current causality space, resulting in mutual interference. I have identified this to be the source behind the regularity. Current status of both sides is balanced. So something's happening on the other side. Something that's in the process of taking shape. This isn't going to be good for us. Did you come from the other side of that tear? I am the first OZ. OZXX. What does that mean? I see that you may have the power to resolve the battle against destiny, but I would still advise you go no farther, not unless you're prepared to risk accelerating your doom. So please stop following me. That's an unexpected turn. I'm struggling to process this. Clearly beyond our scope for our current group alone. We ought to return and then, talk for a few minutes. What the leading party witnessed at the end of the 7th Stratum was beyond their wildest imaginations. With plenty of questions, they did finally find some answers. They decided to return and talk about it. At least we're getting somewhere. She bears striking resemblance to Kia, the first OZ, OZXX. Never considered that there once had to be a first for us. And the last thing any of us expected to see a new OZ after the Twilight. No wonder we're having that gut feeling that something was wrong. Something about her felt so familiar. Perhaps there was an innate affinity. Expected her to have a strong connection to Kia, but I wasn't expecting this twist. Yeah, it just means that there was a lot more to it than we were suspecting. The OZ girls are all homunculi that came from the workshop. Don't suppose you know the meaning of being titled XX. I would guess it's to indicate that she wasn't assigned a number to begin with. Likely a prototype. You know, like the year 20XX. It's kind of like that, you know. They just no real number there. I might have an idea. We came across records dating back over 500 years ago when we investigated the Black Workshop after the war. Some related to the initial conception of the OZ series. Learned the homunculi technology used as the basis to forge the sword didn't originally belong to the gnomes. Shout out to the gnomes. They stole that tech from the alchemist of Crossbell. In other words, it belonged to the Croix family in the Middle Ages. Alberic said as much at the bottom of the Grawl. And now we have the evidence. The Croix family found them in turn as well. The cradle they designed was originally based on gnome technology. That thing Keto was sleeping in for 500 years. So the two sides consistently stole each other's tech to improve their own capabilities over time. Heard Alberic and Mariabel banter about as much right in front of me. We've only heard secondhand stories about those two, but I don't envy you being caught in the middle of that exchange. Yeah, Alberic's cool and then the other one sucks ass. Exactly. Must have come to the same conclusion I did. It's only logical the gnomes' first attempt to create a homunculus designed to be the sword of the end. would be a copy of the homunculus the alchemist has already designed. He explains why she and I look so much alike. Elysium managed to find someone that was lost to history over 500 years ago, and then it recreated her as if she was here all along. So that's how OZXX came to be. It's almost unthinkable. Almost. It's impossible to deny what Elysium's capable of. And the logic does check out. What's happening here continues to connect to us in more ways than we realized. Another question potentially answered, but others still remain. Why is she inside the corridor? What is she trying to achieve? Excellent questions. Knowing that she was created by Elysium isn't nearly as important as to knowing to what end. Every decision Elysium makes is in its own best interest, so she must have some purpose. Though she didn't seem to be actively trying to achieve anything at all just yet. Even if the reason for her existence isn't apparent, I'm sure she has one. We essentially cheated our way to victory over Elysium by using this world to become stronger. On the other hand, Elysium became aware of what was happening and was certainly devising a solution to stop us. It would be something that, if allowed to reach its conclusion, would enable Elysium to recreate the world like we originally prevented. We're dealing with something even more dangerous than we originally thought. If your theory is correct, the seeds of Elysium planted when it began tampering are only now beginning to bloom. Guessing that the other space at the end of the 7th stratum factors into this. Anything you want to share, Azoth? A logical model based on previously observed data is currently being constructed. However, it can be surmised that an impossible causality is being constructed beyond the depths. As I'm only meant to observe Erebonia, my information on other regions is less reliable, though it would be logical to assume the phenomenon occurring is derived from events in Crossbell. Whatever there is from Crossbell? Not sure what to make of that. Supposedly a causality that would be otherwise impossible. This is a space capable of influencing causality to begin with. I'm going to take a wild guess that whatever's out there is specifically why Elysium made a copy of OZXX. Take note that attempting to investigate the matter any further is heavily unadvised. What? And why is that? The threat posed by the other space has now decreased. OZXX's return to the other side has slowed its encroachment into the Reverie corridor's depths. Relevant counter protocols have also been updated based on newly acquired data. Equilibrium has been relatively restored. Encroachment continues at a heavily reduced pace, however, interference from this side may jeopardize matters. It's times like this that remind me to try and finish Trails games with fresh stamina post-sleep because, yeah, I know, right? They want you to be nice and refreshed. I'm alert and absorbing like a sponge. Anyone want to summarize that for us? It's saying the real world isn't in much danger, but we could do more harm if we kept going. It's not exactly a satisfying answer. All it means is that there's a semblance of balance so long as OZXX is on the other side and not over here. Meaning our further interference threatens to upset balance, but if we win, it'll be fine. Affirmative. OZXX also stated the possibility of exacerbating the situation persists. You want us to just let sleeping dogs lie and go home? Screw that. We didn't level for nothing. Big same blitz, by the way. Appreciate it. I want to go after her. You do? Even after everything we were told? I know, I understand how risky it would be. Objectively, maybe it's not best not to risk upsetting the balance, but I'm concerned the encroachment hasn't stopped, even if it's been slowed. But more than anything, can't abandon her, not after learning the connection we share. She was born half a millennia ago, only to be quickly forgotten and discarded. Now she's been recreated here, only to be compelled to spend eternity in isolation. Never had the chance to show happiness, or no happiness or anything. It's rough. She seems sad. She did that sad, don't stop following me, but she clearly wants us to follow her, you know, that's one of those things. We gotta go pick her up. I could have just as easily ended up in the same position of her as her if things went differently. I was able to learn just how happy a place the world can be after Lloyd found me. You already know where I stand on this. I'm not going to overlook a problem that Elysium was responsible for. Just like someone once did for me. If that's what you want to do, then everyone supports automatically. See? Everyone's like, we can do this. Hell yeah. Let's do it. Yes. Your arguments are resoundingly illogical, but I lack the authority to oppose them. It is impossible to predict exactly where your decision will lead you. All systems will be kept open. Hope you win. Thank you, computer. The unknown realm, extending beyond the 7th stratum, will be tentatively called the 0th stratum. Fucking goddamn it. OZXX's movement records confirms an access route, but further data is unavailable. All visitors are advised to exercise caution. We'll be careful. If we're gonna do this, then let's take time to make sure we're prepared. Fucking 0th. Better rewards will be available after refreshing the list of mini missions. Okay. Seventh stratum done. We get frozen epochs off that, which is a better version of the other one. And this one. Genesis orb and 500 shards if I complete the 0th stratum and Conqueror's Master. Also, 45 RP.
Trade phantasmal shards.
Are you on... No, I'm on normal.
Confirming rank points accumulated.
Bada boom. The damage has been insane. The damage is best version of Reen's weapon, Steel Halo, Solomon Garb. These two things on their own are giving him 700 strength. He's at 57 on stat. He's running Minotauros. That's 90% additional damage in exchange for delay. True Domination, 150% damage on his first attack or craft. Lion King for 300 more. Let's see. Kagura for big group fights. This does 35% more damage when there's less fights. Dazzling Carnelia gem. There's a lot there. We doing the daydreams now? No. We're still seem like we're missing one. We have to see what happens in the 0th area. If I had to assume, I'm pretty sure we still missing a daydream. Also, I want to see what's in here. Gotta see what the final stratum of dungeoning is. So this is the other space. Tremendous. Seems to keep going, much like the rest of the Reverie corridor does as well. We keep following, we should get where we want to go. Looks like you've arrived. We'll start the operation on our side then. It's too bad the corridor rules are just as active over there. Otherwise, we could have charged in together. I'll be experimenting with Azoth on a little something I've dubbed spiritual hacking, so we can maybe get something to work. Otherwise known as, they're probably going to need more than one party here. Okay, so you can't fast travel to this place, technically.
I'm up.
I'm glad it has a unique final dungeon theme. Final post-game dungeon theme. Now I can... Oh, did I pass? Okay, I passed the line, so now it's a... I totally missed the travel updated thing that they put on the bottom left. Okay, now we can freely go in and out. Always forget how that shit works for a second. Hi there.
Let's get him. For one, and one for all.
Mobs still aren't that great, but I am going to respect the mini-bosses around now. Because they might be stacked. We'll have to see.
Is that all? You must try.
That's it.
Yeah. Quite a big man.
Watch out! This one's tough!
Yeah, it's got good speed. It's got good speed at least. Immediately, it's like pretty primed and ready to go.
Dance, azure feathers.
First, we'll double our damage. Actually, I should have done Enlighten from the start. This burns a turn. 60, enough to do Fierce Helix. We're gonna hit this. That did 99% of its break. I was like, this thing's gonna break in half in a second. Hold on. Hold on.
It's me.
Up, and our cast time is just fast enough to hit with one of these. You haven't actually gotten to hit with one of these in a bit. There you go. Alright, let's see what your drops are.
Nice!
4 black
I
shards.
must
Cool.
continue to train.
Nice! I did it!
There we go. There, that should be every daydream, I think. I have to assume. Unless they give you another one for clearing. Yep, that's the final one. Nice.
Wonder who would put that chest there.
Deep ochre. Turn that around. And that's our route up. I get it, dude. He says you smell like shit, and I'm like, it's called aura, bro. Oh, this dude wants to go. Okay. He's like, I want to do something. I'm like, okay, go ahead. He's like, I don't want to do anything anymore.
All right.
And I don't know why I came up to you like that. I'm sorry.
That'll do it.
That treasure
What's
chest
in the
doesn't
chesticle?
appear to have been opened yet.
Yeah, it's still not particularly good. Hey, it's a magic night. What's up, dude?
That one's bound to be a bad time.
This one's strong. Be careful.
Dance.
Well, if you insist.
Right. It's over.
That is true. Nope, not over, actually. Never mind. I'm sorry. Nadia, just hit for free.
We smashed him and thrashed him.
You sure did. 3-0 shards. Nice. That's good. That makes the unique accessory for Lloyd. And if I can make 3 of the unique accessory, I can merge them into a powered up one. I'm excited for what they would consider a mid.
Our romantic stroll
A
continues.
middle fight for this. Excited to see it though.
Alrighty, do your best, guys.
0 art? Sure. I got a few triple S's here, but we'll go for that one. Okay, you guys are getting really rude, and now Reen's gonna have to come out and punish you, okay?
That's the power of the 8 leaves.
They're like, this Reen guy, his casting isn't too hard. Maybe I can clear it. And it's like, okay, time for the craft. He's not much of a magic man. A wall we have to take down. Some big guy with no treasure behind it.
Danger!
She likes Top
Draw your
Gun.
weapons. Finish this swiftly.
Let's go.
Is that all? You must train more.
I really thought I got a group in there, but I guess they started running separately just enough to get away from me.
Everyone ready?
Oh no, here we go. This is a real chain battle. Let's do it. It's gonna
I'll
buff the
handle this.
rewards for when I completely wash it.
How foolish.
I'm up.
I'll handle this.
You asked for it.
Oh, and the
It's
last
my
one's
turn.
weak as hell. Breaking Dawn is like overkill.
That's the power of the 8 leaves.
I must continue to train.
I need to keep at it.
Guess luck is on our
Marble
side.
Charm, Soft Stole, and Black Ore.
Nice.
All right, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. I heard a bang somewhere outside, so I was just checking to see if everything was alright. Also checking if there weren't any ghosts inside. I think someone just like banged it against the exterior slightly. It wasn't massive, but it was enough. Enough for me to be concerned. Hold up. Let's turn off this controller and switch out. One I've been using since the start of the day. Yoink. There we go. Happy half year, thank you. Appreciate it. It's nice seeing some enemy designs that haven't been around in a while. Yeah. A lot of good enemy diversity
Don't
here.
take that enemy
Oh
lightly.
god, look at this fucking guy.
A worthy opponent.
Let's go.
Dance, azure feathers.
Let's go. Roar. Huh?
Here we go.
It's me.
That's right, it's you. There are definitely some enemies that the way they animate, I'm like, this is just like the old, just like the PSP Trails games. I'm like,
So amazing.
Nice.
they're undulating and every part of them's moving in random directions. Next Xenoverse 2 DLC is going to include a dating sim with Broly and Sheila. That's great.
Had that down pat.
I'm waiting for the secret route with Beerus.
Yoink. Time to go.
The universe is still getting DLC. Yep, it's just it clearly doesn't take too much money and resources to make it, and it sells really good. So they've just continued to iterate on it.
Take care. This room is nasty enough as it is. Fortune shines upon us.
Xenoverse 2 having no problem continuing to stack content upon content on its game, and then you have
This'll come in handy.
other contemporary service games going, I'm sorry, we're Bungie, we gotta delete,
Forge on.
we gotta delete 80% of our game.
Careful. That one looks tough. You ever wonder if chests are aware of how much we take from them?
If I ignore the part of Witch Queen I played for Destiny 2, there is a realization I've had that everything I played in Destiny 2 before that does not exist anymore.
Finding an unopened treasure chest.
And I think maybe the 2 or maybe 3 expansions past what I had currently played don't also do not exist in that game anymore. The Final Fantasy 14 equivalent of this would be if you booted up FF14 and the only thing that was playable was Endwalker Onward. People may not like Gridania, but if it worked like Bungie, you wouldn't even be able to explore the zone. Wanted to get into Destiny when it first went F to P, then I noticed it didn't look anything like the game I saw at launch. Its onboarding is really bad for players, and I'm that guy that thinks story trumps everything else, and they keep taking the story out of the old shit. Which means you can't catch up on it unless you watch a YouTube video. I'm not watching a YouTube video. I want to play it and experience it. It's like if I'm playing like 14, you can go from 2.0 all the way there. The only thing you miss is the 1.0 story, which is unfortunate. And it'd be nice if they folded out like some sort of side gig or something so that you could see that other stuff. But you're still getting a decade's worth of story quests, boss fights, and content. I did streams. We streamed Destiny 2 story plenty. You know, when it came out, I was having fun. We were co-oping it. Carl was there. We were chilling out.
Nice.
And none of that exists to be played again. The big war against the big guy that looks like the guy that's in Halo Infinite, but this came out several years in advance. All of it's gone. All of it's gone.
All right. Nice work, team.
We glitched a car and then I think it fell through the floor. Yeah, I remember that clip. Good times. I like Destiny a good bit. Like, gunplay's fantastic. Love the encounter stuff. The raid stuff's real fun. But it becomes impossible to be invested in it because, like, they keep deleting
Our course
all of
is
it.
clear.
How many floors you got left? We haven't hit the midpoint of Zeroth yet.
You ever wonder if chests are aware
But I
of
think
how
we're
much
about
we
to.
take from
Yeah,
them?
we should be about to hit the midpoint. Alright, so this is going to be our
Now's a good
first
time for a break.
first boss of the final stratum of the Reverie corridor. What would they put as a midpoint? Well, obviously, they're going to give us a unique boss for the last one. That would make no sense otherwise. So my guess is Daddy. Oh, okay. It could just be this guy. Sure. I would ban anyone who spoiled the final character in the guy. I got all of them. I couldn't believe it. You gotta be kidding me. This must be how Valimar looked after being fully consumed by Ishmelga. It's the corrupted form he took on before becoming the Zeroth Knight.
Watch out! This one's tough!
My final character was Olivier. I think one of my first polls when we started post-game was McBurn. I fucking lost my mind. I'm like, is this allowed?
dense azure feathers.
I got McBurn last. They're like, we will christen this beautiful one for you. They gave me Vito way too early. Just made me want to kill. Are you kidding? Zero Craft is right here. Of course I'll use it.
Eternally flowing. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form.
I'll handle
Ah,
this.
damn. Oh, damn. I'm sure you were cool.
Is that all? You must train.
Shane, what
now.
happened to you?
Nice.
I must continue to train.
Nice. I did.
I need to keep at it.
That's out.
I only get cuter.
I thought it'd be fine, chat. When I said that I'd probably have to get to level 200 to win, chat agreed. They're like, I finished at 200, and other people went, I was 10 levels under. It was really hard. So I'm like, 180 shouldn't be bad for the start of this stream. Oh, that was a tough one. yeah, sure, Lloyd. Sure, dude. The thing no longer exists. It's not gonna hear you say that. You don't have to gas it up. Of course, that it could replicate such a being at all is a testament to the power our foe possesses. Elysium was able to realize people and objects using its highly advanced technology. Insane bad manners from Lloyd. He's too comfortable. In the sense that it's become fathomable, yes, I can't imagine how they're capable of making superior copies of our stigmas. Or copies of me and Argris. Doesn't get much more anything goes, as the kid put it, than my other form here. At the very least, none of this should be possible simply by interfering with the Reverie corridor. It's almost as if whatever we're up against has the ability to control causality itself. So it wasn't just me thinking that. I don't understand. Oh my god, hi. I told you to stop following me. Why won't you listen? Well, you look sad when you said it, which means we have to. We really are an OZ. You really are an OZ just like me. Just as unable to articulate what's truly in your heart as I was. We're not going to stop until we reach you. It's okay. You know, I expect the other ones to be harder, and you can't be as broken and everything. This is a game that was built with being the 5th game in a row in terms of battle system stuff. So this one, they're like, fucking dump them out. Like, it does kind of just devolve into super version of thing, ultra version of thing, Kai plus 3. Like, that's what every piece of gear at this point feels like. They're like, the battle system has entirely fallen apart. It's the end of Gurren Lagann. And then they said, all right, do 3 more dungeons like that. And I'm like, oh, whoa, okay. Very nice.
A worthy opponent.
Go ahead, play with them, Lloyd.
I'm up.
Okay, these guys are a little stronger. I'll say that. They're not immediately, like, quaking. Here, I'll give them a gale.
Kane.
It's me.
Ah, we broke this thing. Hit him with Melville Ray.
I'll handle this.
Yeah, the background's great paired with the original Stratum's, like, white look.
Nana, you're so amazing. I know, right?
Hey, Bridget upgraded. And it's been forever since this thing leveled up. Alright, so when my HP is low, Reem maxes out his CP 3 times per battle. I'm glad Lloyd and McBurn are really getting off on a newfound friendship.
Whew, did pretty well, I'd say.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. All done. She's all out of juice. There we go.
I got it together now.
Hold on, we got a
Yes.
shuffle scuffle over there.
Ha! Ha!
And there's our next destination.
Look at that guy over there. You know what that dude looks like? That looks like a dude that will die before he gets a turn. I'm like, dude, you might live 4 hits based on how everything else has been going. Oh shit, you're pretty low on that turn order, guy. That doesn't look good for you. I'm gonna play with my food a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
New BFF, it's me.
Okay, let's see. What do we want to do? Double damage, sure.
How shall we play?
Pop.
Right.
Oh, nice. Nice. We actually are in a really good position here. I didn't think we delayed this guy that much. All right, buff yourself up.
Let's go. Let's do this.
He isn't immune to delay, which really unfortunate for him.
Tiger charge!
All right, we hit him in his shin.
An opening.
I'm here to watch Reem be cool.
my turn.
Oh, that's you come to the right place.
Let's go.
Dance, azure feathers.
It's my turn.
All right, let's give him all of it.
Yeah.
And you know what? You two, if somehow it doesn't die off this.
Eternally flowing. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. First. Second. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Sixth. Seventh. 8 leaves. Breaking guard.
531,000. Okay, I'm done now. Okay, I'm done.
All right. Nice work, team. Nice. That'll do it.
Also, Ceiling Stone +2, which is not +2. That means an entirely new set of items I can roll for.
Huh. A treasure chest.
Likely the best gear we could ever get. Surprised McBurn didn't hear Lloyd did well against this copy and immediately try to go. Do I hear you can put up a fight? he's like, hey, put him up. Put them dukes up. Let's have a bit of a throwdown. I just had a moment now going, I can't wait for us to fight the mini-boss. I already forgot.
Be careful.
I already forgot. I'm so sorry. No bit here. Already forgot that we fought it already. Hey, Drew Storm. What's up? Welcome to the stream. Hey, what's up, big guy?
Dial it up a bit.
0 order? Thank you. He's just like, I just want to die now. And I'm like, okay, good for you. Yeah, it's this ferocious-looking Zoid they made us fight outside the Reinford factory. Let me crack some eggs. Mentioned in an early stream, do you see any of the unique post-battle scenes? I didn't. I was probably going to watch them on my own at some point. Wasn't going to try and, like, grab them. But Chad did point out there's, like, 40 minutes of unique post-game, post-battle stuff. Which is neat.
What an adorable treasure chest.
Do not get aroused by the chest, please. It doesn't have Reen's hair or anything.
Ah, a treasure chest.
There's one with McBurn and Machias. Man. They need to have a daydream that's McBurn, Dudley, and Machias. And they solve another case together.
Good to keep moving.
It's the exact same case again, but this time McBurn kills everyone involved.
I bet I could buy a whole keg with this.
Whoa.
You ever wonder if chests are aware of how much we take from them?
It makes me happy every time he asks that
Danger
question.
zone.
Weapons out. It's an ambush.
It is, but they immediately start running away from me. The mechanic has been broken.
Yay! This is exceptional.
Every enemy shits its pants.
Don't take that enemy.
Watch out.
Okay, we got some real shit in here. Hold on. Double damage. United front attack.
For one.
Buff. Cool. There's one with Reen, Elisa, Yuna, Muse, and Altina.
All right.
That's the magical
Nice
girl
work,
one.
team.
Oh, that's neat. What a wonderful minigame scenario that was. One shard? Not even worth the trouble. Alright, the way forward's been
And there's
unlocked.
our next destination.
You're not even trying with these floors. It's like the key to going up is next to the door. When you get one, it means you probably have the max. Oops. Ah, fire floor.
Trap room. We need to move.
For those who haven't seen too much of this,
Killed it.
things like these just put a status effect on us during battle, so this one just applies burn. Doesn't matter for Reen.
Now
Reen's
this
equipment
is
makes him
fun.
immune to all status ailments. All the book characters grousing about not getting royalties. Oh, okay, so that'd be like Swin,
What a
Nadia,
Be careful.
Rosalia.
Oh, I see a chest.
Total? Okay, good. I was able to pick out all of them in my head. I'm like, who else was a bug? And I'm like, Tobal. He's the iconic Zero Artisan.
That's
Need that. I need to give everyone else in the back steroids.
Excellent work, everyone.
We did it. Inspiration for the famous novel Carnelia, the classic.
Time to go.
floor 5.
This baby's ours for the taking.
How are we looking on droplets? 70 through water? That should be able to get everyone back up to speed that aren't in this main party. What are we looking at now? 188? That's good. That's money. Home with George and the crew of the Courageous that explode.
That treasure chest doesn't appear to have been opened yet.
That's great. This is the JRPG equivalent of like, yeah, these are people in the your party members of the Twin Towers and Osama bin Laden.
A powerful foe.
They have a fun
Just engage
post-battle
with
banter thing in the Reverie corridor.
Who knew we'd get so lucky?
That line reverberates in my head because it's his generic one when you get a UR in the gacha machine.
Take it slow.
And there's our next destination.
Oh, I see a chest.
Ooh, trial key.
This is a cute little thing.
It's a cute little key. Thank you, Warlove, for the 33 months. Appreciate it. Looking around a little bit. Okay. Okay. Down. Well, this seems to be it. Whoa. A field of blue pleroma grass. Final destination coordinates confirmed. Spiritual hacking process complete. Limitations on the 0th stratum have been altered. All visitors can be summoned to your current location, otherwise known as we can make 3 separate teams, I imagine. Let's go see her as soon as we're ready. Yep, there we go. All of them accessed. Let's head back and prep. I guess we're doing it. I guess we're doing it. So.
Sealing stones unsealable.
Alright, final daydream. Ooh, it's about my dad! Oh, we're fucked.
This'll come in handy.
We're so fucked, chat. I can't believe there's a
Guess
fucking...
luck is on our
The
side.
real final boss has arrived. Beryl asking me esoteric and insane questions about the Trails franchise.
Guess luck is on our side. Guess luck is on our side.
Frozen Epoch, nice drop.
Guess
Why
luck
is this
on our
gacha?
side.
Because it is.
This'll come in handy.
Grail Locket drop, that's pretty good.
Guess luck is on our side.
Lost Genesis, you are...
This'll come in handy. This'll come in handy.
And these last 6. Your memory's perfect.
This'll come in handy.
Don't worry, we're just gonna put it all on we're putting all of this on getting dupes of questions like we always do. So it's going to take us several tries. Let's see. Let me check in my evasion tanks. Yeah, you're missing something here. What would I drop then? Rockin' Gem? Aeolia's Gem? Yeah, we'll drop that. We'll drop that for Rage. And before there are no dupe questions. Once again, chat's always trying to be mean to me. They can never get over themselves, I swear.
Blazing Forge activated.
Can you believe it? Guys, it's 5 days after 9/11. Grow up. Alright, I'll take 8 ores, please. Gallant Sphere. There we go. 0 orb. Hold on. Let me check here. Check Lloyd. Yeah, Lloyd's got an orb. Remove that.
Blazing Forge activated.
About to say, do you have like a... Is there like a 0 halo at all? No, I guess there's not. No, there it is. Here we go. Also, I think checking that Albion Wolf might be a dupe. I'm probably doing it for stats, if I'm being honest. 300 strength defense, 30 speed, 100% CP gain, auto CP up. Yeah, there we go. Let's go look at her build here and why I did this. Albion Wolf, a hunt 40 ATS. Yeah, you're right. I could put something better here. Melville Ray, that'll add 15% evasion. Strength up, speed up, or I could go for... Yeah, it's gonna be Melville Ray, the thing we just pulled. We have 124. We don't need the Asmelis gem then. We can hit 99 with this, which is fine. But what would I want? Dazzling Aeolia's gem, because it pairs with Murakumo and extends the status effects by 2 turns. I believe you're... Yeah, you're
activated.
How I forge a lot of stuff, right? No, I'm looking for the right side. The right side lets me trade.
Trove activated.
Equipment. Here we go. Thinking about what I need based on characters. Thinking about it. Yeah, we'll do that.
Initializing trading process.
Make a Grail Locket. Then I can pick belt or headband. You know, we'll make headband too. There we go. Alright, we can get you Dire Headband, 300 additional attack, CP gained up 90%. Theseus ring's good, but... Actually, I can do it for you. Yeah, drop that. Drop that, McBurn. We'll give you this. There you go. That bulks his strength up to 6,000. When the second form is Gale. Hell yes. Yeah, all this seems fine. There, we bulked people up a little bit more. Any extra quartz I'm not using? Yeah, I've got one frozen epox that I can do, and then one regular, and then one prominence. Okay, let's adjust then. Do you have a frozen? No, you're not using a frozen one. But you can. There we go. It's just better with more stats. Good for anyone who has a blue spot. This lower health, but it ups your defenses. Sure. You already have one. Anybody else with like blue slots or yeah? Is it? What all is it? All right, it's blue, brown, and yellow. Okay. Looking for a bit and looking at your nutty builds is fun. Yeah, it was very satisfying to figure it all out. Mostly focused on really aggressive, heavy DPS. Okay, let's start doing droplets. Hold on, before we do this, make sure they're ordered properly by level. Okay, they are. Alright, let's start using steroids. Ooh, it costs a lot. We're gonna start with droplets then. Hold on. We're gonna rearrange these based on characters I'm going to use. Aurelia, definitely. Emma, she has a good S-craft. Okay. Yuna's a good evasion tank. Fee also goated with that. Machias. YouTube recommended me some like tier list video for Reverie, and I was like, I've unlocked every character, so I can totally have this on in the background. And they're like, Machias is one of the best characters in the game based entirely upon his speedcrafts, and I'm like, this is ridiculous, and maybe the funniest joke Falcom's ever done. They're like, what's up? That's like saying Dudley's the best guy in the world. I'm like, are you fucking for real? That's very funny. Good for him, honestly. They nerfed Yuna's craft that speeds up, which makes Machias the best acceleration user enabler that you can get, which I think is fucking hilarious. Like, dude, seriously? Eustace, yes. Sharon, yeah. Rosalia, I guess so. T.O., I've got some good stuff on there. And then I'll have to look around at people's stuff. There gets to be a limit where it's like, I don't have a lot of amazing quartz for extras. We're keeping Vita in the extras mode. Omega Men can break the time barrier. This is true. This has always been real shit. Yeah, these guys are in the 180s, so we'll let them. Alright, there we go. This is like 3 lines. This is fine. And we'll mix parties when they give me the select and divvy up your parties, because there's no shot we're not having at least 3 parties that we have to do. Alright, I'll start doing droplets now.
Oh, I can get even stronger.
She says it in such a threatening manner, like, oh, I didn't know this.
I did it! Yeah, I did it!
Now we're running out of droplets on the next character, which is the Elliot Craig. All right, now we can go. Now we can go for waters.
Yay, I did it!
Yay, I did it!
I did it!
Trying to get everyone to 250 made me want to cry. Yeah, getting them close up here isn't too bad. I typically just down the difficulty when I'm grinding, just because all it does is speed everything up. But even then, it does take a little bit. You have to do several runs, and then you have to do additional runs of with each team.
I continue to impress even myself. Leveled up.
Alright, this is about as strong as I can get it. Alright, next up. Increase strength. Hook him up. Yeah, getting Master Quartz to 15? Yeah, like, I've been going for a bit, and I was shocked I finally got something at 13. This is for ADF. Yeah, it's like his weakest stat. Go ahead. Oops. Make that 9, please. Okay. Let me look at their gear. Yep, alright. Easy thing we can do is use maps
Activating requisitions program.
to get other people's gear a bit better. Let's see. Ah. There we go. Do you have that equipped also, ma'am? You do. Cool. Alright.
Visitor access detected.
Next, you're going to want... Ooh, they have tier 4s? My god. Ah, we're going to run out of mats soon. Ah, we're all out. Yeah, well, that's about the best. As good as I'm going to get some of these people. Okay, chat. We should probably do this thing over here first. Before I get into the battle,
swimming around.
Let me engage in what many would consider torture. I'm going to be quizzed by a bad bitch.
Stone activated.
Let me go take my NyQuil. This will be
time to play. If you dare.
This is going to be the equivalent of eating 50 pounds of vegetables at gunpoint. Maniac mode.
Then we'll begin.
How many Master Quartz are... We're fucked!
Incorrect.
Alright, 31.
Next.
What is the name of Erebonian's third emperor? I am in hell.
Oh. Have you
What is
got
Trails of Cold Steel's opening theme? Ah, damn it. Damn it. It's that one. The one
Well
below it's, I
done.
believe, 2s. Second Lieutenant Seeker serves under Deputy Commander Bales in the Guardian Force. Taking after her father. What's her dad's name? Son of a bitch. Donovan? Ozma.
Incorrect.
Don't worry, I'm not
Next.
using chat for any of these. I'm just going blind in here. What's its ending theme? The second one.
Well
The
done.
easiest ones are going to be theme songs.
Have you
What is
got
Crow's
it?
unique dish and... You fucker!
Our game is done.
Underside fish burger. Alright, let's do it again.
May destiny guide you.
Next up. Second Lieutenant Seeker, Ozma. Already doubles.
Correct.
Good sign. What is Trail Cold Steel 3's ending theme? Morning refrain?
Oh.
It sees mourning as in because people died. It's okay, they got better. What river is in the Lemaire province? You fuckers. Lupinus? Nah, I should have gone with my gut. Izelia. Izelia River.
Have you got it?
Michelin Wonderland's Mishy loves to eat. What food is his favorite? I don't, man. The melon. Yes!
Well done. Next.
What gate in Crossbell sits closest to Erebonia? Now it's not Hawken. Belgard? Hawken is the one that borders Liberl. See? She even said that shit. I know this. Which of these phrases appears on a Trails of Cold Steel 4 DLC self-assertion panel? Oh my goddess!
Correct.
That was a guess! These fuckers need to die! What is Reen's unique dish? Noir Mont Blanc? No, Hunter Carbonara. What English text is on the shoulder of Yuna's travel wear? Seize the... never give up. I wasn't gonna fucking... I was between 1 and 3. It was 2.
Next.
Lame. How many attributes are there among the Lost Arts that appear in Cold Steel 2 and 4? 5. 7. Okay. Attempt 3. What is the Trails of Cold Steel 1's opening theme? Oh, shit. We just did this. Circle. Okay, it's Kodo. It's the Kodo one.
Next.
How many playable characters in Trails of Cold Steel 4 have learned 5 SS crafts? Fuck you! I'm gonna say 3. 4.
Oh, no. Next.
What is the name of the Guardian to be fished in Trails of Cold Steel 4's waters? Arch Tyrant? Grand Lake Lord.
Next.
Oh, yeah, because they named after it. How many attributes are in this? 7.
Correct. Have you got
Agate
it?
is a former gang member turned bracer. Just how much older is he than Tita? 12. I know this shit!
Correct.
Let's go, baby!
Next.
Which card in Vantage Masters inflicts seal for 2 turns? Shit. Fuck. Vanish? Transmute. I don't run Transmute. How many playable characters are in Trails of Cold Steel 4? I'm gonna say 37. 40.
Our game is...
Okay.
Then
Attempt 4.
We'll begin.
What's the name of the Guardian to be fished? Grand Lake Lord.
Incorrect.
It's Cold Steel 3. I misread the question. Fucking goddamn it. 12 years! 12 years.
Have you
What
got
river is fucking Zelia? Zelia.
Correct.
They like to have fun here. What is the skill of the heaven attributed card Regna Croy? I don't know. Destruction.
No.
Regna Destruction. Keep that in my brain. Skill
Have you
trap.
got it?
How many playables can do 5? It's gonna be 4.
Well done. Next.
How many playable characters are in Cold Steel 4? There's 40.
Correct. Have
What
you
game
got
Crossbell closest to Erebonia? That's Belgard.
Correct.
What's Cold Steel 2's opening theme? And that is this one. Senko no Yuku.
Correct. Have
What
you
is
got
Elisa's
it?
unique dish? Fuck!
Oh.
I should have picked hamburger.
Have
What
you
Vantage
got
cards
it?
master inflicts seal for 2 turns? Transmute.
Have you
Tio's
got
a young.
it?
Where was she born? That one.
Well done.
She's from
Next.
Remiferia. What's its ending theme? That one.
Well done.
I have 7 seconds. I could
Next.
get this. Which of these self-exertion peril? Mishy. Yes!
Clever soul.
Fuck you!
Why don't we continue?
Oh, get fucked.
Well
loser.
done.
I
Next.
win.
Well done.
There we go.
Very well. You pass. You get points for trying.
All elements Sepith times 10. Obtained.
Farewell.
10,000 Mira. True Hades gem. I knew you'd give me something crazy. I knew it. They're like, what's the tagline on downloadable content? I'm like, you motherfuckers. Anyway, True Hades gem is do 150% damage on your first magical art. Which I'm like, dude, thank you so much. She needed this. Hold on, where's time at? Ah, it's after gold. Here we go. Hold on, Astral Bell? Yeah, drop Astral Bell. You can have this. You can see some people haven't been outfitted too much. There's eventually a drop-off on the shit that I put on. We got the clear bonus. Rank doesn't matter. Rank don't matter. None of this matters. Unscathed. Formidable foes. Oh yeah, we got trial doors.
Trials available.
A powerful presence is emanating behind this door. Combatants at McBurn. Powerful presence. Rufus, Major Arundel, Major Revelt, Millium. Those are the only ones I got. Learned how to use the auto-equip button after party member 20. Oh my god, there's auto-equipped in the orbit menu. Oh my goodness, hold on. Hold on, that changes things. Alright, let's see. Elliot, I haven't done shit with you. Magical damage. Doesn't seem to have done much. Hold on, let me remove all this and see if it, see how it fills. Magical damage. Ha! Yeah, it works. Oh, you've saved me so much time. Let's see. Good on physical damage. Okay, and immediately upon doing that, let me do the rest of the work myself here. Just get her into evasion tank range. That Zeus gem works. There we go, 95. Endgame, check out my EP cut 1, like, yeah. Alright, you're good. Here we go. We need to get you on magical damage. You're set. You could be better. Magic, guys. I looked at his stat line and it looked like that was better for him. I could go physical with him. We've run out of physical stuff, so that's also a bit of a problem. Yeah, do this. He gets way more stat line that way. We've run out of the broken shit. Alright, let's make some adjustments here. You don't need resin leaf. You need... Most casters are always gonna get the same shit from me, honestly, which is Pandora. It's like, if you're casting, I want you to do as much damage as physically possible. Boost potency of healing on him? Sure, I mean, if you want. Do what you wish. Let's see. Actually, I've realized something I actually do want to do with the evasion tanks. I was thinking about the benefits of maybe Taka Mikitsushi on somebody. Just buffs damage on subsequent whiffs. Alright, yeah, this seems good enough. If this isn't good enough, then we'll go back to the drawing board later. My eyes are beginning to strain looking at them. Okay, well, that seems to be about as strong as I can get it currently. And in terms of support items, we're looking pretty nice also anyway. We've got 5 Zerum capsules, 8 Brave Souls, and 10 Dragon Incense. Additionally, Reen, Nadia, McBurn, and Muse are all immune to all forms of status effects. So, big spread things are not going to completely debilitate the entire party's turn order, which is probably the evilest thing that I could be susceptible to. Let's interact with the tree.
Visitors reinvigorated.
Alright, we're gonna do it. We're gonna dive deep into the end. And get a save for it. All characters will be called to take part in a 3-team battle. To ensure victory, prepare all party members for as much as possible and purchase all desired upgrades with shards. Hold off. We'll leave the daydreams for after the boss. I'm in, like, the combat build mode. I don't want to come... Because after the daydreams, I'll be like, ooh, man, I'm like, tired from all this story. And then... but I need to be locked in. We're going to change the outfit here. We're going to make Reen look less like a dumbass. There we go. We'll keep the resonance here. I kind of like the look. Alright. They're going to make me rearrange these into teams once we start anyway, so I can just do this like this for the start. Hello. I'm amazed you came all this way. It would have been in your best interest to leave me be. Then we'll have to agree to disagree. We're glad we could reach you. Do you want us to keep referring to you as the first OZ, or would you prefer to go by another name? I have no name. I'm not Kia, nor am I an Orion. I am nothing. I have nothing, so it has always been. I'm an empty shell born 500 years ago and gone without a trace before I could leave a single mark on the world. The same is true even now. I've suddenly recreated here without knowing why. But as soon as I watched this world slowly converge, with me at its core, I quickly realized what Elysium was hoping to accomplish. So it's true, Elysium was the reason you came to exist. So you seem to be more than just a simple recreation of what once was. Exactly. The OZ series was designed in order to forge a sword of the end. And that wouldn't serve any purpose now that the Great Twilight passed. If we learned anything, it's that Elysium always realizes something for a reason, so you must have a purpose. I can only think of one other possibility. Her appearance. How could it not elicit a response from us? She was chosen because of how similar she is to Kia. In other words, she was the first iteration of the being created to be the Zero Child. This is where all possibilities ultimately lead, the farthest reaches of our world. There are faint traces of one such concept still here, of being the once lamented the tragedies of their own making. They dissolved their own causality, vanishing from the world, a fragment of fate so small that no one should be able to even detect it. A fragment of fate? A being that dissolved their causality. When Elysium was corrupted, it achieved the impossible by calculating that being's existence and realizing them. It hoped in doing so that it would create a new world with Crossbell at its center, while eliminating all obstacles. To think this ties as far back as ancient Zemurian civilization. So this still connects to everything the SSS went through 3 years ago. Seems that way. You gotta be real twisted to use a creature like that as your last card. Worse, he used all the chaos that's in Crossbell to grow an even stronger than the original. Right here, with you at the center. Now we know the root cause behind what's been happening in the corridor. You've probably been trying really hard all this time to keep the problem at bay, by using yourself as a key to keep it locked away. I understand now. Indeed, the pieces have fallen into place. And now that we know just what it is we're up against, not a moment to waste. As I told you, your efforts are futile. Balance shall be maintained here so long as I am here to will it. She will never wake up. She will never be able to cause harm to Zemuri, I'll make certain of that. But where does that leave you? You really up for holding off something that almighty forever? There's nothing more for you here. You must leave and return to your own world. For you, this space is naught but a fleeting dream, an illusion. That's how it should be, just as how I should meet a similar end as she did. I am destined to wait here, in silence and alone, until the end of my days. A dream or illusion? I think you're right to some degree. But be that as it may. Are you content with that? Like, are you like cool with it? It's true that once we're back in the real world, we'll forget everything that happened here. But you won't. You'll still be here eternally suffering. You content with suffering? That question serves no purpose. None of this should be happening at all. I shouldn't even be in existence. What reason would you ask that of an illusion? Whether you perceive yourself as the real or an illusion doesn't matter. I want to know how you feel. You remind me of how I used to be, how all I cared about was completing the tasks given. Then I met someone I cared about, and he's my dad now, and, you know. When I look at you, it's like looking into a reflection of my own past. You act as though you've accepted this, but is that true? Are you only burying your true feelings deep inside? Can't just leave and condemn you to living in pain forever, not after seeing who you are. It's okay to want things. I also learned that through people I'd care about. Hold out your hand and someone will take it. Why do you care so much about me? I'm just a replica of a fragment from a long-lost history, detached from you. You'd be spared so much trouble by choosing to ignore me. Is it because I have Kia's face? because I'm the first OZ. It's because we met you. Now that we know you, you're part of our lives, and it's normal to want to help those in our lives. Even if destiny forces us to part ways, I want to at least see you smile once before it happens. You're not just anything. You're an individual who's hurting. We don't need any other justification to go as far as it takes to help you. Who you were in the past comes second to that. We want to do what we feel is right. It's always been in line with the principles and goals of the SSS. What makes you think you understand me so well? When did I say I was in need? When did I ask you to think of how I feel? And what is this Mon? It's resonating with the grass. Her mental state's causing something to awaken. Can't let myself think like this. She's gonna wake up. You've been trying to lock away your sense of self this whole time. But you don't need to do that anymore. You've suffered long enough. Leave the rest to the 50 fucking people in this room. You don't need to shoulder the burden anymore. Whatever comes of it, we can handle it. The damage wrought by Elysium was always ours to heal. Speak from the heart. I am a dog. Please stop me. No, stop her. Set her free. Let her finally be at rest. Oh boy. What is this overwhelming stream of consciousness? It's as though it's conveying its very thoughts through pure mana. But this is... We were right. On the mark. Doesn't look exactly the same as it did 3 years ago. No doubt in my mind. That's the Demiurgos. Another one of the Septarians. But this isn't like the Septarian of Zero or the original. It's more of an incomplete blend of several causalities woven into one. One must be a distorted version of the Septarian of Mirage's original personality. However incomplete it is, it still houses the power of one of the goddess's gifts. It's not going to be easy. And yet we'll still come out victorious. It could easily go out of control at any moment. Watch yourself. Dude, did anybody hear that guitar in the back? That's crazy. Genesial Demiurgos.
Anomalies detected. Identify yourselves.
It's time to make a little girl's wish come true, and we won't fail. I'll put all I've become as the final OZ on the line for this. We'll set her free. We have to. There's no stopping now, so you better be ready. Fight with everything we've got.
Hostile intent detected. Those who oppose extinction must be eradicated. Activating defense mechanisms. Commencing eradication.
The final battle must be fought with 3 teams. Teams will fight in ABC order, so ensure that all 3 have equal strength. That's all great. C's the last one, right? I gotta finish it with the C, right? Just making sure that I know how this works. Yup. Okay. Okay, we gotta make sure everything's balanced. Okay, this will be our main team for the end game there. Let's start distributing things as we go. Let's see. Risha, you can rock it. Rufus is pretty good. Rufus is pretty solid. We want a good caster. We want a good caster setup. Muse, good for single target. Let's see. McBurn, yeah, you can party rockers in the house tonight. You can go in there. Let's see. Sarah, go up there, I think. Honestly, I'll do this. Swap that out. Alright, so let's see. Massive damage dealer, colossal damage dealer, big caster, BP battery for the last phase, evasion tank. That's good. That all seems right. We got another strong evasion in here. McBurn, Aurelia, Una. Yeah, this is set. This seems pretty good. Evasion tank. Rufus is pretty good. Another evasion tank, and also probably my strongest one of that. They're going to do a lot of dodges. Really strong. 2 strong casters. Yeah, this all looks right. This seems very good. The extras kind of lead to a problem, though. In that I have to pick specifics. Okay, well, we want the strongest of the strong here. Let's see. Let me think about their weaknesses, honestly. This team has evasion tanks in it, so it doesn't need the Arios Brave Order. Arios is the one that just lets you dodge everything. We'll give you Heaven's Kiss for Accelerate. This B team gets Big Break and Cherubic Smile. There we go. I think this is the 6 orders we got. Alright. Alright. I'll do this. I'll do this and hope for the best. Alright, Team 1, let's go.
May the fires of causality
There we go. We've looped the song once before even starting.
disappear.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Okay, well, someone immediately died and came back. Fucking sick, dude. Get up. Get your ass up.
Thank you.
My turn.
Level 198. Genesial Demiurgos. 606,000 HP. A Septarian awakened by the convergence of the furthest strands of fate. Stolen its shell. Feeds. Okay, each one's gonna be unique. We're gonna keep breaking pieces off of it.
Here I go.
Also full health. Yeah, we're gonna have to clear it 3 times.
Time barrier. Break. All right.
Alright, Evasion 100%. I could go for big damn. What else do we have? Oh yeah, can't forget Oblivion Blaze is like one of the best ones we could ever get. That's also really good. We can burn 4 points now though.
Golden aura. All right.
Oh yeah, you have Lenin's Kiss as well. All stats up large, go for it.
I'd rather do anything else. Not gonna let me down, are ya?
Excellent.
Now it's getting fun. Think I'll pull out this little number for once. Burn through!
Love it.
Cornered like a rat.
They're mine.
Alright, we got some good damage in right from the jump.
All for one.
And one for all! Let's dominate this!
Crazy he's on our side. He loves a good challenge.
Show me you can withstand this. You're at count.
Triple evil eye. We're good.
There.
Bless my party now. Everyone's buffs maxed out.
Now it's getting fun.
It is actually getting fun now. Oblivion Blaze, fuck it.
Oblivion Blaze! More. Give me more of this.
Hell yes, dude.
Mind if I turn up the heat?
And the palace to give us pure, super barrier. This is as strong as I can get McBurn to hit. 200 CP, guaranteed crit, max stats. I think the phase will be over. It's good to be thorough. 200k. Yeah, he's fucked.
Show me you can live.
Disappear.
Alright, phase 1 done. Whoa. The amount of times I've fought mini bosses and bosses in this and I didn't overdo it on defense, I got fucked, so have to be careful.
The real world. Infinite fates interweaving. Disorder. Nihility. What a glorious world it is.
Alright, team 2.
All who stand before me, raise your voices.
Definitely feel like this is the weakest team I have.
I shall drown you in the most beautiful wellspring of despair.
Moonlight butterflies.
Okay, up
Call it
strength
the
a
shot.
bunch. 909,000 health on this one. Level 199. Now out of its shell, it raises its voice and displays omniscience.
Here to play.
Alright.
Dance! Crimson Pageant! I'm here. Ha!
Oof. Good misses.
I'll take care of it.
I've got this.
Blade of darkness.
Hey guys, what's going on? Oh my god. Yeah, we're doing it. We've entered the final battle.
Of course. Arcus activate.
Use him if you got him. Whoa, that's a lot.
Touched you.
Go!
It's alright, Rufy. I'll get you up in a second. We're gonna throw a giant ice cube at this fucking thing. There we go. That's almost a quarter of a
Call in
million.
the shots.
Thank you.
Back in the game. Get him, windfish. She's not a caster. I wasn't expecting a lot. Okay, next. Honestly, this is scary as hell. They got me low-key frightened and shit.
All for one, and one for all. May our power gather.
And our giant mech.
Calling the shots.
Absolute reflect, I guess. Heal Muse.
I love you.
Yay!
Rejoice.
Disparity Flash. Okay, that's guardable.
I'll take care of it.
Okay, next.
All for one.
And one for all.
We shall end this now.
Gotcha.
Who can do it? You can.
Death awaits you.
I'll back you up. Infinity Order!
Let's shatter its guard.
Death awaits you.
To shreds.
That'll do it.
Bring it on.
Knock your ass down.
Thank you so much.
Here to play.
Okay, next. Accelerate. If you're broken, let's try and bide our time as much as we can. Hit with your big shit.
All right.
Let's see. For you, yeah, I'm thinking it's one of these.
Now play.
Attempt.
These swords are of those who lost their way.
Ooh, we got a BP0 coming up too. Wonder if I can get it on someone who isn't about to cast.
I got
Yep, here we go. Wait, nah, it doesn't get her in front of it though. How about items? Nah, I'm just not gonna be able to grab it. That's fine.
Lightning. Charge me up. Of course.
Here we go. There's enough delay here that I can grab it off her.
Death awaits you.
Blast Force.
Get him. Blast force.
Of course.
There we go. We've upped our damage a shit ton. Let's see. How's her ATS isn't high enough. Use arts. This will
All
buff
for
it
one.
more.
And one for all. This is what teamwork can do.
Behold my dance, an illusory offering to departing souls. Sleep, embraced by ceaseless
I
night.
think we got it.
Right. Right.
These swords.
Want real? You got real.
That make you feel tingly?
A little bit, yeah.
May destruction be formed.
Okay, we got it. We got it without even Muse's big pop-off. Okay. Team 2, done. This next team's my best, but this is also going to be their best. If they have war crimes in the tank, it's coming up next.
Why do you not wish? Why choose freedom?
Ah! Oh God!
Wish not for the bliss of eradication, and eradication shall be forced upon you. Activating eradication protocols. Be gone from existence. Increasing output. More power required. May I see to the destruction and rebirth of all humans of the post-Zemurian age.
The post-Zemurian age. Okay. She's gonna hit us really hard almost immediately. Alright, what are our options here?
Triumph! Avalon Heart!
Okay, we're gonna start with that. You're gonna do Enlightened Spirit Unification because it will buff you.
Spirit unification! Let's go!
And I'm gonna do one of these.
For one, and one for all! Let's go, everyone!
And I'll hit him with Luminous Abyss, and then I'll see what happens on the next hit.
Eternally flowing. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. First. Second. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Sixth. Seventh. 8 leaves. Breaking guard!
Okay, 450k.
Sing my praises.
Immediately. Disorder. Recovery time times 10?
I'll handle this.
That's crazy. What a bitch. Unbelievable. Like, that's crazy.
It's me!
We will simply prep other things.
It's my turn.
Oh, I forgot what Lloyd can do. Well, now that that's gone.
Let's go.
Sense! Azure feathers!
Let's go.
Classic. Classic. Amp it up, white boy. Alright, we're gonna do arts to buff arts. Alright, this will buff everyone up. Luminous Abyss.
Eternally flowing.
Supreme Radiant Blade.
Form is
And
emptiness.
Rising Nova.
Emptiness is form. First. Second. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Sixth. Seventh. 8 leaves. Breaking guard!
355k.
Why?
Ah, it
Did
reset
you
its break
awaken
gauge
me?
immediately because we hit the halfway mark.
Give me rest. 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 Give me rest.
Behold, the soul of an Arcade! Ready!
Alright, this is about as hard as she can hit, too. Max strength 200 with brandish and double damage.
Radiant Phoenix Blade!
356,000.
It's over!
We're going for it.
Rising Nova!
Ah, it's gonna be real close.
Welcome to my tasty time.
I don't think we have enough damage on board to finish it here. It's gonna get another shot at us.
My pièce de résistance. Mwah!
Meow.
Makes Nana proud. Oh yeah, monster!
Fear not.
Close, but no cigar.
This will not hurt.
Let's go!
Oh my god, what is going on? Well, she's out of time.
Sense Azure Feathers!
Let's go! Yeah. Thanks. I'm up.
Eternally flowing.
One more for the road.
Emptiness is formed. First.
Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh.
At last. I am now free from this twisted causality.
Alrighty, that's all done.
Your efforts from the other side of the distant void made this so. Thank you for granting my wish.
And that's our final challenge.
Now I may finally be at rest.
Now we can kind of chill out a little bit. Breathe deeply. We did it. Wasn't easy, but yeah. I'm so happy that the theme from Azure's final boss could be used in a fight that I didn't think was terrible. Makes me want to tear up almost. I think drawing out her true feelings was what helped us win. I believe that as well. I think the fight collectively took a little less than a half hour. Beat his ass. This should be voiced. Yeah, it's too bad. The connection between us has been completely severed, so it would seem. I'm in awe of what you have achieved. Who are you people? We're nothing special. Just people fighting for what we believe in. Wasn't feeling so hot about our chances for a second, if I'm being honest. Me too. We had to throw all we had at her. Even then, we only scraped by. Me 3. I think I'll just clock out if you don't mind. Not everyone was born with a body incapable of feeling fatigue. I wish I knew what it was like. What an unconventional group you are. I'm so glad I chose to believe in you. Rather, I'm so glad you let me choose. I hope I was able to make my predecessor proud. You most certainly did. Feel nothing but happiness to have given the chance to meet you. We did kind of destroy her. final phase, I think, hit me twice. Were we out of time? I'm a shadow of what was. Now that my thread to this world is unraveled, must return where I came. Cannot thank you enough for what you did, for setting both me and her free. This is so strange. I never thought leaving this place would make me feel sad, but it does. Gonna miss us? We're able to touch your heart, the meaning the battle was even more worth fighting. Now the Septarian that weaves destiny itself will forever be out of all's reach. Humanity may now begin to carve its own path through the great unknown. Even if you won't remember that once you leave this place. In that sense, do you feel regret? Your efforts will be for nothing? But it wasn't. We were able to fix all the problems caused by Elysium. We accomplished everything we set out to do. And there's no such thing as existence without purpose. All we did here, you being alive, all of it held meaning. Meeting you made me so happy that I hope we can maybe meet again one day. I would like that very much. I chose a new purpose for myself the day Elysium was deleted and my life was spared. Whatever comes, I have no regrets with my decision. My purpose is to keep following the light, however dim it may appear to be at times. That's the path we believe in for all of us, so I don't regret a thing either. And none for me. There's no room for regrets in this journey we've already started. Will you do me a favor and keep watching over us? Your little sisters have built a bright future that we want you to see. I will. I'll be watching you from the land of dreams, as you share with me your world of endless possibilities. They gotta do for bowling for soup to do that one. She's gone. Even her smile was like Kido's. It really was. I'm glad we got to see it before she went away. The pressure sure is on now, though, huh? Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about that. We'll just keep walking our path one step at a time. It's all progress, yeah. Huh? I think the space, the entire corridor is disappearing.
Correct. Confirming that the obstruction located beyond the horizon of the other space is no longer present.
Dude, spoilers?
The Black Mirror has now claimed full administrative command over processes concerning the Reverie corridor. No continued attempts to interfere with causality detected. The Reverie corridor has served its purpose. Time is 1,238 hours, 21 minutes, 45 seconds since forced reactivation. The Black Mirror may now shut down permanently.
Azoth. That makes it really over, then. There was so much we had to overcome, but we never backed down for a second. It was worth keeping on together until the very end. It sure was. Though KZ would have preferred if he learned there was an auto-equip in the orbment section a little earlier than before the final fight of the game. Probably should have looked at the bottom of the menu even once. We should all be proud of what we achieved here. I wish to express my gratitude as well. Your support gave me this time to act as a holy beast once more. We're always here for you, Zeit. And you were just as much our support, you know? Sorry, but I'm still in disbelief that we defeated a being of that scale. I'm like the IRS, like... I would also like to thank you all for the very same thing. I'm honestly a bit reluctant to leave this camaraderie behind. Even you, Rufus? Sounds like we feel all the same way about each other. Knowing that makes me sad the mutual feelings will be lost once we return to reality. I love this crowd shot because all I can focus on is Kurt's horrible hat that I've refused to remove from his head. We're all quite aware of that. You could let us bask in the glow a bit more. Well, time for us to say farewell. There's no more delaying the lives we have to return to. For all the many trials we endured, I had such great fun with all of you. Just remember, even if our memories fade, the effect of our actions won't. So long as we continue being ourselves, we'll be doing right by her. No Knowing now that we'll be able to show her our everyday lives makes this a happy thing and not a sad one. And if we keep it up, I'm sure we'll keep living our lives and all the good stuff will come. It's the best possible way to celebrate the bonds we forged. Analysis on humanity's potential is not within my parameters. However, it is curious that forged bonds are what awarded it strength exceeding that of calculated predictions. Accessing Reverie Corridor's management system, converting database into format that can be maintained in Zemuria. Huh? What are you saying? Experiences within the Reverie Corridor cannot be perceived outside of it in an identical manner. It is at most possible to store them within you in the form of a dream. I believe there would be value in doing so. A dream? You can do that? But wouldn't that mean... Do you mean we'll remember what happened? No idea how that works, but I'll take it. It's much better than forgetting it completely. Much, much better. I didn't want to say it, but I was with Laura when she said it made her sad. I had to throw that one out at the last minute to give a real fairy tale ending feel to this, huh? I'm guessing if it'll be like a dream, the details will be a bit fuzzy. Perhaps, but it's a lovely compromise to ensure the experience stays in our hearts. Hard to top that for a parting gift. We are forever in your debt for all the guidance you've given us. We really are. Even if I can't help but wonder why you decided to do it all of a sudden. Oh. Perhaps. She must have been active for much longer than she was designed to be. Certainly, for over 1,000 years, it astonishes me she had lasted this long. Yet now we bear witness to the ancient, endless vigil of Erebonia coming to an end. Though I am an Arner, I'm at a loss for what to say. May you find peace with the end of your long journey. Modifications to causality have been repaired where possible. The contract with the first Arner has been fulfilled. Upon termination of all Reverie Corridor processes, all visitors shall awaken from their dream.
With this, the long chapter between the Empire and Western Zemuria has come to a close. Yet know that as this danger passes, a greater one looms in its stead. I expect never to reactivate, but my hope is that humanity, joined by their bonds, will make a meaningful choice when the time comes.
Azoth. Shout out to McBurn in the back. Thank you for everything. Our bond with McBurn will never die out. Man, this key art goes crazy. Trails into Reverie until the very end. See you again in 1208. White Sealing Stone Plus. This concludes the main story of Trails into Reverie, but you can continue to explore the corridor. There's plenty to enjoy, including the special Sealing Stone you just got. You'll also be able to re-challenge the Genesial Demiurgios in the 0th Stratum. There we go, let's check this out. Genesis Orb. 50 speed, 50 evasion, 50 magic evasion. An orb with the lost power of the Subterranean of Mirage. Jeez. Alright, let's head on over.
Unsealing pedestal activated.
Guess luck is on our side.
Pretty good. How about this thing? The Daydream Beyond the Reverie is now available.
Rendering browsing interface.
There we go. So we got another one of these. That's neat. Oh man. The final Daydream. Yeah, like yet another one. So what our levels count out at? 191? Pretty good. Honestly, pretty high. Even more final than the first final one. Alright, I guess we'll cue that one up last then.
Rendering browsing interface.
Ugh. Okay, we'll start with Thor's open house and then we'll move down the list. That's a bit longer one, not just a small scene. Okay.
I've wiped my ass with rubber stuff.
Green's final craft is 203. That's crazy.
Nice going, Ash. You just keep getting stronger.
Sure do. But those weaklings weren't putting that to the test.
Well, you were a big help all the same. I couldn't have wrapped everything up in a day without you. Still can't get over you volunteering to take out monsters, though. What brought that on?
I was in the area to visit my mom's grave anyway. Had to take the day off of school to do it, so figured I'd put the time to good use.
Oh, right.
Spare me the meaningful downcast stick. Just figured I'd better come let her know the war's over and everything. That's all. Couple that with getting to pretend I'm a bracer for a bit, and it wasn't a bad way to spend the day.
Oh, I think you could do a lot more than pretend if you wanted. Been wanting to recruit you at some point since you're such a natural. Suppose this is as good a time as any. Give it some thought, yeah? You've still got a year to decide what you want to do after graduating.
Like I said, I was just trying to make the most of my day.
The recruiter, but with not a negative energy behind it.
Look at you, Mr. Community Service. Cut the shit and just say what you want to say. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just laughing at the idea of you going straight after all you've done. I never committed to being a bracer. Of course you didn't. You're just looking for somewhere to run. When Zephyr invited you to join them, you should have accepted right then and there. I still had things to take care of. But not anymore, right? Now everything's all wrapped up with a pretty little bow. What a damn joke. In the end, your assassination attempt got hand-waved as a false report, and here you are, living a charmed student life. False report, my ass. It was regicide. Regicide! For you to get off scot-free. There really is no justice in this world. Look, I know I have to atone for what I've done. And as long as you're inside of me, I know I don't belong with the others. Boy, you got that right, Ash Carbide. I feel bad doing this to Schwarzer and my classmates, but I'll be dropping out from the branch campus at the end of the month.
That seems bad. Come on, man. You might as well finish. Get your credits. Come on, man. It's a waste. I'm getting the GED later. Like, great, another boring-ass assembly is exactly what I was in the mood for as soon as I stepped back into leaves. Apparently, Principal Le Guin has some kind of announcement. Oh, I wonder. What, got any ideas? I believe your homeroom teacher should have informed you yesterday, but just in case any of you missed the memo, pleased to announce the branch campus's very own open house starting a week from today. Excuse me? As I'm sure most of you know, Thor's main campus hosts an annual festival. Under normal circumstances, we'd hold something similar, but being strapped for time in our inaugural year, we're trying something new. As a matter of fact, we weren't planning on any events this year, but then along came something that changed our minds. That would be you students. You've all grown considerably in the year since enrolling. There's still much for you all to learn, but you're hardly the helpless little fledglings you once were at the start of the year. Indeed, thanks to your field exercises and combat experience, the branch campus has earned a reputation rivaling the main one. No longer does this school exist in its shadow, and we have you all to thank for that. Stand tall and be proud. Where enthusiasm was once anemic at best, we're now inundated with applications for the coming school year. I hope you're all excited. Soon you'll be upperclassmen to a new fresh crop of students. It'll no longer just be us on the campus. Who would have thought? It's rather exciting, though I gotta say, those kids don't have to deal with war, hopefully. They're gonna be so soy, they're not even gonna be able to hit level 191. During this time, the campus will be open to the public. You can expect many a prospective student to visit. Your job then is to demonstrate to those visitors precisely what the Thor's branch campus is all about. Consider it your first opportunity to learn what it means to be upperclassmen and set the best example. Needless to say, please don't embarrass the school. Now then, time's of the essence. Get to work. The day of will be split into two sections, morning and afternoon. That's typically how days go. we split into like a evening as a third. In the morning will be open classes. Structure will be slightly different, but you don't need to do much in the way of prep. If anything, that's for us instructors to deal with. Here's hoping you manage to live up to the crowd's expectations, oh mighty Ashen Chevalier. Since we're having open classes, we can't let our guards down. Exactly. Friends and relatives might drop in to see us, so be prepared. I'm getting nervous. Anyway, starting today, I want all of you to use your time after school to prepare for the afternoon section. Spoke about it a little yesterday, but you guys are the main attraction of the afternoon festivities. Every club's gonna hold an event inviting guests to come see them. That being said, you don't need to prepare special stalls or booths. Whole point is that the clubs hold events that are closely tied to what they actually do on the day-to-day. That allows to prepare something in a short period of time. Perfect way of introducing the school to potential applicants and advertising our clubs. You guys can discuss things with your club mates, figure out what you want to do. There'll be no class presentations this time around, so you should be able to focus your attention squarely on that. And that's about it. I'll let you know about the curriculum at a later date. That'll do it for today. Perfect timing, too. Altina, if you would. Stand, bow. I'm gonna go talk to Jessica and Louise. I also have to talk with everyone from the swimming club. I'll go look for Sydney. Alright, Ash, that leaves you with your duties as member of the organization committee. What the hell are you talking about? Schwarzer, explain yourself. Oh, right, forgot to mention it. Sorry, but I have a meeting with other instructors. Muse, Explain things to Ash for me. But of course, I appreciate it. So, what the fuck is this? Well, you were absent yesterday, but we talked about it during homeroom. The primary job of the Open House Organization Committee is helping various clubs and making sure things work as planned. Each class has to choose one person for the job. And after careful consideration, Class 7 picked you. What? It's mandatory. Each class has to pick someone. I get it, but why me? I ain't got time for this BS. You're out of luck the moment you were absent. We just all threw it on you because you weren't there. Like, oh. Now then, I have to attend a meeting with the Tea Ceremony Club. I think I speak for everyone when I say we all appreciate your dedication to this, Ash. Ta, get fucked. Are they for real? They did this shit to me in high school too once, you know? Sometimes that just... Teenagers are evil. They'll be like, well, they weren't here, so why don't we throw it on them? I do this shit to many of people. I do this to Jordan now. Damn it. Why am I stuck doing executive committee bullshit? Ain't like I'm sticking around this joint for much longer. What's the point? So about the open house, Ash? Yeah. Guess we have to put something together for it. Uh-huh. Do you have any ideas? What if we gave people a quiet space to read and served them tea and snacks? Maybe. What do you think? I want to hear your opinion. Yep. Oh god, he's not listening at all, is he? Sure. You and Kurt seem to be getting along awfully well. It almost reminds me of one of Dorothy's books. Guess so. Oh shit, he really isn't listening. I trapped him in a yaoi conversation. Wake up! Where's the fire? Damn. Sorry, I just knew you weren't listening when you agreed to have sex with a man. Anyway, you looked like you were deep in thought and I was starting to worry. If you need someone to talk to, I'm always here to listen. I know I probably can't do all that much for you, but still. You always help me so much. This time, I want to be the one who helps you. What am I even doing? This isn't like me. What are you? No use getting so worked up about dumb bullshit. If this is the last thing I do here, I might as well make it count. You know, I think I'm gonna go all out. What do you mean? I mean the open house. I'm on the executive committee for it. You're helping to run the event? I didn't know that. Didn't exactly volunteer for it. Let's just say it fell into my lap. Is that what's been bothering you? Sure, I guess you could say that. Something along those lines. Ash on the executive committee, huh? The more I think about it, though. I'd say that role's perfect for you. You're gonna do great. I'll be rooting for you the whole time. It's just grunt work, nothing to get that excited about. I'll get it taken care of. More importantly, we need to figure out what we're doing as the literature club. The way I see it, we can't half-ass this thing. Unless we go all out, all the other clubs are gonna make us look bad. That's true. What do you think we should do? That's the million-mirror question, ain't it? What if, we offer a recommendation service? People can come in and we'll suggest books based on their mood and tastes. We can use the library. That's a good idea. Sounds like the perfect thing for a group like ours. But we can't stop there and call it good. It'd be lame if that's all we had. I think we should set aside time for a live reading. That's a wonderful idea. But who's gonna do the reading? And what are they gonna read? What do you mean who's gonna read? You! Who else is there in the club? Me! I can't read in front of strangers. At least come up with me. Afterward, Ash, together with his fellow committee members, Leonora and Stark, spent the ensuing days toiling away at the open house. Oh yeah, if each class chose, the other classes would pick some guys too. Eager to make the most of his limited time, he poured every ounce of his energy into making the event a big success. With his help, many of the school's clubs were able to prepare in time despite the short deadline they faced. After a long week of preparations, it was at last time for the open house to commence. That morning, public lecture, Zemurian history. And just like that, a revolution took place in Calvard that led to a massive transformation of its political system. In order to forge a better ongoing relationships with our neighboring nation, it's important to understand the democratic ideals that form the backdrop of... It's the real Ashen Chevalier. He's much more serious than I expected. How dashing. So jealous of the students here. He's ridiculously popular. Kind of feels like more people are here to see Instructor Reen than they are the class. That Kurt fellow is handsome. So glad I got to see him today. You're in no position to talk, Kurt. Public lecture in art culture. A lecture on the arts of the military academy? Huh, the idea is all well and good, but I've little doubt it's not but frivolity. Come on, don't be like that. It's people well educated in the fine arts, it's our duty to warmly watch over them. Oh, mama. General Aurelia, what's the Golden Rakshasa doing in art class? I'd heard she was the principal, but I didn't think she'd teach class directly. Let the lecture begin. First, to be clear, social standing and qualifications mean nothing when it comes to art. While some pieces require some measure of knowledge to understand them, all interpretation is up to the person experiencing the art. I'm going to assume that everyone present understands that extremely basic concept. Let's check out another class. Now, today's classes are open to the public. I'd love for some of our esteemed guests to speak about the arts. Their penis is shriveled up. Principal Le Guin is not to be messed with. I feel for them, but they did this to themselves. She just turned an art class into aura. Public lecture on Panzer Soldat training. Man, a mock battle between students? Talk about a letdown. I was hoping I'd get to see the Golden Rakshasa and the Ashen Chevalier duke it out. No kidding. It's gonna be a waste of everyone's time. I gotta level with you, man. I was hoping I'd get to put Schwarzer's new plaything through its paces. You should have known better then. There's no way we can show something like that to the public. Yeah, I guess. Well, seeing as we got an audience, might as well put on a good show. Yeah, these guys are more than capable. Ready, set, fight! What the? These kids got skills. Serious skills. I'd swear they were enlisted soldiers. No kidding. I'd recruit them into our unit if I could. The heck kind of training are they getting here? Class is finally over. I'm dead tired. It's hard to ignore all the eyes on you. Don't rest for too long. Our main jobs remain undone. Especially yours, Ash. And whose fault is that? I did my damnedest to help out. So you all better not waste my hard work. Roger that. Better get our respective clubs. You'll be checking in on each of them, right? Yeah, just make sure no shit suddenly hits the fan. It's annoying as hell, but I'm already on board, so... Yeah, we get it. You're too cool for school, literally. Now we're rooting for you, so go kick some open house butt. Just focus on your own club stuff, Wild Philly. You can stand to be a little more honest. Then he wouldn't be our Ash, would he? Alright, I guess I should get going. This is really it, the end. No regrets, right? Let's go see what club activities are going on.
First things first, walking around a whole lot. Can't believe how much I've gotten used to this big-ass building.
Let's see. Oh man, there's a bunch of like little book things down there.
Huh? Who put that box out?
When did this come together? Not crazy about the fact I'm on the organization committee and didn't know about it. Please vote for the one you support. A ballot box. Did Leonora or Stark set it up? So I want to decide which club had the best showing. I'll take a look later. Alright, here's the library. I can see Monk very far away in the back. Ah, Ash, thanks for keeping tabs on all the clubs. I was just worried about whether or not you could handle things alone. But it looks like you're doing fine. Yeah, I was nervous talking to the guys, but I'm managing. And I get to chat with the female guests about all kinds of books. Even managed to turn a few new people onto Dorothy's novel. Cool, whatever floats your love boat. She's like, I got multiple people to buy Yowie. Plus, the book recommendation corner is surprisingly popular. The books here are all property of the school, so I can't loan them out, but Becky made sure that if there are any books people like, they can buy them immediately. I'm really grateful for her hard work. Bet she was pleased as punch that she could profit off the open house. Well, either way, it looks like things are fine. Yep. I know you'll do great with your job as committee member. I'll be your personal little cheering squad. Man, just worry about yourself. Still have your live reading to do. Oh yeah, better go to the club room to prepare. When the time comes, I'll be waiting there. Got it. Imperial Railways, the media, Rhineford Group past to present. Panzer Soldat, Almanac, Modern Sports, Crossbelt Province Travel Brochure, Understanding Board Games, Legends and Folklore, The Northern War, The 100 Days War, The Great Collapse, The Church, Septium, Artifacts. You believe there are people who don't realize the series is explicitly progressive? Really, the concept of, like, you know, people getting flummoxed by progressive things being in the media that they like is that they only really think about, like, issues that they're currently mad about at any given time. So typically you don't end up seeing them immediately. So if you stick on more general things they're not paying attention to, this kind of thing occurs. That's why they don't really, you know, notice anything and say, for example, like a Metal Gear game. But if they watch the new Buzz Lightyear movie and there's a gay couple in it, they'll, like, explode, you know? It's that kind of thing. These types of things are in media all the time, but, you know, people tend to just not, like, they're not cognizant of it, and then they act as if it's, you know, something's hitting now, when it's just, it's always been there. I guess we go to one of the other buildings. Yeah. And in the end, you could be entirely opposite belief system of the media that you're consuming. Like transphobic Kingdom Hearts fans, or people that read One Piece but feel like we should fund cops. Like, you can get any type of flavor, you know. Yo, the band is killing it. Oh, the homophobic green guy. What's funny is he's technically, when I read his thing, isn't actually homophobic. He's just like, it's against God. And he's like, it's all good. Just letting you know you're not going to heaven, though. I'm like, I mean, I've seen worse. A performance that'll dare flinger in your hearts forever. I'm just going to assume they actually got permission to perform here. Still not bad. It's cool that they, like, pop out part of the train so that they can make it like a stage. You've been our little trio's biggest audience yet. Thanks for sharing your energy with us and helping us put a best show ever. We're rocking the house! But the fun isn't over yet. Next song will be our last. Let's get wild. Someone described this series as racist and sexist, and I was flummoxed. Yeah, you tend to have to block out white noise. When someone says something so unbelievably incorrect, you kind of just like have to not even like pay it much mind. It only becomes a problem when it's a larger voice saying something that you disagree with, because then it tends to influence things around you. That's why it's always good to like get your truth out in as least abrasive way as possible, because it keeps, you know, it's the best way to get people to maybe engage with a thing a little bit more. The crowd was raving. Suppose I can spare a crumb of validation for those dorks today. Let's go back to the field. Ah, okay. The tennis club. Don't screw up, Yuna. Your entire family's watching you play. An exhibition match and a tennis lesson. The tennis club is holding public exhibition matches. Tennis is a fun sport and a fine way to stay fit and healthy. Though, who would like to sign up for a demonstration? Come see me. Looks like they've attracted a good crowd. Even the Wild Phillies family came to spectate. Fine is underselling it. These chicks are downright smoking. Just look at them running around, showing some leg. We had to sign up for a little demonstration. Sounds like a good way to get hands-on time, if you know what I mean. And we got a couple creepers on our hands. Any other day I'd kick their ass and be done with it, but I gotta take a more delicate approach here. Hey there, you two. That uniform. You must be a student. Shit, don't tell me you overheard us. What's your problem, chum? We ain't done nothing wrong. Relax, I'm not here to start beef. I mean, come on. Do I look like some preppy hall monitor snitch? Give me a break. You got a point. You don't exactly look like an honor student. If anything, you look like a bad influence. Takes one to know one, jackass. Look, I get it, okay? That's why I came to give you a warning as a matter of courtesy. A warning about what? Take a look around. You didn't forget where we are, did you? The Thor's Military Academy branch campus. Duh, but who cares? We're only here to kill time and watch eye candy. Let the first part sink in. You're at a military academy? Those aren't ordinary schoolgirls, my dudes. They're training to be professional soldiers, the war kind. If push comes to sexual harassment, they can make a weapon out of damn near anything within reach. You saw him smacking that ball. That thing flew like a bullet. Now imagine you got on their bad side and one of them went slice serve on you with their racket. How do you think that'd pan out? Look, I don't know, man. Your skull's gonna get smashed. That's what. And it won't be a tiny fracture either. I'm talking cranial crushing. Dust. That'll be the least of your troubles, I can tell you that right now. How's it get any worse than that? A lot of rich girls here from families with ties to people you really don't want to get on the bad side of. Word gets out that their dear daughters are in trouble. There'll be hell to pay. The kind of hell I'd really rather not think about. Take it from me, it sucks being here. It's suffocating. Got eyes on you wherever you go. A guy can't catch a break. I mean, if you fellas want to try your luck, be my guest. You're way braver than me. I'll be rooting for you. At a distance. Quietly. If you're lucky, you might walk away with a few bones intact. Might be worth a shot. Only one way to find out. You know, I think we're good. Ain't like we're that desperate for action, right, dude? Yeah, I think we should go. Took him long enough. What a complete waste of time. Maybe I should have just pulled them aside and beaten the crap out of them. Have I gotten soft? Nah, it's more interesting to describe how much these women would atomize them from orbit. Really nice that someone in chat brought up people saying that this series is like hyper sexist, and then we got the scene of the rapey guys, and then immediately got this follow up. This is what we call cinema, poetry in motion. Three additional orders of acerbic tomato omelet rice. Got it, coming right up. Smooth mashed potatoes on deck, running. Honestly, people that I imagine would say that this series is sexist are the type of people that still are really mad about Xenoblade Chronicles 2. It's one of those where they're like anime ew and boobies, and then they get like really mad about it, you know? It's less of a conversation, more of a it ends at the start type of situation, rather than like examining the characters and how they're treated and that kind of thing. Apparently Silent Hill F is getting nearly perfect scores. What I heard about Silent Hill F is that a site hired someone to do a review for it and didn't explain to them what an embargo is. And so their logic and their understanding of what an embargo is that you can't spoil the game, and you can't say all what you say in it. So that person went onto the Silent Hill subreddit and said, I'm giving it a 9.5 and I like all this stuff. And they're like, but you can't break the embargo. And it's like, well, this is what it said for it, and I'm gonna say all that in the review, but I can tell you it's a fantastic game and a 9.5. It's like, that's not what that means. Oh no. Your bosses didn't even explain it to you. Man, that's rough. That's real rough. It's not even their fault. They broke like every angle of embargo, but that's on their fucking bosses for contracting and not properly communicating these things. They spoiled the reveal in the post. I didn't read it. I just saw what was going on with it on the timeline. Very unfortunate. Let's see. Funny person I saw recently accused Sky remake of being sexist whilst assuming Joshua was the protagonist. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. That's why you gotta reserve a lot of judgments until you like engage with the work honestly and not from like the bare minimum. It's stimulatingly aromatic, rich on the palate, refined aftertaste. This is the flavor I've sought for so many years. Pleased to hear you say so. That means it was worth hiking up these mountains for ingredients. I'm impressed. Must contact my foodie friend. Looks like they got some cuckoo customers too. His food seems like a hit, so I guess it's fine. Oh my god, hi Mint, hi. That was a lot of food. So many other items on the menu I want to try out. On Xenoblade 2, I hate how often Dolly gets brought up as an example of bad designs in that game when she has one of the most coherent, simple, direct, has an idea, follows through design. Yeah, it's because her boobs look unbelievably ridiculous, but overall, it's like most discussion that when you can tell it's someone who hasn't played it and is mostly just talking about the design stuff, you're not really going to get much out of it. It's more of a why waste the breath type of thing. There's still plenty of people to discuss the finer points of those designs, and ultimately, the big takeaway we have to have here is Mythra with tights is so unbelievably hot. Anyway, let's go in here. Xenoblade 2 promotes unreasonable designs. The idea that a Welsh person can be nice, this is also true. Those are great places to start, but there's no better teaching than hands-on experience. That makes sense, but I'm not much of a swimmer, so I'm scared. No need to worry, we have kickboards for those that require them. Feel free to borrow one if you feel the need. Just look at her, have you ever seen anything so cute? And she's so short, it's like she's a living doll. Aren't you sweet? What are you doing lending a hand out here? You might think, you think she might be his little sister? And what if she is? Maybe she's here to help her brother. As a Fate Go fan, it's so funny when someone who doesn't know says all Takeuchi designs are bad and then they play the game and never have this. Yeah, it's always like, it's always perception on the very limited amount of things that you see. But everyone can have that. I can have that for plenty of things. It just comes down to how often are you gonna only do that and not dig a little deeper. The key to muscle training is balancing your load carefully. Whoa. Wayne knows about balancing some loads, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm... Plus Tua. Instead, you must increase the load gradually once you find a suitable routine. You boys can one day have glorious muscles like mine. What do you think of these guns? Pretty cool, right? You're looking at my pride and joy. It was so funny when I found Choco, the artist for Praxis and Theory in Xenoblade 2, was contributing to design to Fate Go a few years back. That's neat. Never underestimate the splendor of muscles. Muscles combine power and beauty into a singular, sublime form. When push comes to shove, you can only count on yourself. And when shove comes to heave, only your muscles will have your back. Who knows what the future might have in store? Build muscles now and worry later. What's your question? Do muscles make you popular with girls? Well, you see. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Me too. They say women are attracted to confidence. And what better way to build confidence than with a body of steel? In theory, anyway. The most skinny fat guy you've ever seen. Check out these guns, dude. This is true. This is true. Wow. I gotta say, with the context that you have to handle every Council episode, I just start the recent episode where they just start moaning immediately, and I go, that must have been great to just click into immediately. I'm just like, man, Danny's giving it away in the first minute. What a way to start for you. Poor Wayne, but whatever. He'll live. He's a chopped chud. Unfortunate. Ah, the tea ceremony club. Looks like they're running a tea room and a hands-on event. Hold on. What the hell's a skirt-chasing cameraman doing here? Oh, hey, what's up, dude? How's the open house? Enjoying it. Buddy, I'm running it. You didn't answer my question. What's got you excited? We had a guest who wanted photos of the hands-on portion to keep as a souvenir. As it happened, Rex was here in the room and kindly volunteered. Ever since then, he's stuck around as our go-to photographer. It's a lovely little arrangement. Yeah, it turns out a lot of people want to pose with the club members in their fancy kimonos. Not that I'm complaining. I get to snap tons of pictures of not just Muse and Maya, but whatever other hotties drop by. Interestingly enough, it's the girls who ask for my services more than the guys. Kyrie over there is the most popular request. Real talk, I'm more than a little jealous of the guy. They keep fawning over how cute he looks and everything. Why can't that be me? Speak for yourself. I have mixed feelings about being called cute day in and day out. Wayne says muscles will attract girls while his sister is in love with the skinniest guy on the branch campus. Meanwhile, this dude's winning out easy. Real men of Ereboni offer nothing less than perfect hospitality to their guests. If being cute is what it takes, so be it. Good job, dude. Alright, let's see how the chess club's doing. Okay, so what was the chess club's deal? An amateur chess tournament with open registration. Checkmate. So much for getting my revenge. Here I thought I was doing well, until I wasn't. You're tough as ever, Kurt. Don't sell yourself short. Your extremely aggressive play during the midpoint was genuinely harrowing to confront. If Machias hadn't tutored me recently, I don't know if I would have escaped that. Looks like our man is on a roll, attaboy. And that's checkmate. Oh. I've been in the chess club for a year and this is the best I can do. Don't feel bad. I'm honestly shocked how much you've improved in such a short span. I didn't think you would put up remotely this much of a fight, and yet you did. It's like night and day compared to when we previously played. Really? Kurt said the same thing, but I thought he was just being nice. Well, in that case, maybe after this tournament's over, you and I could play some more together? Sure, I guess, but only a little. This is the best day of my life. Looks like Sydney's got some game after all. Gotta admit, he's pretty capable as long as he doesn't get ahead of himself. Well, everything looks good here. Well, I've checked everything. You can tell because we're in a black screen. Guess I should head back to the literature club room. Oh yeah, we're not too far away. It's like right here. Nyom. I guess what Principal Le Guin said is true. We sure have a lot of prospective students visiting the school today. Yeah, Kurt's got a small frame, so it makes more sense for him to use dual blades. And even if he, felt a little bad about it at first, the ancient Vanders kind of ran with the dual sword thing, so there's not much to feel bad about. I'm glad to see lots of new students will be joining us next year. This should be fun. Yeah, next year. With any luck, that should mean we'll get new people to join the literature club. Wouldn't that be great? That'd be pretty nice, I guess. Only concern is whether I'll be a good role model. If anyone's got a good handle on that kind of crap, it's you. I think you'll have the new members looking up to you and coming to you for help in no time. With all these new faces keeping you busy, won't have to worry about putting up with me any longer. You mean any longer? It's almost time for the live reading. Let's grab our books and make our way to the library. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. And that is how I got my shrunken head. He's reading Goosebumps. Thankfully, this is a fantasy world, so they think big frame means big sword, and small frame means smaller swords or dual wielding. So really, that's really all they do. And slender people tend to use spears or naginatas or something. Well, I'm a member of this club. If I didn't participate, Schwarzer would never let me hear the end of it. I don't think that's true. You have your job as committee member. So, about what you said before the reading? Whoop, time to get back to doing the rounds. Don't worry about our club. Catch you later. Collect my naginatas. Oh. The open house is almost over. Finally, guess I'll do another round inside the school. Oh, there he is. I see they've been keeping you busy. You can say that again. What are you guys gathered around for? You playing hooky? I didn't take you for the slackers who like hoisting stuff onto other fools. It looks like all of Class 70's here now, though. Weird how it all worked out. You telling me you guys didn't plan this? Y'all just happened to end up in the same spot? More or less, we each went on our breaks and searched for a place to relax. Before we knew it, we found ourselves here. Yeah, what he said. We weren't coordinating, it just worked out. Well, unlike the rest of you, I'm still on duty. Be that as it may, I'd say it's a testament to the bonds we forged. I think it's wonderful. Now spit it. What are you guys talking about? Airing your grievances with Schwarzer or something? That's the first thing that popped in your head? And there he goes again, as bashful as ever. Unlike me, I'm simply dying to tell you about how much I adore our beloved instructor. You're on the polar opposite side of the spectrum. You're too open with your feelings. Always the handful. Like you're any better, bunny. I realize I'm not one to talk, but in hindsight, Instructor Reen sure assembled a class of rather colorful characters. That's an understatement. So you say, but I don't get the impression you've troubled Instructor Reen all that much. What do you expect? He's a model student. Of course he doesn't go out of his way to make life hell for Schwarzer. You say that like it's somehow out of the ordinary. Still, I wouldn't say it's entirely true. I had my family stuff to work out through at the start. It's even a little impudent. It was only later I started making a point of not causing problems. So you started to sympathize with the guy. I don't know, I could see that. After all, like Instructor Reen, Kurt definitely has his fans among the girls. Seems like quite a number of girls visiting the campus today have something of a soft spot for him. Meaning we have another womanizer in the making on our hands. That's a bit of a stretch, I think. If anything, I see him as an example of what not to do, rather than someone to emulate. He's lucky he's not here to hear all of this. Poor sap can't catch a break. That aside, I think it's kind of great how the new Class 7 is just the 5 of us. We each have our strong points and weak points. Keeps things interesting. It allows us to come together and compensate when someone struggles. I suppose we do strike something of a balance when you think about it. I think it's thanks to our small group that we've been able to grow and overcome so much. If even one of us was missing, I doubt we would have come nearly as far. Maybe not. I doubt losing one or two of us would have made much of a difference. There he goes again. What else is new? I believe Ash is what they call a tough nut to crack. That, yeah, think what you like. Whatever, I'm gonna get back to patrol. Peace. Ash, wait. Jokes aside, try not to stretch yourself too thin. Don't think you always have to shoulder a responsibility by yourself. You're never truly alone. Thanks, but you've got nothing to worry about. Any corners I can cut with this crap are getting cut. Anyway, I'm off for real. Unfortunately, they removed Altina calling him a tsundere here. It is true, he is a little bit of a tsun. Patrol around the campus. Sure. That's not a door. This is a door. My bad. I'm having a stroke. Oh, hey, it's Reen. Hey, Ash. Doing your committee member rounds? What do you think, smartass? So how's it going? Sounds like literature club's doing well. Yeah, I left that to Tatiana. And yet I saw you participating in the reading. You weren't too shabby either. You were watching? I happened to be passing by, so I took a peek. Ain't anyone ever told you that nobody likes a peeping Tom? My bad, couldn't help but be curious how my students were doing. Whatever you say. But I guess you're always like that, prone to sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. He works at the school. I figured, since I hadn't seen you anywhere. Not that I'm complaining. Thanks to you, I had an easy time of it. Well, as an instructor here, I've been trying not to get too involved. Says the guy who'd probably write a formal letter apologizing for jaywalking. But I guess there are people out there who appreciate it. Ash, I just don't want to owe you anything. Ash, I'm gonna keep sticking my nose into people's business. That's just how I am. And that goes for yours too. If anything comes up, let me know. I'll come running. I'm your homeroom teacher. See me after class. I told you that part of you is annoying. I will arcane gale your problems, Ash. What's up, Michael? Car buy. Did something happen? Nah, just here for regular report. The open house is proceeding as planned. All the clubs are doing good. Good work. You seem busy. Yeah, end of the year paperwork on top of issues regarding the open house. Not to mention dealing with my successor. You're quitting the branch campus? I am. RMP's understaffed. To be honest, they asked me to come back right after the war ended, but I managed to get them to hold off till the end of the year. Current plans for Instructor Herschel to take my place. We're bringing in a new instructor to fill the role she's vacating, so you kids don't have to worry about it. I ain't worried. Good. You should be. It's my sister. I suppose I'm the one worried about the branch campus on my way out. But now that I think about it, that was all for naught. You kids have all grown tremendously in the last year. Look at you. You're my #1 problem child when you got here. Now, you're someone people can rely on. I'm not some model student. I think you're spot on with your first assessment. Regardless of what you think of yourself, it's the fact that people around you trust and depend on you. Hope you see this committee job through to the end. Yeah, don't have to tell me twice. Let's see. Left side. I like how this section is just the talk to the faculty section. Doing the rounds? Yep. You checking on the equipment? Mm-hmm. More importantly, I'm so sorry I can't help much with keeping things running. I've been busy handling the VIPs today. No point in apologizing to me. Plus, the whole open house thing about making students do the work. Yeah, I guess you're right. Honestly, it brings me back to when I was a student. Our school festival is quite the event. Heard a little bit about that from Crow. He apparently has some recorded footage of it. And you don't need to see it. Fucking Crow, I'm gonna fucking shoot him. Oh, now I really have to get him to show me this shit. I forbid you as an instructor to see me wearing so little. By the way, when I was second year, I was the student council president. I heard, pretty easy to imagine. It was honestly really tough. Everyone in the council helped, and so did Reen, so I managed to hang on till the very end. He was always accepting our requests. Even outside of that, he was constantly helping those in need. He was doing a bunch of extra side quests he never needed to do. Anyway, it was a hard job that put a lot of responsibility on my shoulders, but it was fun and worth doing. Anyway, sorry to keep you here. We both better get back to work. You got this. Take care. The willpower to not make that an outfit for this game in the corridor. Yeah, instead they put it all on Elisa with that Vofan outfit. Jesus. Someone is looking comfy. Trying to get out of doing your job during the open house. What? Never seen someone on break before? Sheesh. Not like there's much for us instructors to do in the afternoon anyway. The other three are workaholics. They'd practically got everything covered. So why not put my feet up and take it easy? In other words, slacking off. Wait, don't tell me you're getting sentimental all of a sudden. I guess you could say that. I hate to bail like this. Really did hope to see you kids through to your graduation. Never took you for the sappy type. What's the big deal? You're just going back to your old Crossbell stomping grounds. Ain't the end of the damn world. If anything, I'm glad to see you go. Means one less adult to get on my ass about something stupid. For all the growing you've done, that mouth of yours still could use some work, punk. Also, they're gonna, like, replace me, so what do you mean, like, less? Don't get me wrong, it sucks to go, but I'm not worried about things going south without me around to help steer the ship. You kids are plenty capable, not to mention you still got Reen and Toei. Couldn't be in better hands. You say so. But he's not wrong. I don't think the others will have any trouble with those two still around. You know something, Ash? Realized it a while back. You and I, we're not all that different from each other. Alright, who are you and what have you done with Randy? I'm serious, man. We both have, let's say, colorful paths, and we both tend to put on a brave face and not look bothered over anything. We also tend to be laid back and shoulder things on our own. See where I'm going? See where I'm going? Yeah. Ain't all that bad. We've had rough starts. Now we got places where we belong, surrounded by people who respect and accept us. Guess what I'm trying to say is, it wouldn't kill you to lean on some people every now and then. You're jumping at shadows. It's not like I'm trying to be Mr. Loner. You don't have to remind me of that mushy crap. Sure. Consider a little reminder. Ash, we share like a trope and archetype in media, alright? It's just what we be doing. I imagine if I go to any other spot, it'll just... Yeah, there we go. Almost time to wrap up. I should probably cast my vote. Oh, yeah. In the voting box. Which club had the best event? It'd be lame to vote for my own club, so... I'll pick the Modern Music Club. With that, the afternoon portion of the branch campus open house came to a close. The visitors departed the school grounds in good spirits, satisfied with the festivities. As soon as they were gone, Principal Le Guin summoned all the students and faculty onto the field for another assembly. I'm pleased to announce that both the morning lectures and afternoon club activities were both very warmly received. Suffice to say, Open House proved to be an excellent showcase to the general public of how far we've come in a short span of time. Couldn't ask for a better conclusion to an eventful first year on this campus with all of you. Such success as this is only made possible thanks to the hard work and effort put in by everyone involved. Impressively, despite the many hours you all put in, not a single one of you looks exhausted now that it's behind you. If anything, I see excitement and anticipation for the future. That having been said, it's now time for today's main event. What? Main event? Club voting? It'd be pretty lame if that was the main event. We will now announce the results of the first Student Council presidential election for the branch campus. What the fuck are you talking about? Hi, it's me, Mint, everybody's favorite engineer. I'll be your MC for this segment. Fucking of course. While Instructor Tello's over there tabulating everyone's votes, let's give our candidates one last introduction. First up, Military Finance. It's the branch campus highly capable social butterfly. You know him better as Stark. Yeah, that's right. Lock it up. Next, from Class A Combat Tactics. It's your sister figure. It's Leonora. She's like, yeah, my hair's green. And finally, it is the campus punk with a heart of gold that everyone trusts. It's Ash. He's like, what the fuck? Am I Ron Paul? What's happening? It goes without saying that this inaugural student council election is a very special occasion. As you all know, these 3 students were nominated by their classes. And when all said and done, one of them. Schwarzer, what the fuck is going on? What's there to explain? The ones who serve on the open house executive committee get to run for president. Your efforts running things and helping the clubs get ready were essentially a campaign to show everyone what you're capable of. You gotta be shitting me. Muse, I thought I told you to give him a rundown last week. Instructor, you see how he's reacting. If I told him he'd be up for election ahead of time, he would have quit. We have now successfully tricked him into trying way too hard. Look, what Muse did might have been a little mean and evil, like she always is. We all did come together and choose to nominate you. Are your heads on straight? If anyone's suited for this, it's Phony Locks over there, not me. Or you could have picked Mr. Hotshot Honor Student. Wild Philly would have been better. Really, just about anyone. He could have been a bit more discreet, but I don't disagree. I am neither suited nor interested in being president. Well, in my case, my hands are full with the duchy. Besides, you know me, I prefer scheming in the shadows, less scrutiny. And not a Regival, shame to be found. As for me, I'm busy following the footsteps of the Vanderschool. I can't be doing this shit. And, I don't know how to read. That's fair. Taking all that into account, we were led to a realization. Our best candidate is you. It wasn't simply a process of elimination. We nominated you for your ability to get things done and to support others. Except at Ash, at this point, it's too late to change. I'll admit, I would have perhaps preferred you to properly volunteer instead of everyone tricking you. But be that as it may, So it's not a big deal. Maybe you won't even win. This isn't funny, guys. They ain't something you... Look, there's Toa. That must mean the votes are in. I'll leave the rest to you. Yeah, we're Reverie, yeah. And now the moment you've all been waiting for, the final results are in. Let's see. Wait a sec. Unfortunately, it looks like one person's vote has to be invalidated. It went to the Modern Music Club. It says, I was sufficiently rocked. Hard to disagree there. Unfortunately, that's not what we're voting on at all. Also, my chat tends to always move slow. I don't think anyone needs to at me. Pretty much ever. Don't worry. I'm never gonna miss a message. In third place, with 4 votes, Leonora. Take what you can get. I guess I'm the Jill Stein of this election. In second place, with 5 votes, Stark. To be honest, I'd be lying if I said I'm not a little disappointed. I was all ready to take up the mantle. It's hard to complain coming in second. If those two came in second and third, then that means we fucked them. In first place, with 10 votes, twice as many as second place. The Thor Branch Campus' first ever elected student council president is none other than Ash. Good for you, Ash. There's nobody more perfect. I always knew you'd win. Are you shitting me? Long day factory achieved.
Student council president?
Laugh of the century, right?
You're not gonna really do it, are you? You just don't know when to give up, Ash Carbide. It's truly pathetic.
You think I don't know I'm unfit for it?
How couldn't you? You're so weak, you can't even beat me. How the hell do you expect to set a good example for anyone?
I said I know.
You'll never stand shoulder to shoulder with anyone. Never as a friend, as a confidant, or as a leader. You can put money on that. Whoever voted for you must be out of their damn minds. It's beyond laughable, isn't it? Come on, Ash. Let's hear you laugh at this farce. At the biggest joke of all. Yourself.
Shut up! Shut the hell up!
There you are, Schwarz. It took you long enough. Hello. I need you to see me after class. Why'd you call me up here? I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be the one that brings you to these things. What's up? Got something I need to tell you. You might want to make it quick. The others are going to be starting the after party soon. Things can't kick off without the man of the hour. Better call it a farewell party when all's said and done. I'll cut to the chase. I'm resigning from Thor's. Is that it? What? How the hell did you know? Give me a little credit. It's my job to stay on top of my students and their thoughts. You read me like a book. Let me ask you this. Does this have anything to do with what happened to you shooting the emperor of our country? He's doing fine. They even got the bullet fragments out of his heart. And he forgave you. You don't think I get that? Just because he's forgiven me doesn't mean that I can. And so your solution is to leave? Yeah, that's right. That's all I had to tell you. Ash, wait. I respect your feelings, but I want you to stay with us. What's the DU? I thought about playing the good instructor and listing off a bunch of rational reasons, but I can tell you've thought it through and feel sincerely about it. I won't try to reason with you. I'm going to speak from the heart. I want you to stay put. It's not because you're one of my students and I'd hate to see you go. I consider you a friend, a partner who's gone through a whole lot with me. Just once, can you not turn this into a corny-ass speech? You'll live. Think of the rest of the Class 7. I think they'd be pretty sad if they couldn't graduate with you. Yeah, right, unlike what happened with your gen, I'm the only one dropping out here. Nobody's gonna miss some good-for-nothing jerk. You don't really believe that, right? Open your eyes, take a good look around. You believe nobody here appreciates you. He's right. Dude, you got votes. Like, people clearly like you. We got the gist of things, I have to say. It's about what I expected. Everyone's worried. You've been acting off. So you guys were on to me the entire time. Great. 10 people like you. That's a lot. Oh, great. You too. Are you gonna drop out? I think so. Look at the bright side. Now you'll be able to read in peace without my dumbass scaring you. But I won't. I did find you intimidating and really scary, but you're razor focused when you read books. You even recommend ones for me to check out. Whenever I have a problem, even if it's silly, you always go out of your way to help me. Most days we both read in silence, but over time, having you there has made the club cozy. The silence won't be the same without you. I'm so glad we're in the same club together. And I'd rather it stay that way. Honestly, what she says goes for all of us. I get that you put a ton of thought into this. I get it. No one's denying that. But we're just determined to make a graduation together. We'll do whatever it takes to make that happen. Indeed, you're being rather narrow-minded. Really should reconsider. Not to mention, I did lose to you in today's scrimmage when you caught me by surprise. I would be haunted to the grave if you ran off before I could kill you. Don't forget me, I would hate to see you go as well. Then I'd be the only one tormenting our dear instructor on a regular basis, and I'd be so lonely without an accomplice. I want to kill myself. I wouldn't be particularly upset if you left. Allie, this is not the time. However, it would be sad if I was unable to graduate with you. That much I could say for certain. Damn it, guys. It's not just Class 7 either. You're appreciated by everyone on the campus. Today's election results are a testament. We're not 10 people. We're like 5. So, like, clearly people like you. Oh, it's you guys. You're still here? Not for long. We're about to head out. Aye, we'll be coming to the shindig tonight, too, you know. We got something special for you to celebrate your victory. Not you guys, too. Their timing couldn't be more impeccable, I'll say. Whatever, I don't care what you say. I'm still... give it a rest, will you? She's like, you're gonna stay in this score. I'm gonna break your legs. I didn't realize you were still here. There's something I forgot to mention, but before I get to that. Ash Carbide, you don't truly think you can leave this academy so easily with so much unfinished business? I really wish her line was, you really think you can escape me? This branch campus hasn't seen a single student leave our ranks to date. Not even the war could shatter our perfect record. As principal, I'm not about to permit our first desertion in such a shameful manner. Are you for real? Boy, she's really putting the screws in, man. I can see her point. Given the circumstances, of course, she wouldn't be all that inclined to accept it. If you really insist, I shall let you go, but only if you agree to fulfill one last assignment as your condition for graduating. What kind of assignment? You must demonstrate the fruits of your education at this prestigious branch campus as one of its students. Something tangible. Thor's is an institution with deep ties to the Imperial family. You must shoulder its legacy without shying away from it. Surely you owe that much to His Majesty after you shot him. Hard to argue against that. Agreed, that sounds like a very reasonable thing to ask in return. Not to mention, I believe today's election offers you something of a unique opportunity, one you'd be foolish to pass up. Damn it. What makes you think you can boss me around? You have no idea what I'm thinking. Well, Ash, I hate to say it, but you brought all of this upon yourself. Now you gonna turn tail and run from those thoughts, or you gonna confront them head on? You guys are playing real dirty, you know that? You're even playing the title screen music from the Cold Steel 3. You gotta chill out, dude. How the hell am I supposed to run off in peace now? Does that mean... Let me make one thing clear. I ain't staying because you guys cried. I did it because our principal fucking scares me. I accept your dumb assignment. Meanwhile, till it's time to graduate, you better believe I'm going to be putting you all to work. Now there's the Ash I know. Ash, can't you admit how you really feel for once? Frankly, at this point, I'd be shocked if he did. Agreed. At any rate, this coming year's shaping up to be a rather fun one. I can't wait for it to begin. Oh yes, Carbide, about that other thing I forgot to mention earlier. The Student Council President is permitted to select who gets to fill the other roles. No election necessary. The immediate flip. He's like, okay, now I'm interested in how this goes. Well, it sounds like the branch campus student council is now officially underway. I've never seen a student council where it's like, and now revenge will be my cabinet. Really. I just want to help however I can. She's the best person for the job. She's already in charge of the branch campus accounting. Oh, that's right. I have to get ready for the after party. So I'm just gonna leave. You're not leaving at all. It seems we had nothing to worry about. Man, all we had to do is tell him that he can ruin other people's lives for this to be way easier.
So, you didn't run away.
Yeah. No matter how lame I may look, I decided to stay the course.
You already noticed, right? That curse of yours vanished a long time ago.
I know. You're nothing more than the manifestation of my own guilt.
Finally put two and two together. Guess it's time I was on my way then.
No. That's not how this works. You're not going anywhere. Probably not ever. But I'm gonna keep moving forward. Even if it means crawling on all fours.
Like a dog?
So you just sit there and watch.
Okay.
You sound pretty dead set. Fine by me. Make sure I get a real good look then at the future you've resolved to create through blood-stained hands.
Two days later. Thor's branch campus first student council. Treasurer Tatiana, Secretary Stark, Supervisor Leonora, Vice President Muse, President Ash. I like how you can actually read their names on it too. Not the part on the left, but they did put cursive for those. Verified by Principal Aurelia Le Guin. Thor's open house not only got to be the... whoa! Man, I wish I did this earlier. True Rage, that's crazy. That was not only like an Ash one, but that was like a final daydream for like the entire student faculty. Let me check this fucking Rage here real quick. Hold on. Wish I had this for that last boss. And then people are like, KZ, you did not have a problem with that last fight. This is post-game stuff, yeah. True Rage. Let's see. Evasion 15. Okay, all it does is just add 50. It's not bad amazing. Hey, nobody really needs a therapist if they can work things out with people. People tend to need therapy because there's no one to lean on. Trails has nothing but a surplus of people to lean on. Alright, next up, look on the bright side. I could have one harder. But that boss mostly didn't get a chance to hit me. Rage mostly works for the dodge and hitting. March 1207. With Crossbell liberated and vows made between Olivier and Shara, things were finally starting to slow their roll. There was no better time to take a well-deserved family vacay, so we did just that, a very special destination in mind. Ah, they went to Ymir.
Just get that crisp, cool Ymir air in your lungs. And now that we're all checked in, it's time to go do some tourism.
All right. I feel like you've been drooling over the sights since we took the cable car in.
Oh, Estelle, when are you going to start acting your age? Even Reen's parents were regarding you like an excitable child when saying hello.
Sorry, I've just wanted to come here ever since he told us about it. And we couldn't skimp on our first family vacation with you as a bright. With how hard it is for Dad to find time these days, Adios knows when we'll get another. We gotta enjoy this to the max.
How I wish that weren't the case. I hate how little time we get to spend together nowadays. In fact, I can't even remember when we had our last vacation together. And then when I've finally carved out the time for such a lovely occasion, I can't even ditch the uniform.
We don't mind. If anything, we've got your work to thank for picking the vacation spot to pull this off. You going back and forth to Erebonia from home to discuss their army's future meant needing somewhere close to work. So?
See? Everything worked out. They told you they probably wouldn't call you in anyway, right? So don't stress and take it easy.
That's in the plan. I really hope you have a great time with us, Ren. Now, if you want to buy any presents for your classmates or anything, just say the word.
Oh, really? Well, if you're sure.
He's like, I'm one of the most important people in my nation. I have deep pockets.
Around each other.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. They're still being a little distant with one another. We've spent so little time together since Ren was adopted. Probably still have some adjusting to do. Hopefully this vacation will give them a chance to bond.
The Bright family were excited to experience all they could of Ymir, shopping, relaxing in the footbaths, taking in the snow-kissed sights. Eventually, it led them out to the Ymir Valley edge, where they could see a mighty waterfall. Holy crapoli! Get a load of that! I've never seen a waterfall so big, totally frozen over like this. Likewise, you wouldn't think it was March already. No wonder Baron Schwarzer recommended we come see it. There's something mystical about this part of the valley, isn't there? Look at that monument. That says to me this area has a lot of history. I imagine it's a vestige of old animism. From what I learned in Aaron Village, it could be used to access the spirit path. Achoo. You okay? You aren't the most dressed for the weather. Here, I'll lend you my jacket for a few. Joshua, your jacket is cut off halfway. It won't help that much anyway. I just need to move around a bit more. Well, if you're sure. Oh, to be young again. I'm layered to high heaven, and my limbs are still going numb. Well, my metabolism is much better than yours. We can't leave her alone for a second. Hey, talk about a cheap shot. Hee hee, I've been itching to get a good snowball fight going since I got here. Besides, I believe someone just said something about warming up through physical activity. I'm here in uniform today. I can't really do much. Or can't I? Oh, there is some fire in that belly. It's not as though anyone is around. I accept your challenge as Divine Blade. You'll need a walker to get back to Ymir once I'm through with you. I respect any shot like this where you just watch them just look. You sure they aren't both children? Neither of them takes well to losing, that's for sure. Well, it's nice to see Dad showing love in his signature awkward way. I suppose you're right. I do like that aspect of them. They're so alike in that regard. Easy. Less talking, more pelting. I'd rather not. I don't want my clothes getting dirty. Boo, don't be a spoil sport. You're welcome to all come at me if you think you can win. Estelle doesn't stand a chance on her own. Oh, you're so in for it now. We'll see who doesn't stand a chance when you got a mouthful of snow. Too slow. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. This is not ideal. Oopsie. Sorry, Boar. Honest mistake. I don't think he's gonna accept your apology. I kinda started this, but we can't have him causing a scene. Here we go again. See if you can subdue him, but don't hurt him more than necessary. My, it sounds like you had quite the day already. Can't believe you were able to tame that boar. That one's a relatively recent arrival on the mountain. Quite aggressive and always seemed to be on edge. He startled quite a few passersby, so I was beginning to think something needed to be done. But I should never have introduced you to the place knowing such a danger was present. You have my deepest apologies. But please also accept my heartfelt thanks on behalf of all of Amir for calming him. Though perhaps I should have expected no less from the children of the legendary Brigadier General Cassius Bright. It was nothing. And seriously, please don't thank us. That poor boar never would have come over if I hadn't smacked him in the face with a snowball. All we did was calm him down and see to his wounds. Speaking of wounds, he clearly had a lot of them before our fight. If he really was a recent arrival, it might have been a turf war with the other boars that put him on edge. Hopefully he'll start being a little calmer now. I hope so. We'll keep an eye out either way. But please, do get started on your food. Wouldn't want it getting cold. Granted, it looks like shit, but, you know, it's okay. Never thought the day would come when I would be able to drink with the famous Cassius Bright. I hear you personally taught my son as a fellow 8 Leaves practitioner, too. Truly an honor to have you in our household. All I did was give him a gentle push in the right direction. It was his strength that let him achieve what he did. And while I might have a high rank in the army, can't say the same for my position within my family. I spend so much time working I barely have time to spare for them. I can only imagine, being the head of an entire nation's army must come with no small number of hardships. On a related note, the power balance on the continent changing so significantly, there's much I'd like to discuss. But you came here on a family vacay, so let's say we leave serious talk for another time. On another matter then, I hear that you are an avid angler as well as a hunter. Any particular fishing spots you recommend? Oh, fellow fisherman, I quite enjoy going upstream in the valley. Now that's an interesting idea. Thus you certainly hit it off quick. Roland might not have as much natural beauty as Amir, but still has his fair share. Perhaps that fact is helping them bond. And then I boot up the remake later this week, and it's the most gorgeous thing we will ever see. You know, it's so weird thinking of how my perception of Erebonia changed over the years. Back in Liberl, it used to feel like a scary place that's really far away. But now it's so close and dear to my heart. This is where I got my outfit that gives me my big ass. I never thought we'd come to live in times like these with you having a big ass either. Glad we finally lived together in peace like this. Together, we enjoyed a delicious meal as we told stories about Reen in Class 7. Even when he's not here, he has to be gassed up. It's fine though, his parents are in the room. Before we knew it, it had gotten late, so we returned to the Phoenix Wings and went for a soak in the hot springs. I do like how the hot springs got an upgrade for this game. They look way better. Ugh, I can feel the stiffness in my back and shoulders from all that work melting away. Man, you've taken quite a few slashes, Dad. Having to handle rebuilding after the war and matters related to Crossbell at the same time can't be easy. I'm playing a part in the discussions about Crossbell's independence with Princess Claudia, too. Speaking of whom, it's incredible how dependable she's become. During the international conference a while back, the new president of Calvard was constantly trying to assert his dominance. But she was just as capable as Prince Oliver and Alphen in keeping him in check. Glad they're giving everything their best. President Graham Hart seems like he'll be a formidable adversary then. Without a doubt, he will definitely be a worthy adversary. He's made that apparent. He's at least as cunning as President Rocksmith, if not more so. Thinking of this continent's future makes me more than a little uneasy. It's not just Calvard either. There's still worrying signs here in Erebonia. Say nothing of the fact we haven't heard from Ouroboros in a while. With the Phantasmal Blaze plan over, they're probably getting ready for their next move. They had some personnel shakeups too, so we probably don't have to concern ourselves with them in the short term, but they'll be back. Yeah, wouldn't expect them to stay silent for long, unfortunately. How I wish I had a bit more time to relax. Even if I do have a lot to worry about, it hurts that the only time I can make for my family is between jobs. I haven't had much time to talk to Ren either, and I always feel kept at arm's length when I do. I haven't been able to give you all the attention you deserve. I really want to, going forward. I believe I speak for everyone when I say we'd love that. I don't think you have to worry too much about things with Ren. Right now, you're just not used to one another. So you're both uncomfortable. You have to, you haven't figured out the wavelength yet. You haven't, this happens with everybody when you're meeting new people. You've really matured, Joshua. I hope you're right. Ren's part of our family now, so I want her to feel like it. Incidentally, when are you and Estelle planning on getting married? Where did that come from? All this talk of families just kind of reminded me. When I saw Scheherazade all gussied up, made me want to see my daughter like that one day too. So I wondered if maybe there was something holding you two back. Can I get an answer? As much as it would pain me, if you were to marry into the family, I could allow that, given that you're already in the family. Is this really the best time for this discussion? Dad, I think there's problematic aspects of me being within the family and marrying. And he's like, have you seen what Agate's doing? He's like, okay, maybe it's fine. You just can't beat a good hot spring. Not even with a stick. It's like my whole body's on an express flight to Relaxville. The scenery's so pretty, too. I have got to bring Tita here one day. I see what you mean. The springs in Elmo and Aaron were lovely, too. But the way the spring incorporates elements of Erebonian and Eastern culture is nice. So jealous you got to try the ones in Aaron. I never got to go in the end. The idea of a little bath at a hidden village is so dreamy. I'll have to get someone to take me one day. How about we go to Aaron for our next family vacation? That would be even harder to organize than this one was. But wouldn't it be nice if we could? What's up? It's nothing. Just the fact I'm on a family vacation at all hasn't fully sunk in. I think I finally understand why the Hayworths don't get bored of going to Michelin all the time. So that's what it was. Well, don't you worry, because the fun times we'll be having together are only just getting revved up. We got that meal with Harold's family to look forward to, too. That's true. I'm gonna have to tell them about you hitting that boar with a snowball. Please don't bring that up and embarrass me. I feel like people are finally starting to think of me as an adult, and that will ruin it. It's so in character for you, and you really are. She's like 20, I think, and she's still acting like she's 5. By the way, you and Joshua are going to Crossbell soon, right? Does that have anything to do with the consulates Ereboni and Calvard plan to open there? Yeah, we're asked to escort the secretaries. It was a direct request from Ambassadors Cochrane and Granick, so we gotta do a good job of it. They're like, let's mention those characters. It's been like 18 million years. It seems like I'll be best acting on my own after all then. That message Grandpa Jorg managed to get me has me rather concerned. You know, Ren, there's something I've been meaning to say to you. What would that be? I've known you for a long time, so I know how special you are and how much of a genius you are. I doubt there's anything in this world you couldn't accomplish if you put your mind to it. I swear you've shot up a few Riege too. Hope you're ready for me to become far prettier than you'll ever be. It pains me to let that go, but prettiness isn't the issue here. What I'm trying to say is I know I don't need to worry about you too much. Because you can take care of yourself. But please don't feel like you need to handle all your problems on your own. You're our little sister, and Joshua and I care a lot about you. Don't worry, I'm well aware. You kind of spent like you spent like an entire game looking for me. I'm sure you wouldn't hesitate to come to my aid wherever you were. Naturally. I'm sure Dad feels the same way too about that. What's going on here, gals? Can dear old Dad join in? Look who just showed up uninvited. Only a real bore would interrupt two ladies having a private conversation. You might want to rethink your behavior before all the women of the world start hating you. Ah! My daughter's words are like daggers to my heart. Uh-oh. That's like actual guns. Sounds like it's a little ways from the village. Still cause for concern. We should investigate. Uh-oh. I didn't expect all of you to show up. It's not like we could ignore the sound of gunfire. You think we are? Like, come on, man. Now, yeah, there seems to be a battle going on in the valley. Occasionally, we can hear the sound of a boar's cry amidst the gunfire, too. No sign the village was in any danger. This isn't something we could ignore. It's probably poachers or something. We'll take care of it. Make sure everyone is good to go. You know, you're probably right. There's a task left to bracers, but as long as you're here, you're our guest, so please take care. Need to repay our hosts. Naturally, this goes for me too. Oh my god, dude. Fuck yes. Come on. Give me a break. You must know you can't hurt me by now. Just get lost. That's enough. I thought so. It would be you again, wouldn't it? What are you doing here? Man, I'm so excited for that remake. That's gonna be the most 4K Gilbert's ever been. Estelle Bright, why are you here? Why do you have 2X enforcers and caches with you? I feel like we're gonna be running into you for the rest of our days. If it isn't Gilbert Stein, steward of the former mayor of Rouen, you're still wanted in Liberl, I'll have you know. We just finished making you better, and now you're hurt again. Run along. As for you, I'd heard you were shot down with your ship last year. You keep coming back like an irritating little weed. How dare you call me a weed? I'm more like a dandelion that can grow anywhere, even in the most arid desert. Wait, that's not a very cool metaphor. Pretend I said something dramatic and awesome. Why don't you spare us the wordplay and tell us what you're doing here? And why were you attacking a boar? I'll have you know, he attacked me first. I was just doing some shooting practice when he showed up. Why must my life be full of woe? Yeah, I wouldn't even bother with a stupid place like this if I didn't need to knock that smug rookie down a peg. I don't even know what you're rambling about. This is a place of natural beauty. You can't use it for target practice. Wait, so that's why. Yeah, I imagine the boar was fighting to protect his territory. Anyway, you've done enough damage. Surrender and come quietly, Gilbert. Why don't you get out of the machine so we can talk? As if there's no way. You're a killer, man. I ain't doing that. This is bad. I don't like my odds against 2X enforcers. Never mind, Cassius Bright. Can I get out of this with my usual pretending to beg for forgiveness act? No, they're not gonna fall for that one. Oh, why am I even worried? If that rampaging boar couldn't overcome my defenses, what chance do they have? Oh no. He always circles back to thinking he can't die. And I can fly. And if I beat Cash's Bright, Ouroboros will make me an enforcer instantly. You just try and beat me, you're gonna regret ever challenging the great Gilbert Stein. Oh man. His flowchart's so depressing. Ha ha ha! See, you can't even scratch me. The heck? Since when is this thing so tough? The barrier's real strong. All that time spent kissing Professor Novartis' ass paid off when he added this feature to the G-Apache. Now it's invincible. No one can get through this barrier, not ex-enforcers, not Cash's Bright. I'm gonna enjoy slowly filling your powerless fools full of lead. Okay, I'm calling shenanigans. Either way, he's not wrong and it's gonna be difficult to penetrate. Unfortunately so. High-density barrier like that could repel even a point-blank shot from a cannon. I don't remember that G-Apache being able to generate that much energy. Which means... Okay, he's immediately out of gas. Ow, ow, ow! Why is everything so hot? Orbital engine at 278% over capacity, activating self-destruct. What? I think it's going berserk. It's not gonna blow up, is it? I'm afraid it looks that way. That crap's orbital engine was never meant to power a potent barrier. Could the professor's mind have been elsewhere when you begged him to add that? He did a very shoddy job. This can't be happening. We can't let it detonate on a snowy mountain. It could cause an avalanche. I'm with you there. We gotta stop it from exploding. Leave it to me. I'll launch that craft so high into the air, it can explode somewhere safer. Can you even do that? That won't be easy for you, surely. Oh, there's nothing. I'll need some time to gather the energy for it. It's gonna be a gamble whether I can direct it somewhere that can explode safely, but I could probably punt it. Sounds like these when I've gotta be a dad you can be proud of. I'm not opposed to a gamble, but I can make your odds a little better. While I'm helping buy time, I'll use the valley's terrain and climate to calculate the best spot.
Perfect. I'm counting on you then. Can you two help her buy time?
Yeah, because I was totally gonna sit here making snow angels. All right, let's do this, guys.
Right behind you.
Let us begin. This will be quite the tea party.
Okay, well, we're just fighting it as normal then. Sounds great.
Calamity Spear!
Alright, Accelerate's broke as hell.
I've got this. It's finished. Yeah.
Yep, and this adds stealth, instant crit. Yeah, he's soy jacking the turn order right now. It's so rough.
Activating drive.
Right. And go.
Yep, still no playable caches, sadly. They're like, we already made 50 playable characters. We're tired.
Now then. Activating drive.
Ready to go.
I'm not using Soul Blur. It'd be a waste.
An opening. Let's go, Estelle.
Leave it to me.
Oh, God. Pop this before he has a chance.
To entertain my guests.
Ready to go.
I always thought Bryce Papenbrook was like gonna be one of those guys that always has like the dramatic, serious guy, you know, type of voice. Like when he was Asbel in Tales of Graces, for example. Or like an Aaron Yeager. I think he's that. I think he's that character as well. But then they gave him this role and the fucking boar asshole in Demon Slayer. I'm like, oh, you can just be really dumb. Okay, that's awesome. Good for you. I didn't even know he was the fucking boar guy from Demon Slayer until I looked at the credits and I went, oh man, what the fuck are you doing over here?
You think you're being cute?
Oh yeah, his accent is... Oh yeah, he was Caesar in JoJo. Gilbert Maximum!
Not so cute now!
Ow. We lived. Get fucked.
My turn now.
Dance for me!
I've got
Shadowfang. I can't wait to see that move with 50,000 more frames of animation this week. There we go.
Alright, now let's get our butts on the road.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Estelle.
I say, you useless lump of metal! Helios! Spare me!
Dad, Ren!
It's all up to you now.
The safest location to detonate is at 9 o'clock.
Got it. Leave this to me.
You've got this.
I believe in you, Cassius. Dad.
Whether it's Cassius or something else, I'm just happy you think of me as family.
You actually made him... You actually doubled his damage
But
just
I
now.
have to admit, you calling me Dad does get me a lot more fired up.
Why does everything always have to end like this? I'll be back! Because you know what Gilbert Stein never does? He never gives up!
I'll miss you, man.
Wow, you really blasted his ass right out of here.
With no sign of an avalanche either. I knew you could do it, Dad.
You can be pretty cool. Sometimes.
Whew. Well, I could have done that in my sleep. But I owe most of it to Ren, really.
You should take credit where it's due. Very nicely done, Cassius.
It's okay if you keep calling me Dad, you know?
Nope. Cassius feels more right to me.
I think the wall between them finally came down.
Yeah, that's another problem solved.
Is there ever a piece of media where the joke pushover villain becomes a badass over time? They occasionally do. Gilbert kind of gets a moment in Trails in the Sky the Third, but then he went back to being tortured afterward. With that, peace was once again restored to Ymir. We made our way to Gilbert's crash site just to be sure, but we couldn't find him or his archaism. If only I could believe even for a second that was the last we'd see of him. After that, we found the injured boar and nursed him back to health before returning to town. Baron Schwarzer offered us a more formal reward for the help, but we were just doing what was right, so we turned him down, because we're losers. But before we knew it, the day was over, and our vacation came to an end. With hands full of souvenirs, the Baron and Lady insisted on, in lieu of a reward, we huddled to say our final farewells. Thank you both so much. We had so much fun here, I'm really sad to say goodbye. Please, after all you've done, we should be throwing you a parade. You're supposed to be on vacation, you helped us out. Fix that boar stuff. I think you killed a guy. You were gracious hosts. From my family to yours, we're incredibly grateful you allowed us to take such a wonderful vacation. If anything, we like a little excitement in our lives. I can say for certain that we were never bored. And it was our pleasure to get to help Reen's hometown. Made some great memories here too. Delighted you all feel that way. You're all welcome to return anytime you please. We'll have springs and food waiting for you. You mean it? We'll have to bring all our friends next time. Thank you for everything. Please give our regards to our Ashen friend and his sister too. Nods. What a lovely family they are. Couldn't agree more. They seem to brighten their surroundings just by being there. Heard nothing but good things about them, of course, but the rumors were easily surpassed. I quite agree. Hope we can meet them again someday. And thus, another daydream is done. $10,000 true Tamamo gem. And you got their towels.
Slab of Reminiscence activated.
Next, one step forward. Early March, 1207 of the Septian calendar. After commanding the Viceland army in the war, the one-time head of Lemaire's forces was set to remain principal of Thor's branch campus. To that end, she found herself poring over reams of paperwork. Burr, burr. Duh, duh. Blah, blah. Thor's branch campus, the principal's office. You can tell she's working. She got her glasses on. I suppose it's about time for a break. When I first took this position, never thought I'd stick with it, but thinking about the changing landscape of the continent, there's great significance behind staying here. Never planned on going back to the provincial army anyway. Yeah, the glass is the nerf her, which, in case people forgot, her vision is actually so good that wearing glasses makes her vision worse and thus nerfs her. This is so funny, she is the strongest in the world. Reevaluating the structure of Thor's main campus and the revival of club activities. The main campus is going to see major changes, and the branch campus is going to expand in scope. In addition to a reshuffling of the teaching staff, more hands will be brought on board, number of students will increase greatly. For now, looks like I'll be in charge of the arts. Instructor Mary and I'll have to coordinate not just when it comes to the classes, but clubs as well. If I remember correctly, she's currently back home taking some time off. I remember when she came to me to talk about her romantic woes. It was at the farewell party the night before the Battle of Jormungand, and I believe Wallace was there too. Speak of the devil. It's me, what is it? I see, understood. Well, now this should be fun. Contact lenses could be a pain. I mean, you gotta make sure you don't drop it, you know? Gotta be careful putting it in. Never tried those, looks like too much work. Ah, there you are, Mary. Sorry for asking you here during such a busy time of the school year. I even caused you to use up some of your vacay time. More importantly, glasses on women are hot. This is true. It's perfectly alright. I managed to finish everything I needed to do. Thankful for the opportunity to take a break and come home for once. So what is it you wanted to speak to me about? Well, you see, I'm happy your career's going well. I suppose there's no sense beating around the bush. What's the status of your relationship with that man? You mean Makarov? Yes, him. That scruffy-looking commoner with no sense for the fine arts. I learned you two have been seeing each other for over a year. The night before the Great War started. It was still just a phone call, but I could tell from speaking with him that night that he's a strong-willed sort of man. He's even Professor Shit's second disciple. However, what exactly has he done in the half year since? He's still yet to give you a formal proposal, or buy you a ring. Yeah, but I thought you'd accepted his explanation when we came to visit. You mean after the war? To be frank, Professor Schmidt still has yet to recognize any of the results I've produced thus far. Until that happens, I won't feel as though I've earned my keep as professional researcher. That's why you are set to play the minigame, the mech minigame, in which that happens. Everything is interlinked. Once I've accomplished that, then and only then I'll be ready to settle down with Mary. So please, I ask you remain patient for a little while longer. Little did I know, just doing a somewhat jank mech minigame would allow this guy to get married. His words were quite impactful, but they lacked convincing. To make matters worse, I haven't heard a single word from him since. Just what are these results he spoke of? Isn't he an instructor first and foremost? I assure you he has his reasons, even if you of all people find that hard to believe. Enough. I'd rather move on from discussing him. I summoned you here today to talk about something else entirely. You have a marriage interview coming soon? Pardon? What in the world are you talking about? I respect the feelings you hold for that man, however, I can tell how unsatisfied his hesitancy has left you, and that I have made that up in my own head. He still has my support regardless. That may be, but I can't stand by and let you wallow in suspense. As for this interview, someone very respected was willing to arrange the meeting. It would reflect poorly on your house should you refuse to go through with it now. It's scheduled for tomorrow. This is sudden. You put me in a position where I can't refuse. Let me be clear, I'm not forcing you to marry them. I just want you to keep your options open. As they say, experience is everything. So, as for the suitor, I'll leave that as a surprise because I'm kind of an asshole. I'm gonna just let you be surprised because I heard everyone in this franchise does this for everyone in every situation. Everyone's like, just wait. And I'm like, you can just say it, you know, but okay. So that's what this is all about. It's my fault that it's come to this. Don't blame yourself, I'll be fine. My father said he wasn't going to force anything on me, so he should still respect my decision. Well, that's a relief. So, does this mean you were at least a little concerned about losing me? A little? More like an absolute panic. Still, he wouldn't have to go through this if I were a little more reliable. That's not how I see you at all. You're working as hard as you can. That's something to be admired. No, getting those results for the old man is just a matter of pride. Not gonna be the man I ought to be until the job is done. They said I'm that stubborn old goat's second disciple, but left the Institute without presenting a capstone project. Just look at everything George and Tita have accomplished at their ages. Compared to them, I'm pathetic. It's alright. I'm sure you can figure out something that has a minigame involved to do it. Yeah, Final Keep is here, and that makes for the perfect testing ground. The main campus is no slouch, but this is sort of the professor's home turf. What does George accomplish exactly? He took Arsade's arm. No one else has done that. Yeah, sorry about that. It's all gotta stay under wraps till it's complete. I promise you'll be the first one to know once that old man's satisfied. He shot a pedophile. He did like 15 acts of terrorism and didn't spend a single second being punished. And I think that's really impressive. Other people that do bad stuff at least get some level of a slap on the wrist. He didn't even get detained. They didn't even process papers. They're like fucking... I've got one class tomorrow, so I was thinking of pulling an all-nighter. Just for you. I'll take it easy. Talk to you soon. I guess he created the motorcycle. That's pretty good. Motorcycle's good. He's potential numb. Nope, we've already established people don't know how to use the potential thing. Yellow card. This one goes to show how much faith he has in me. I need to show the same faith in him. I'll have to politely turn down whatever suitor Father has arranged for tomorrow. See the garden chat where Victor said George offered to make him an orbital? I did not, but holy shit. I wish he said yes, because that would be the bombest shit ever. He busts in with, like, the fucking Full Metal Alchemist auto mail. I need to make an orbital eye. Yeah, when we get the third Horizon game and Olivier shows up and removes his eye patch to reveal his techno eye, I'll be there and I'll come. Also, my suitor is fucking Bardius? Excuse me, you were recently promoted, as I recall. It's fine, I wouldn't expect you to call me by my rank anyway. I believe the last time we saw each other was the evening before the Great War. I believe so, it's good to see you again. But there hasn't been some sort of mistake, right? Don't be so rude. Please forgive my daughter's behavior. It's alright. Her surprise is understandable. General Bardius has quite the reputation in Sutherland, but he's hardly known as a ladies' man. He's been approached about potential partners for marriage before, but he's never accepted. Not even once. It's as the Marquis says, this is my first time meeting with a partner for an arranged marriage. That's because I had never felt anything toward a potential suitress, until now. Though I've only met Lady Mary once before, I became somewhat of a secret admirer. Which sort of man would I be if I let opportunity like this pass me by? I had to accept. Damn. That's crazy. Well then, I'm happy that my daughter's won the favor of a man such as yourself. I recall speaking with Lord Wallace and Aurelia about my romantic troubles the night of the party. He should know how I feel, so why is he doing this? It could be a bit. In that case, I imagine things should go quite smoothly. So it seems, four's a crowd when you say, why don't we leave? Take as long as you need. House Altheim and House Bardius are among the most distinguished families in Sutherland. It'd be my pleasure to serve as mediator. I'll be expecting good news. St. Arc truly is a wonderful and charming city, don't you think? Before it was the chalk color it is today, it was a shining white beacon that served as the capital following the calamity of the Dark Ages. And once peace returned, it became the home to Erebonia's renaissance of the fine arts. It said the Sutherland's warmer climate played a hand in sparking people's interest and desire for the arts. That's how House Altheim came to own several works of art from the era of the old capital. What about your horse? Well, House Bardius planted its roots in Erebonia after the War of the Lions, so it has a lot of heirlooms. Still, I've always been fonder of paintings and music. That's part of what draws me to you. You don't say. Why did we stop moving? It's because otherwise we would have gone off the map, and then I would have broken this shot here. How about I buy us some drinks? Oh, okay. I would love fresh juice. Nah, I never thought of it that way. It's my own personal interpretation. That said, I didn't take you for the type to have such deep knowledge of the arts. Maybe so, but I could never compare to you. Your wisdom of the field goes far beyond your years. I have to admit, I didn't expect to have such a lively conversation with you about the arts. Do you have conversations with, like this with Lady Aurelia often? I'd be lying if I said we hadn't had our share of meaningful conversations. Though, I haven't had time to talk together like this in some time. My apologies for bringing this up so suddenly, Lady Mary, but were you truly shocked when you realized I was the one here for you today? Yeah, but you don't have to apologize. The way I responded back at the estate was unbecoming. I believe I fully gathered my thoughts, and I better understand your intentions. I haven't forgotten the advice you gave me on matters of the heart during the send-off party. If I had to guess, you're doing this to help my family retain its respect. You took this meeting knowing full well how it'd end. I'm truly sorry for getting you involved. Not at all. I believe there's been a fundamental misunderstanding. I spoke the truth when I said I was fond of you. Do you think those weren't my true feelings? I do want to hit. I'm well aware of how you feel toward Makarov. Given that, it may be uncouth of me to confess my feelings to you now of all times. Though just the same as him, I'm at the age where it's time to start thinking about it. Even if there are obstacles. It's only natural I want to give it an attempt. Oh god. I have to say it. Sometimes you just want to fuck a white woman. I saw how wholeheartedly and loyal you cared for Makarov. Irrational as it may be, that drew me to you. So much so that I quietly grew to resent him for making you wait like you have. Couldn't help but think that I would never treat you that way. I wouldn't treat you like that. I'm just saying, you know, man, if you just gave me a shot. I'm sorry, I can only imagine how confusing this must be. Nevertheless, I want you to understand that my feelings are genuine. Is he serious? But if you still don't believe me, then there's somewhere I'd like you to have accompany me. This is the one I started skipping halfway through. No, this is great. This is the sauce. You're referring to Stratum Boutique? But why here? Because there's something I'd like to get for you, if that's alright. Consider it a testament to how sincere my feelings are. I don't know what to say to that. Can't possibly reciprocate, even if your feelings are sincere. Makarov's the one As I said, I'm well aware that what I'm doing is rather unrefined and maybe unreasonable. But hear me out. I get the sense there's something about you and Makarov's relationship that is still in doubt. He's not necessarily wrong. Father's picked up on that too. That's why he's been so concerned. That look on your face tells me you're aware of this as well. All the more reason I can't back down. What's this? I know a ring would be a bit too sudden, but I hope you can accept this. A corsage. This is a Marguerite corsage. In the language of flowers, it means true love. It represents my feelings toward you. True love. I also ask that you consider social standing as two people that both come from noble houses. I'm only the son of a baron, but I do have an accomplished military career under me. That seems to be enough to satisfy Count Altheim. And as a man, I'm confident I can make you happy. Given the direction things have gone since the war, I suspect the next era will be a trying one for the nobility. Our house could support one another, though, through it, if we were together. I suppose that's true. If it's alright, I'm not asking for an immediate answer. My only hope is for today was for us to get to know each other better. I know how unreasonable it would be to expect an answer so soon, so I think we should end things here. I'll come for your answer tomorrow. How did it come to this? What do I tell Makarov? The best partner for me? How do I truly feel? And so the following day. Sounds as though the two of you had quite the productive day yesterday. I understand you asked us here because there's something you wanted to say. Could it be you've agreed? Ready for your answer. Spent all of last night giving serious consideration. While I'm incredibly flattered and grateful, I cannot return them. Are you certain? Oh dear. Might I ask why? It's rather simple. It's because I'm in love with Makarov. Are you really? Please forgive me for being rude, but are you sure the love is real? Yes. In that case, could I ask you to explain your feelings to us, to the audience at home? Well, if I'm being honest, I don't know how to explain it myself. But starting at how Makarov and I first met suffice. Bardius is so cool, he's decided to treat conversations like boss fights as well. I was still a naive, sheltered girl when I was hired at Thor's. Didn't know whether I was cut out for teaching. First days were full of stumbles. Felt like I was always causing problems. I recall Makarov in particular acting rather cold. Even considered him frightening. But as we interacted more and more, I came to know his true character. Yes, at first glance he could see slovenly and come across as aloof. But the truth is, he was watching over me more than anyone else. He was giving me help and advice in his own nonchalant way. This isn't to say he was giving me special treatment, it was just who he was. And as the days passed, I began to respect him for it without even realizing it. I even grew fond of the heartwarming relationship he holds with his niece, Mint. And then, after the Civil War ended, my feelings became all too clear. It wasn't just respect I felt. Oh, isn't that something? But why him of all people? Father, does the 10-year age gap and difference in social standing bother you that much? You ain't gonna believe what's happening with the heavy blade. Like that, at least it's just a 1-0. That is true.
I understand that I'm a sheltered woman who lacks enough life experience to lecture anyone on the matters of the heart. But I believe in my heart that my love for Makarov is true, and I wish to make our love come true.
I like how they, like, for people casually watching, they fucking buried a lead.
And so, I must apologize. Perhaps it would be better if we forgot this arrangement was ever proposed.
So that's how it is. I see how deep your feelings for Makarov run now.
Then, does that mean you...
You feel that strongly about him, Mary?
How could any of us deny it after hearing all that?
I would urge you not to be so hasty, Lady Mary.
Oh, I was wondering where you were. Pardon my intrusion. I love you as well. It is my turn. What do you mean? Are you saying you're in favor of this arranged marriage? That I am. But why? Cannot deny that your feelings for Makarov are genuine. However, right, there's still the matter of how Makarov himself feels. I can recognize that you do indeed love him, but what if that love is unrequited? His tone is so much more serious than before. Surely that isn't the case. If that's the case, why is it that you two haven't been seeing each other much as of late? Did he not leave you behind to take his research to the branch campus hangar? Yeah, he's been in leaves, but that's because there's an important project he has no choice but to finish. You don't sound sure of yourself. Again, I can't deny it. But please, say everything. I've known this man since we were students, and never once has he let me down. Dude, you're like the craziest wingman ever, lady. And if he directed the loyalty he's shown to someone he loved, I have no doubt he would devote himself to them. He would never leave your side or keep you waiting. He would try all sorts of toys in the bedroom and not complain. He'd even take out the trash. This is how Piccolo talks about Krillin. Dude! Mary, I understand how sincere your feelings are. I just really don't respect them in any way. That's all. I can't possibly change how I feel so easily. What can I say to them?
Now hold your horses.
I got on a train.
If anybody's gonna be by Mary's side, it should be me.
Looks like we made it in the nick of time. Oh, what a shame. I was hoping to see what would happen if it took you longer. You can be a real bully sometimes, you know that? What are these? Well. Looks splendid. Is this the machine I've been hearing about? The new soul dye you've been developing with the aid of Schwarzer and the others. Yeah, I got Schmidt to acknowledge it as my capstone, which means this takes place right after we did the minigames. It'll still be a while before it's announced to the public, so keep it a secret. But now that it's done, there's nothing stopping me from standing by your side. I'm finally a man worthy of you. It all connects. Worthy, huh? A little ironic when you say your project is what kept her waiting and led to you interrupting an arranged marriage proposal in the first place. I'm not going to make any excuses. What I do know is that I could never call myself a man again if I didn't stop what was happening. I have made the most advanced mechs that will be used on an assembly line to cause war crimes. I've done my work. She loves me for who I am, and better yet, she's the most devoted person I've ever met. She has everything I lack. She's the other half I've been missing. The most beautiful and charming woman I've ever met. Oh, goodness. And all that scared me. I doubted myself. I may be older than her, but I've hardly any more experience when it comes to love and all that. Do I deserve to be with her? More importantly, can I make her happy? When I heard about this suitor business for a brief moment, I thought it was for the best. Simply lacked confidence. Deep down, I knew that producing results with my research was only an excuse. But now I have what it takes to harden my resolve. Not going to deceive Mary or myself anymore. I'm sorry, Major General, but I'm not letting you or anyone else have her. I don't care about our difference in social standing, how decorated you are, or if you're better suited, or have bigger muscles, or a bigger penis. Nothing's gonna change how I feel. You tell him. Well, when you put it like that, if you feel that strongly, then I humbly concede. That look in your eye tells me everything I need to know. It was a very heartfelt speech. You sure this is what you want? I mean, yeah, I've been saying this is what I want the entire scenario. Oh my. That's all well and good, but I do believe everyone gathered today to see a marriage be arranged. You wouldn't want to disappoint them. If you're so resolved, do it now. Huh? Agreed. I think you're just gonna have to do it right now. What do you think? Of course. Yeah, that sounds about right. You got this. Mary, we've been trapped in a Trails rom-com.
I'm not a perfect man. I'm still immature in a lot of ways, and I know I can be a handful at times. But I know there's nothing we can't beat, so long as we hold on to the love we have for one another. You're someone I need in my life, Mary. So, please, will you marry me?
Oh, Makarov. Of course I will. Nothing would make me happier.
I really do appreciate your concern and help through this. Sorry about all the fuss, your lordship. No need to apologize. I'm grateful I had the chance to see something so wonderful. Love wins. Don't mention it. Something tells me things would have worked out between you two even without the theatrics. Oh, and about the Marguerite corsage, consider it an engagement gift. Does that mean you planned for all this from the beginning? How am I supposed to top that? I'm sure you'll have plenty of opportunities. The general sure did take me for a ride, though. Whatever do you mean? Wallace was the one who requested my help, but after reflecting on it, I thought it would be more interesting to set him up with you. And I wouldn't mind arranging for it again should Sir Makarov fail. I'll pass on incurring that wrath. You really are something else. She just loves having fun. Pardon me if I'm being too presumptuous. Perhaps it's time for you to take a step forward as well. You got me there. Pipe down, keep your nose out of other people's business for once. Oh, come on. You two wouldn't have gotten together in the first place if it weren't for me. She's not wrong. I feel like I owe Mint a lot. Sure, but don't go encouraging her. That's a slippery slope. But I guess I owe it to you for coming with me today. That's more like it. You're very welcome. How many times do I have to tell you to be more honest about your feelings? Don't let it go to your head, kid. Regardless, today has been a joyous day. As long as you're here, could I interest you in joining us for dinner? We can begin the wedding planning over drinks. That sounds great. Shall we be off? People have a way of defying expectations, don't they? Lady Mary was certainly surprised, but I also didn't expect Sir Makarov to fight so valiantly. I know you mean. Maybe I could learn a thing or two from him. Oh, from the sound of it, you were courting her with everything you had. I find it hard to believe it was all just a performance. Who can say? Anyway, Lady Aurelia, if you have some spare time, would you care to cross blades with me? After a practice duel, are you? It's been a while since we last did battle. On the condition that it be on horseback. Are you sure? Why not? I'm feeling nostalgic for the duel we had in our academy days. It's a memory I could never forget. My only regret is there was no victor. Do you really consider it a draw? I was the president of the riding club and you were a fresh-faced first year. You may as well have won. I've never been satisfied. I know when to admit defeat. We really do have a phenomenal first year on our hands. To the victor goes the spoils. Since you won, you can make one request to me as the club's president. What do you desire? Damn. I don't believe this to be a true victory. Though I will answer your question even if it was a draw. My goal is to demonstrate the potential of the sword, and to do so I'm to become commander-in-chief of the world itself. Should Adios allow that to pass, then my wish is for you to support me as my right-hand man. That day takes me back. In retrospect, that was probably where it all began. Why the smirk? Nothing, just thinking this is a good opportunity. I'll face you with everything I have so that this duel's outcome will be more to your liking.
I have no intention of losing here, Sir Wallace Bardius.
I can't remember the last time you were so formal to me. But enough talk. Prepare yourself, Aurelia Le Guin.
True Storm Bell. Good for me. Yeah, even as a student, she's fucking scary.
Slab of Reminiscence activated.
Alright, last blue daydream. Let's go check out this one. About our daddy. 3 months after the Battle of Jormungand's end, Major Revelt had sent me a confidential letter. Had no reason to decline the request within, and so paid a visit to Valflame Palace. Could you give us some privacy? Certainly. So this is it. This was my dad's study. It's, feels a little surreal to be in here. I understand why you'd feel that way. I'd come to sort out his belongings after the war's end. To my surprise, there was nothing left to sort. He never was one for displaying sentimental goods and the like, but I can only assume he disposed of what little he had beforehand. I could see that for him, yeah. But if there's nothing here, what does it say you wanted to give me? It would be something I found in the ashes of his fireplace. This is... Judging by its state, I should think it came from his diary. Nothing else remains of the diary itself, unfortunately, but I thought you should still have this. Please take it. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is more than enough. Knowing he treasured this photograph till his last days means more than words can say. I'm grateful you thought of me when you found it. Then all is well. He was a lucky man to have you as his son. It was regrettably difficult for me to mourn him in public with his role in the war. But I heard you were able to carve his name into the grave. you'd made for your mother at your old home. I took the chance when I was nearby for our branch campus assignment. It's a quiet area of the suburbs, so I'd like it if he and my mother could rest in peace there. Gilead was a friend to me, and a proud hero who lived in the service of the Empire. I shall make it my business to visit the grave myself. I'd like to visit the Lance Maiden's grave in Crossbell as well. I'm sure they'd appreciate you being there. Not that I knew either of them well enough to speak on their behalf. This is just as true for me in a sense. I'd seen him as a politician, but I'd only caught the slightest glimpse of him as a father. It's never too late to begin learning more, however, even if he's no longer with us. The Great Twilight's over. The nation's suffering has come to an end. No better time to gather up the pieces we missed during our time of conflict. The Reen Room, where all the Reen things happen. The more I look at it, the more surreal it feels. I saw something similar in the spectral moon mirror, but it's hard to imagine he used to smile like this. I guess that goes to show how little I really knew about him. Hopefully I can find more little things like this and take good care of them. Now we're in for a busy day tomorrow, so I better get some rest. Whoa. I have accepted the Ebon Knight, but it is not by its will that I have chosen to bring destruction to the Empire. This is the only way to rid the land of the curse that has plagued it for so long. To end this world my loved ones call home will require renouncing my very humanity. Yet it is a price I'm willing to pay. From this day forward, I'll see myself as a being of blood with a soul of iron, guiding all to a future of conflict. I write these words in my diary to show that I have chosen my path, that my will is still my own. I knew I would need pawns to achieve the future I so desired. Not long after having this realization did I happen upon a boy with the gift of precognition. His name is Lecter Arundel. What a funny twist of fate that he should be that man's son. The boy had accepted the hand fate had dealt him, both his father's crimes and that it would lead him to be silenced. I've given him a new home as one of my pawns, giving a purpose in the form of revenge. Did I do this out of compassion, an emotion I thought I'd abandon? Or has seeing him reminded me of the son I've turned my back on? His father's crimes came to be the whispers of the Ebon Knight. There is no reason for the child left behind to carry the weight of such an indelible sin. I know not whether his foresight has allowed him to see the ruin I aim to bring about, but regardless, he's accepted my offer with great interest. My next meeting has come soon after my promotion to Chancellor of the Imperial Government. While on a state business meeting with the four great houses, I happened upon a fascinating young man. His name was Rufus Alberea, and he appears intelligent as he is hollow on the inside. He thinks of me as his true father, and he believes that besting me will give meaning to his existence. It feels almost cruel to find myself being called someone's father again. But meeting someone who seeks to do more than I ever could has been a fine boon indeed. May he show me humanity's potential. May he prove we are not powerless in the face of the curse, nor are we simple pieces on a game board. I know calling himself an Ironblood, a son of mine, will not be enough to satisfy him. Perhaps once he finds the answers he seeks, he'll be fit to lead in the times to come. "2 years have passed since my appointment as Chancellor. Rufus and Lecter have served me well, and word of the Ironbloods has begun to spread. What has dampened this, just so, is the passing of an old friend from Thor's. The circumstances surrounding his death are highly suspicious, enough for me to suspect the Ebon Knight was to blame. It was when I went to handle the matter personally that I came to meet his daughter, Claire Revel. In a clear manifestation of the Ebon Knight's dreaded hand toying with Erebonian lives, the tragedy had awoken a peculiar gift in her, a kind of enhanced cognition. I chose to leave the matter of her father's death in her hands. And though it pained her greatly to do so, she demonstrated the resolve to stand against destiny. Thinking this meeting to be also fate, I have invited her to join the Ironbloods as well. What she will discover on this road to ruin I do not know, but on behalf of my friend I intend to bear witness as she finds it. I visited Jirai, and after negotiating with its mayor, it was agreed that it would be taken as a province of Erebonia's. And around that time, who should show as if she had been waiting for this moment all along but my dear friend? I'd heard she was calling herself the Steel Maiden after accepting a position in the society. But when talking to her, she was the same as I'd remembered. She still thought to express concern for my well-being. With Jirai now under Imperial rule, the seeds of the curse have begun to blossom. The stage will soon be set for the rivalries. When I told her this, she left without saying much more. She deserves so much for what she has endured. I wish I could let her know, but perhaps she too would prefer to appear strong. A fourth member has joined the Ironbloods. Her name is Milliam Orion, a new model homunculus with the nearly last in her line serial number, OZ73. As pure and innocent as a being I have ever seen, she was quick to gain a sense of self, developing in the blink of an eye. Milliam has been able to give the other Ironbloods what I cannot. The more time they spend with her, the more I see Claire and Lecter's expressions soften. I can only hope that through her, they have regained a small portion of what the Ebon Knight took away. What a sinful manner of forging a sword. What a fitting manner with the end it is destined to bring. I've long accepted that I will bear any sin for my goal, knowing full well my fate is to accompany Ishmelga to Gehenna's depths. Prince Oliver's role in ending the crisis in Liberl was reported far and wide. When he soon after returned to the Empire like a hero aboard the kingdom's Arcea, it was almost impossible to escape the story. I visited Liberl to offer my own greeting before his departure, but by doing so he reminded me once more that he is a man of endless surprises. It was as if the lion slumbering within the Empire had awakened and taken his form. As I execute my plan to fill the world with conflict, he seeks to find a third way. His efforts are nothing but a hindrance in bringing about the Great Twilight, but I cannot help but feel excited by his declaration. If he's going to challenge me, then he'd best put up a worthy fight. The conflict he seeks to stop will be great enough to engulf even Crossbell. Look forward to seeing how he intends to counter it. I received word that the students from the Thor's Military Academy will be coming to the capital on a field study. And among them was a familiar face. I'd been given updates on his growth from Teo and Claire. It's the first time I'd seen him as a young man. I could see right away that he'd become just like his mother, a kind soul who valued the well-being of others over himself. He's the picture of health now, for that I'm grateful. I regret to write, however, that the curse has had a clear influence on him, adding to his internal strife. I knew it was bound to happen. He has the heart of the one closely linked to the curse. Dare not think of Cassia's face as she watches us from heaven, or the pain she must feel for seeing the cruel fate I have thrust upon our child. Does she know that if he cannot control himself now, then he has no chance of surviving the days that are yet to come? It won't be long before the great twilight is upon us. All I can do is, as his mother does, watch and see how he fares. October 30th, the newly independent Crossbell destroyed our Gorelia fortress. I was spoiled on Osborn being his dad's when I first played, knowing it was interesting to see. Yeah, I always think about that shot in Cold Steel 1 before the trade conference, where Osborn locks eyes with Reen while on the bullet train. As foretold in the Black Records, this led to Erebonia declaring war on Crossbell. There was one development, however, that it did not foresee. Crow Armbrust, grandson of Jirai's mayor. He was but an ordinary boy on the surface, bellying the searing vehemence beneath his skin that gave him the strength to match even me. Though everything has been proceeding as planned, he has allowed me to see the heights of humanity's potential for the first time in a long while. At the same time as this developed, another came to be as I feared it would. Reen Schwarzer has accepted becoming an awakener for Valimar. The Ebon Knight's power grows even greater as the Civil War rages on. The Ashen Knight may be quite capable, but without sufficient resolve, it will fall against the Ebon Knight with ease. As the one who thrusts this upon you, I doubt you would ever want to hear this from me. But only you can change your course. I dearly pray you will find the will to fight against your fate. July 18th, the Grawl of Erebus has made manifest. Prince Olivert had broken through all attempts to obstruct him, reaching the scene. All for naught, he has met a tragic end. Human life is but dust to be scattered by the winds of fate. Be you commoner, nobility, hero, or villain, even he was no exception to the rule and fell like any other. His loss is a deeply tragic one, for I had thought him uniquely capable of rebuilding the Empire after the Great Twilight's end. The wings of the hero have broken, and in the despair that followed, the sword of the end was swung at last. With Milliam's grievous demise, the final restraint chaining Reen has been unbound. He's been consumed by the curse, becoming the sacrifice decreed by fate so long ago. I nearly thought he would succeed in suppressing its hold on him, with how long he fended it off. It may be for the best that he will live through this miserable period as a mindless ogre. But by the time he returns to his senses, the Ebon Knight and I will no longer be of this world. I would ask that he be able to rest until the rivalries have reached their climax. September 1st. Operation Jormungand and the final rivalry is now upon us. Though he fell to the fiery depths of despair, Reen rose from the ashes and has since fought valiantly for my defeat. The curse's power is at its peak, and still he prevailed. I can hardly believe how much he has grown. His friends may have played a part in this, but that alone does not explain it. What has elevated him to heights beyond prophetic imaginings? I wish I knew, as much as I wish I could have learned it by watching over him as a father. This isn't like me at all. I shouldn't be losing myself at such a critical point. Should he somehow defeat me, my son will be forced to bear the full weight of the curse's power. Yet if he has the strength to oppose me, then I will take it as my first and final paternal duty to see him wrested from my grasp. To hope for miracles in this world is a fool's errand. Goddess, are you so merciful as to lend your ears to one such as me? If so, then I pray, please shine your light on Reen. That line is so fast that it just auto-advanced. That's okay, I got most of it. We're all good.
Huh?
Was I crying in my sleep?
That felt too real to be a dream. I could be wrong, but I think I'll trust my gut on this one. He was always prioritizing the happiness of others, while shouldering burdens one should never have to bear alone.
He's you!
Like father, like son, huh?
Yes!
I wish I could have done more for him. Right. I still can. My father gave me life, and my friends gave me a reason to live that life. Simply living well is the best way I can repay him and my mother. That doesn't absolve the bad, but...
Morning, Kurt. The weather's beautiful today, huh? I'm so bad at waking up early.
Good morning, Yuna. Altina. And what a coincidence. Muse and Ash are coming out at the same time.
A new day, a new diet to keep myself cute for the instructor. I binged on way too much sugar last night.
Thought I could sneak out before you guys.
No skipping out for you, Grumpy Gosh. Now let's get to running.
Time to start the day.
Yeah, that shit's so good. That was so wonderful. Dude, he gives you true domination. He really knows exactly what to give his son as gifts. Well, man, what a guy.
Slab of Reminiscence activated.
Alright, this is the last thing. These are but minute fragments of memories drifting in an endless ocean. Memories of what will be in the near future. Could they be shadows of the tangled threads woven by Elysium? Or perhaps faded illusions that slip through the cracks of time and space? There are none who know the answer. We're going to be here for a while. Chat trying to not spoil things. Challenge impossible. January, year 1208 of the Septian calendar. Between two great mountains at the tip of Calvardian Basin sits Longlie. The town is known for two things, being the eastern entrance to the Republic and its exceptional hot springs. Through these enticing factors does it continue to welcome tourists hailing from both home and abroad. Yet today it serves guests quite unlike its many unseasoned visitors. These had come from another renowned hot springs paradise situated in the northern reaches of Erebonia. It's fine, I just prefer, when I'm going through my first time to not be, have my expectations set by ghosts in my chat room. The depth of the flavor in the food here is just exquisite. The Phoenix Wings food is certainly nothing to sneeze at, but I have my doubts that the chef could replicate dishes that unique in taste. The Bichon's Inn's reputation continues to precede itself. Baron Teo and Lady Lucia Schwarzer were sampling the inn's culinary delights, spirits high and stomachs filling fast. Their daughter Elise sat next to them, her spirit a bit lower by comparison as her brows furrowed with concern. I'm sure its luxuries come with just an equally luxurious price tag, and there's 4 of us, so even 2 nights must have cost a small fortune. Upon realizing what she said, she shook her head. I didn't mean to dampen the mood. I know we have money, but all my budgeting as student council president has made a terrible habit of me seeing the numbers and everything. Her older brother Reen couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Then the budget buster and you will like how much we saved, because we're not here as paying customers, we were invited by the owners. They said they wanted to get to know us since we run similar establishments, so here we are. We'll be inviting them to Emir sooner than later, of course. Red Debt? Oh, absolutely. Add this to the list of boons coming from our countries finally coming to terms with one another. The Republic is reveling in unheard levels of prosperity, and the relations between our people are more active and festive than ever. I, for one, welcome any opportunity to further foster friendship. The Baron took another healthy sip of his Baiju before continuing. Friendship over fighting, I say. Such a shame that the world tends to overcomplicate that simple concept. Seeing her husband's glass was almost empty, Lucia filled it to the brim while adding her own thoughts. That's all the more reason why we need to make the most of this invitation and enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Their children nodded in agreement. And even that aside, there's no reason to spoil a family vacation when we so rarely have time to take them. Oh, I read about some unusual sweet dishes we're trying here. Would you like to share some with me, Reen? In a bit. I'm thinking of taking another soak in the hot springs, so I might be in the mood for something sweet after. The food here's delicious, but as far as I'm concerned, the hot springs are the real star of the show. That's my boy right there. The ruling lord of the hot springs paradise would never let a good discussion about them pass by. He was as fond of their quality and soothing effects as Reen, enthusiasm undeniably apparent from the warmth of his tone and the width of his smile. Their medicinal springs happen to be a favorite of mine. I can't help but be fascinated by them time and time again. I can't believe it. I've always known about them, but here's the first place I've been able to feel the way they warm you right to your core. Think we could make one available at the Phoenix Wings? It'd be worth a try, but that comes with its own obstacles. For as many problems as Teo expressed in practical terms, Reen held just as many proposed solutions. The conversation grew more involved by the minute, leaving the ladies of the house to pleasantly bask in their glow and continue enjoying the meal before them. All four felt the same, that it had been too long since they could enjoy each other's company, but the wait had been well worth it. That night, after indulging in this post-dinner soak in the springs and telling his family he was going for a walk, Reen departed the inn. Alright, let's do this. Took in a deep breath, the crisp night air of long life filling his lungs. The hot springs were an excellent bonus to his trip, to be sure, but it was not the real reason he agreed to visit. He had come in search of Yun Kafai, the famed sword hermit. Master Kafai was the founder of the 8 Leaves One Blade school of which Reen was a practitioner, and though now over 70 years old, he was still regarded as one of the strongest combatants on the continent. They had not met since before Reen's enrollment at Thor's. Many a letter was exchanged during the 4 years that followed, but even they had stopped after Reen earned the right to call himself Divine Blade over a year ago. There was so very much he wished to discuss with his master. What he had learned in his 4 years of training, what had transpired since becoming a Divine Blade, the true meaning behind the final blade to master the 8 Leaves. There's plenty I'd like to ask that have nothing to do with swordsmanship, too. All these questions, all impossible to answer without first knowing the whereabouts of a single individual. Even a senior practitioner like Cassius Bright claimed ignorance, having received not a single update from their old master. He had always been an elusive but traceable sort, but wherever he was now, he was next to impossible to track. That was until word of a blade master being sighted in Longlai reached Reen's ears. The man held a fondness for the town's specialties, those being the hot springs and its fragrant tea leaves, making the sighting worthy of particular note. He also knew from the letters before they stopped that he intended to journey eastward, making Longlai one of the more plausible stopping points. The word came to him just as the Schwarzers were invited to stay at the inn during their New Year vacation. Reen's instincts told him the timing is a little too fortunate, but with how vague the lead was, even it would most likely result in him leaving the same as he had arrived. While he had not discussed the rumor being key to his traveling here, his family seemed to sense it was more than a simple pleasure trip. I know Dad would have a great time catching up with him, but I don't want to get his hopes up for nothing. Those thoughts in his mind, Reen made his way through the night streets. Longlai's architecture was distinctly Eastern, making it a uniquely intriguing site among most of Calvard's towns and cities. This was not to say it was similar to Crossbell's East Street. With subtle colors paired with dignified beauty, every wall and stone exuded the traditional concepts of wabi-sabi. One look was enough to understand the region was rich with history. The quiet charm would give way to contrastly lively evenings, where tourists both westward and farther eastward were greeted to stalls dedicated to the hot springs and more. This too held a traditional sort of charm. Reen asked several merchants if they had any information pertaining to the whereabouts of his master, somewhat sheepishly purchasing a number of souvenirs from their stalls to keep himself from being a nuisance. They, he justified, would make it excellent gifts for his friends, his co-workers, and his students. Dude, it's so crazy looking at casual Reen. I can't believe it's almost time for them to graduate. I might be more emotional about theirs than I was for mine. For the first time, Reen would get to experience what it was like for the young birds he had taken under his wing for 2 years to finally leave the nest. Their first year had been eventful, to say the least. What had started as a problem class full of disagreements and mounting tension had grown into one of compassion and understanding for one another. It was with each new discovery about themselves and every new ordeal the world sought to impose upon them that they grew, not only as individuals, but as a team. He had hoped this period would remain as much a meaningful part of their lives as it would always be for him. The months before the Retributive Tower's appearance held many a trial, making the 10 months that followed in its shadow pass all too quickly. Okay, that gives me even better idea of where this took place. In that time, Reen's students continued to mature, building on everything they accomplished in their first year to prepare for and settle into their destined future. Indeed, whether it was by overcoming their demons or by learning to work with them in a healthier fashion, their paths up till now had been well worn, and while they may have had to rest from time to time, he was proud to be part of why their steps continued to face forward. Proud, but also lonely at the thought of saying goodbye. As their second year drew to a close, lacking in grandiose events but still rewarding in its own right, it was this mixture of emotions that bore conflict within him most. I can't believe I'll be going through all of it over again next year, and then the year after that. Hell of a career I chose to pursue. He didn't know when he stopped walking. Realizing this, he resumed his search, paying respect in mind to the many generations of educators who came before him. No matter where he looked, he could not find Master Kafai in Longlai. It was, however, still too early to say whether the trip had been in vain, as he at least caught an unverified report of the Blade Master being seen in the mountains to the south. Wandering such terrain at night wasn't going to be ideal, but Reen was already firm on spending the next day with his family. Tonight it would have to be. Making a brief stop at the inn to tuck his souvenirs somewhere secure, he departed for his new destination. The mountain's winding, half-beaten trails would be more treacherous at night, but they were not off limits as such. The key, Reen knew, would be to not rely on sight alone. His senses of hearing and smell, perhaps even touch, were going to be equally vital. Calling upon his experience and intellect to heighten all 5 senses, he took in his surroundings in full. This really takes me back to training in the mountains. To call the experience training would imply his time being one of simple tutelage between student and master, but it equated to so much more. The danger then was far worse than it was now, with some days requiring him to set foot in highly dangerous territories just to find the day's food to survive. It sounds like the Kunlun Mountains may have been used for a similar exercise a long time ago. Reen was certain to think on the information gained during his search as he continued along the trail. Searching for evidence of human activity in an environment like this was not a difficult task. Humans always leave something indicative of their presence behind that no wild creature could, be it a long dead fire, footprints, traces of going on the hunt. One need only follow the like to lead to their source. Reen did so, advancing with the caution instilled in him by both his old master and hunting enthusiast of a father. They soon led him to clear evidence that a human had been in the area, though the evidence itself was far from what he expected. Remains of a camp. No, it didn't look like it had been left by a martial artist in training or roaming hunters, but the most peculiar thing was that there were multiple sites like the first, all evenly spaced from one to the next. It was as though something was being measured. Maybe this is from a group of scholars doing field research, but it seems too large in scale. There's nothing more to be found here. Reen advanced. Soon after, he found another unusual mound of evidence. It's like someone forced their way through here in a car, or more like hacked open a path wide enough for a car to pass through. All further inspection here suggested that whoever was responsible had given up on this endeavor, leading him to wonder if they somehow found success elsewhere. And if they did, why had they done this at all? The question pestered him. If there was anywhere to clear wide paths, the remote depths of the mountain certainly were not it. But instinct told him he was only a step away from discovering the answer, if I keep following this trail a little farther. At this thought, Reen sensed something approaching. One person. Two people. Yes, there were two. And it was clear they were aware of his presence as well. Only for a fleeting second did he think they might be the ones responsible for the strange trails, but deadly tension that now thickened the air told him these were no simple scholars. He felt them draw near, the night veiling themselves well, and then he felt them stop. How about you show yourselves? He spoke without placing his hand on his tachi, signifying to those watching that he had no desire to fight. Their silhouettes then silently emerged from the darkest shadows of the mountains. They looked very much like the shinobi of the east he had heard about, their forms clad from top to bottom in black garments, and their faces fully obscured. I see your inside poses a threat after all, Divine Blade of the Empire. The contract with our client has yet to begin, but we will make an exception for one among their list of dangerous persons. The silhouettes then charged. They caught him completely off guard, drawing short, straight blades to attack him as they narrowed in. Reen's eyes widened in surprise, but nearly in the same moment he was in a fighting stance, hand over his still-sheathed tachi. Fifth form, Morning Moon. He perceived the direction of his foe's attacks to evade them, then mounted a counter of his own. All it took was that instant to repel their assault and leave them vulnerable. Ordinarily, this would be the time to take the offensive, but all Reen could do was stare at the two with disbelief. The thought entered my mind as I saw you move, but now that we have crossed blades, he paused, the disbelief in his eyes giving way to a more intent gaze. Are you practitioners of the Eight Leaves School? Another pause, this time from the silhouettes, before answering as though they were well aware the question was coming. No, though we possess ties to the school. We are of the Ikaruga, practitioners of the Black God One Blade School. Dude, they're trying to one-up these names, dude. The what? Reen was left stunned. The two Ikaruga held their blades horizontally, ready to thrust them forward at any moment. It was as though they wanted to make clear that while they had been caught off guard once, he would not be so fortunate twice. Reen responded by assuming the middle stance with his tachi. But just as the sides were only a beat away from engaging in battle, what could only be described as a black cyclone roared from the darkness at such speed that it seemed certain to slice anything it touched. Its appearance caught Reen by surprise more than the initial attacks by the silhouettes. He had not suspected an attack from that angle, that distance, or even that moment. His enemies, on the other hand, did not so much as flinch at the sight. The approaching blade, over an arge and a half in length, was heading directly for Reen's back. He couldn't possibly dodge it now. Perhaps he should have noticed. Perhaps it was impossible to notice. Whatever the answer, the divine blade of the Empire would soon fall. The silhouettes waited in for his final moments to be convinced of no other fate in his future. When Reen spun his body in a full circle, applying the intensity built into his tachi from the motion to swing. The blow made was weighted yet precise, shifting the incoming blade to a new direction without mitigating its near overpowering force. The technique was an application of the first blade form, helix. There was no greater course in the moment than to use it to redirect the attack without making direct contact. The spinning blade was now significantly off its intended course, but Reen slashed at it again, earthing a shockwave that further shifted its path. The blade went flying, hairs to the right in the direction it had come from. A hand was there to deftly catch it in midair. Hello. You may have only recently taken the title, but you are worthy of being called the Divine Blade all the same. You used the unclouded eye well. From this hand had emerged a new figure from the darkness. While he was clad in similar garments to the silhouette, something about his presence was much more inspired by comparison. His musculature was thoroughly discernible beneath his body covering fortified suit. His every movement, however slight, was reflected a complete lack of hesitation, and the faint light of his eyes visible through his mask projected no emotion whatsoever. The man possessed the aura of a true warrior. It's called aura, bro. One projected only by those who have fought more battles than was possible to count. Fall back, he is too formidable a foe for you to handle. The silhouette slid into the darkness in an instant. Only the new arrival was left to face Reen. I need to know, who are you, and why did you attack me? Our contract forbids the disclosure of such information. You will leave this place now, fledgling Divine Blade. The tone was not one of advice nor of an order. It was as if the man were stating a fact, his calmness veiling an undertone of malice that told Reen what would happen if he did not do as was told. I'm afraid I can't do that without an explanation. Not when I haven't found what I'm looking for yet. I understand. Then, there was no longer anything to discuss. All they could do was battle. I, Kurogane of the Rogetsu school, shall be your opponent. Kurogane stood at attention, the large blade he had thrown before now pointed. I'd have rather settled this with words, but I can see that's not an option. Reen sighed, taking his own stance in turn. Then Reen Schwarzer, master of the 8 Leaves 1 Blade School 7th form, shall be yours. The Divine Blade moved instantly. The bizarre weapon Kurogane wielded was less akin to a sword, more of 4 equally sized blades, arranged in the shape of a cross, their bases connecting to a single point. That he could direct this large, weighted shuriken as though it were a simple child's toy spoke volumes of how strong he was. Still, even if it was not infallible, for it was not one to be ideally used in close-range combat. Kurogane appeared to have no other key weapons on hand either, meaning that if Reen could force him to fight where he would be at his most disadvantageous, he would very likely come out the victor. This is what he had in mind when choosing to act first. Second form, Gale! He closed the gap between them, drew his blade, and made a wide swing toward his opponent in the blink of an eye. Kurogane blocked the blow with ease. That, however, meant nothing in the larger scheme of things. Reen knew well this man's capabilities, so long as the gap between them was closed, and it was, he considered the attack a success. But just as he thought he would be able to push onward and overpower his foe by mounting a newly fierce assault, Kurogane had split his cross-shaped shuriken in half. The ease at which he did made it clear this was intended by design. Double dual blades. He could dual-wield double sabers? There was no hiding his shock. In the West, double sabers were seen as relics from the Dark Ages that were difficult to utilize. Crow was the only person Reen knew who was competent with one, and only one. The skill it would take to use two was almost too difficult to fathom. His surprise created an opening that Kurogane was not going to let pass unexploited. Possessing twin two-ended blades allowed the shinobi to perform considerably more strikes than Reen, giving him no chance to push back. steel sparked as their weapons clashed. Kuragane was dominant for some time, but he could do nothing to bolster his advantage. With strike and spark after strike and spark, the advantage was moving back to Rin. This was in part due to him being used to fighting this weapon that defied rationale, but it was also because he had been given the time to find what he was looking for, the perfect range in which to attack. Double sabers were forged with a shorter reach than they appear to have, something inevitable due to their handle being in the middle. It could have been because he also used them as shuriken, but the length of Kuragane's sabers were even shorter than Crow's, meaning that Rin would have to adjust with the longer length of his blade. He measured patiently, staying only just out of Kuragane's reach and evading the onslaught by a hair's breadth each time prior to countering. It was calculated quickly thanks to Kuragane's frequent rapid attacks, meaning all Rin had to do now was wait for the right moment. The moment would come in the form of his opponent showing impatience for the stalled battle, driving him to take an unneeded step forward. Rin evaded the strike expertly, instantly returning it with an upward diagonal slash. The forceful swing of his tachi made contact with the handle of Kuragane's own swung weapon, knocking it clean out of his hand. Rin dashed forward to make use of this availed opportunity, but after only a flicker of bewilderment, Kuragane moved to deny him. He blocked Rin's attack with a double saber still in his possession, then hurled a hidden kunai with his free hand, jumping backward a significant distance while doing so. Very good, Divine Blade of the Eight Leaves. You may pale to the skills of our princess, but you, without a doubt, deserve your reputation. Princess? Rin's intonation went unanswered as Kuragane took a notably different stance than before. I shall demonstrate my respect for your skill with my finest technique. This put Rin staunchly on guard, senses heightened. He focused every nerve in his body, fixing his eyes on whatever was to come of Kuragane, who was now gone. Nothing remained where Rin's opponent had just stood. He hadn't taken his eyes off him, never eased himself for a moment, yet Kuragane was nowhere to be seen. How? Had he moved that quickly? Was it some kind of spatial translocation? But there were no signs to indicate either one. Was it that he never moved at all and was still there, sight unseen? No, that wasn't it either. The double saber Rin had repelled to the ground was also gone. I can still sense him, so he hasn't gone far. Rin suppressed the panic welling up within, honing his senses the second time. That was when another black cyclone swirled toward him from the shadows. He half expected something of this nature, so with little deviation he was able to deflect it as he did the first time. The attack indicated that Kuragane had reassembled his shuriken after recovering its lost half, so he could throw it again. It also indicated, together with the slight changes in his surroundings, where he was now positioned. Rin needed a little more time to know where he was for certain. But ahead of making a solid conclusion, the cyclone came at him yet again from a new angle. That was fast. Though he blocked this attack, as well as the last, before he could fully correct his posture, the next cyclone approached. The gap between was getting shorter and shorter. There is another. The time was shorter, and another shorter. Soon, these assorted, smaller cyclones were seemingly growing into a blended grand storm of death, with Rin trapped at its center. This doesn't feel like I'm being attacked by a single person. Did he make phantom copies of himself? He had no idea from where the next cyclone would form, and by the time he located it, the next one was ready. Even the unclouded eye wasn't going to be enough for him to deduce Kuragane's location. He had been able to repel every blade that met with him so far, but that was growing increasingly difficult. I didn't want to use it, but I'm not sure I have a choice. Well aware that doing so would place him in danger, Rin took his mind off the battle. He gave up blocking and evading attacks, dedicating the bare minimum of his focus to not sustaining lethal blows and focusing his mind inward. He focused on the power that he had long cultivated, the power he had feared, loathed, and rejected. The power he now relied on, desired, and nearly surrendered himself to. The power he faced with his loved ones at his side, making it a true part of himself. With his mind clear as day, he unleashed his full strength. Enlightened spirit unification. He imbued his Tachi with the great power surging out of him, crying out as he did so, and spinning his body forcibly around to create a bladed circle around him. The energy released by his Tachi repelled all forthcoming shuriken with ease, and with them, Kuragane's phantom copies lurking in the darkness faded to nothing. With that, there you are! He charged toward Kuragane. The man was thoroughly overwhelmed by Reen's sudden counterattack, throwing him completely off balance. There was nothing he could do to repel what would come next. It's time to settle this. Reen swung his Tachi downward while pouring all of his might into a final single strike, but just as the two felt the battle was coming to an end. Zeroth form, duality. Accompanied with a voice as beautiful as a bell was a slash tearing through the sky, its color so black it threatened to eclipse the moon. It effortlessly stopped Reen's weapon from reaching its target. But that wasn't all. What? With a high-pitched metallic sound, Reen's beloved Tachi was sundered cleanly in two. Princess. Kuragane was also taken aback by this new arrival. I heard what was happening from both our scouts. You could have invited me to join the fun instead of keeping it all to yourself. The words as she chided Kuragane indicated dissatisfaction, but the music of her tone betrayed her excitement. Reen made to see who this mysterious figure was. Bad news, they're letting white women do this shit again. And the sight of her alone took his breath away. She was young, wearing a fortified suit that looked to be a marriage of classical and modern Eastern styles, with long silver hair that almost appeared to glow in the pale moonlight. I've seen you. Your pants are fighting for their lives in the art I've seen of you. Her age was likely close to Reen's, perhaps a little younger, with well-defined features that still held traces of adolescence, pairing strikingly in contrast to the empty void behind her eyes. There was the air of a young noblewoman who had been sheltered from the impurities all her life, and the stench of a baleful warrior who had been bathed in the blood of countless lives. How she is both and neither at once, Reen could not understand. But it was this very quality that made all the more captivating and dangerous. In the woman's left hand was a large black, engraved blade that threatened to freeze him for daring a glance at it. No doubt, it was what halved Reen's Tachi moments ago. What did... Reen fumbled for the words as he clutched the useless blade handle tightly in his hand. The fair-haired woman only smiled as she looked down upon it. Your weapon was very fine, but it was never any match for my friend, I'm afraid. She spun the black blade in her hands around gently before holding it up toward the night sky to seemingly display it with pride. It wasn't hard to see why she would boast about possessing such a weapon. He had seen many a blade of historical significance, but instinct told him that hers was better than any of those. The blunt side featured an intricate design of deep gray that, while he could not discern its meaning there and then, he knew it was nothing less than a work of art. There was an aura about it, one cold as ice, that seemed to reject its worldly surroundings, making it capable of cutting through anything it so desired. It came in company with a beautiful hilt of deep red that contrasted its body without feeling out of place. The juxtaposition was, in a sense, much a reflection of its wielder, with two opposing natures being distinctive yet also one. Reen thought as he observed her blade was clearly something special, but that alone did not explain the strength behind her attack. Let's see. He had never heard of the technique she used, but it was certainly connected to the 8 Leaves in some way, and the skill she showed in executing it made her equal to a divine blade. He was so fixated as these thoughts rushed through his mind that he was only brought out by her sudden laughter. I didn't think I'd ever meet you here. I wonder if our old master is behind guiding us to the same place, or if it's just a happy coincidence. Wait. The manner in which she spoke and her familiarity with Reen gave him a theory. That technique you just used was really something. Consider me intrigued. It puts you a league above more interesting than our senior practitioners. So he was right. Are you? But before he could hear what he already knew, she turned away, refusing to let him finish the question. He isn't here, so why don't you run on back to your family? Go and make the most of your vacation. Just don't let your skill with the blade slip. The world will need it again one day. She spoke with a certain satisfaction as she pointed down to the other half of the broken blade. Then she leaped high, seemingly disappearing on the other side of the moon. Reen could only stare, dumbfounded, as she vanished. Couldn't even speak. Kuragane left with her. Reen got his ass beat rip. Sorry, the adults are engaging with the work right now. Power scalers go home. The Ikaruga, the Black God One-Blade School, and our senior practitioners, Reen had been unable to fulfill his objective. And not just that, he was left with the countless new questions about the people he encountered in the mountain itself. He felt there was meaning behind being guided to this specific place, but how important it was and what it entailed, he did not know. And yet, the person responsible for discerning that won't be me. Looking down at his broken Tachi, he was struck anew with how massive the world truly was. And he realized that now that his master was confirmed to be elsewhere, the purpose of his visit to Long Lai was nothing more than to enjoy a wonderful, ordinary vacation with his family. This meeting here was but a peculiar coincidence, for now at least. When I get back, I'll need to reforge my Tachi and myself. Something stirred in this region, all across Calvard, but there's nothing he could do about that, as he was. All he could focus on was training and bettering himself, so he could one day play a part against the next threat that loomed over the distant horizon. Did they know? New resolve welling in his soul, he made his way through the now still mountain trail, back to where his loving family awaited. Did they, like, decide the name in advance? Like... Give me a second to grab something, chat. Just a sec. I just needed to grab a drink. I haven't had anything since, whenever we beat the final boss. Yeah, we've been reading for like 3 hours. Okay. By the way, is this the last one, or are they gonna spawn like a third one? Pill me. Like, is this the last thing? 3. There's a third. See, I knew this shit. I know these fuckers. You can't trust them. Even when you're in a visual novel segment, they'll still hide one like it's aura farming you. Okay, April, year 1208. That means this would be 13 months after the start of Reverie. Aramis Academy is a famous educational institute in the Calvardian capital of Edith. The name derives from an artist central to Calvard's democratic revolution 100 years ago. I wanted to ask you so that I can get excited internally as we're almost done that we're almost done. It's where I let my muscles loosen. This was also reflected in his goal of nurturing new talent and helping to forge a brighter future for a new republic. The Academy placed great value on the traditional education, of course, but it also encouraged the perspectives of new cultures and values, attracting many an independent mind from across Zemuria. It was a storied place of learning that reflected the Republic's views as a whole. This story, for its part, begins not long after the Springtime Festival held yearly to welcome the new student body. It was just another morning at the Academy, countless students shuffling through its grounds, when one of them in particular happened to draw an unusual amount of attention. The young lady had long, soft violet hair, crowned with a black ribbon. Her figure had been cut respectively as she matured into a young woman of 17 years, and yet her face still held traces of girlhood days bygone. The beauty she was. She never failed to turn inquisitive heads as she strolled along. Okay, yeah, I figured. Alright, cool. Her name was Ren Bright. She was a second-year student from Genus Royal Academy in Liberl, now studying at Aramis as part of an exchange program. She had only just arrived in the spring. Ren's goal in attending was not to further her education. She had been considered highly gifted since she was a child, having already earned several doctorates in years past, and there was little more a new academy could reasonably teach her. Her goal in reality was to use it as a front to operate freely in Calvard. She's like, I want to be in more games. Can I do that? Please? It was hard to find one better than being a student. She already found the role relatively foolproof during her time at Genus. There's nothing she can learn, so she can just vibe. Even if there are limits to how much a student could get away with, society as a whole was soft on school children. To move freely would also require drawing as little attention as possible. She aimed to conduct herself modestly, as any elegant young lady who wished to remain unseen should during her time at Aramis. There was just one big problem with the plan. Good morning, Miss Bright. Isn't she just gorgeous? Look, I see her. She's so beautiful, and everyone says she's just as smart, too. All she had to do was walk down the hall to be showered with greetings and whispers of envy and admiration. Her look alone was already enough to make her the talk of the school. But after one of the teachers let slip that she received a perfect score in her entrance exam, there was suddenly not a single person who didn't know her name. The other students cared not how much she wanted to avoid drawing attention, she was getting it whether she liked it or not. Naturally, not everyone was pleased with the booming popularity this new transfer student had attained in less than a month. While most were busy fawning over Ren's arrival that morning, another group watched the charade unfold from the shadows, echoing audible tuts of displeasure. Ren had yet to be enrolled in any clubs, so as soon as the day's lessons had come to an end, she packed her belongings and stood to leave. A word, if I may, Miss Bright. It was a fellow classmate surrounded by a small faction of students clearly loyal to their king bee. Dude, look at this guy. Dude looks like fucking Ferdinand from fucking Three Houses. Though instinct told her this was not going to be a conversation she wanted to have, she made an effort to pretend otherwise. She would not be provoked into behaving as anything but a mature, modest young lady. I've been wanting to get to know you better for some time now. You see, I was wondering if you might join me for dinner this evening. The boy, Ronald Griffith. Man, we really are in China, America here. Do not call him Pro Jared. You're going to make me explode. I can't take this shit. Rem was very much used to being asked out like this, and never once did she accept. She always made up some excuse. Today would be no different. I'm ever so sorry, but I'm afraid I have something urgent to take care of after school today, some other time. This was usually enough to get them to give up, but Ronald, he's persistent. Well, that won't do. I have something very important to discuss with you, and I've already booked us a table at a restaurant so we can discuss in detail. There's really no way your business can wait. There was something ominous about his smile. Ren couldn't help but be curious what he was thinking. I'm afraid it can't. I'm so sorry after you've gone out of your way to prepare ahead of time. Still, I could spare a little time now, so I'd be happy to talk here if that's alright. So not tonight then. A pity. Ronald's tone read one less of genuine sadness and more irritation that things were not going according to plan. Well aware that he let slip his true feelings on the matter, he quickly composed himself and smiled. Now it's better than ever, I suppose. This does concern everyone in the room, so perhaps it's all for the better said here. To this, Ren glanced around the room, noticing that only she, Ronald, and his lackeys were all who remained. Most were likely on their way home in their respective clubs. While some would have ordinarily been in the classroom at this hour, she was certain none wanted anything to do with Ronald and his group. He took a step toward her, then began to speak. I'm well aware, Miss Bright, that you have come all the way from the distant Liberal to be here. It's not unusual for students to transfer from afar for family reasons. But I hear in your case you came to Calvard just to learn in these hallowed halls. I cannot help but deeply admire your spirit and thirst for knowledge. Pretty sure the D in that's a typo. Pure theatrics, this one. At the same time, I worry about you, brilliant you may be, but living alone in a far-off land must be a terribly lonely and challenging affair. We all need someone to depend on in our lives, and that would be especially so in your situation. So if you don't mind me saying this, Miss Bright, I believe you're in need of someone to look after you, to protect you. At last, he shut up, giving Ren a chance to respond. She scrutinized him closely. In short, you'd like for me to join your circle of friends. Ronald's smarmy smile broadened. His father was a senator in the Republic's parliament, meaning he held a significant amount of political power. His son used this to his full advantage. Ever since joining the academy, Ronald had used his father's name to form a faction of sorts among the students, forcibly building his reputation until he was the leading candidate in the student council president in the election, staged in half a month's time. His goal, Ren assumed, was to bring the hottest talk of the academy into his faction to further his chances of victory. I think you'll find that joining us would help you feel much more secure and at home here. Or perhaps you don't yet appreciate just how much of a difference having someone like me backing you would make on the life of an exchange student. True, she mused inwardly. Being in a group of high social standing would make it easier for her to gather info. If she could leverage his father's connections to build more of her own, that would pay itself in dividends in the days to come. The pompous boy had no way of knowing the actual circumstances that brought her to Aramis, but his proposal was in fact very beneficial to her. She returned his smile with a modest one of her own as she answered. You're kind to think so much of me, but I'm afraid I'll have to decline. Clear, unambiguous rejection. Ronald's lips were still curled into a smile, but he could not hide the twitch in his brow, nor could his lackeys hide their shock. They had, by all accounts, expected her to answer the opposite. Are you sure you won't reconsider, Miss Bright? Surely someone as brilliant as yourself can see why accepting my offer would be in your best interest. I fear if you don't now, you may well come to regret it. The last words were a hair slower and deliberate to intimidate her. Ren, of course, was never going to fall for it. I'll admit it is a tempting proposal, tempting enough to inspire one to consider helping a certain someone with the student council election, if only that someone weren't you. What did you just say? The sudden taunt caught him completely off guard, resulting in a flare of irritation escaping him. Ren, for her part, was unruffled by the change. I imagine you don't need me to explain why, but I will, to be sure. I've been very aware that the threatening glares I always attracted on the way to school every morning have been coming from all of you. They've been a constant in my life ever since just before the festival. All were flabbergasted by the statement, their silence confirming what she said to be true. She continued. Now, you have every right to regard me with caution. I'm well aware of how much I stand out despite my best efforts. Taking potential threats under your own wing is a strategically sound move, too. However, that your target was so easily able to see through your scheme shows everyone here just how inept you really are. I have better things to do than assist someone so incompetent and small-minded. With a shrug and sigh in a somewhat dramatic fashion, Ren stood before Ronald, his shoulders trembling from rage. Good day to you all. Ren gave a courteous nod of acknowledgement before leaving the room, paying no mind to the wide eyes and open slack jaws she left behind. So Agate ended up getting pretty beat up from another one of Mom's crazy jobs she threw at him. Did get some good data out of it though, but ouch. Your mom's always so funny. That night in the dormitory, Ren and Tita were engrossed in deep conversation through their laptops. But it's always same old with all of you. I'm surprised there's anything of Agate left with how often you tell me he's nearly facing death. You two are in a rut. I know something that could spice things up. Maybe try adding a little romance to the mix, like a couple of bright-eyed lovebirds we know. But we have agreed to go somewhere next week, so we're not in a complete rut. Well, isn't that something? The stairs to adulthood await you, my dear friend. Ren? See, Ren's just like, you definitely need to make this a thing before he turns 30. You got like 1 year left. Tita graduated from the branch campus in Arabonia just as Ren left for Calvard, leaving them no time to spend with one another in person. That wasn't ideal, of course, but from a hint of sadness came the habit of talking like this once a week so they could stay in each other's lives. They discussed anything, from their new lives and environments to the fruits of their research, occasionally stumbling into a serious topical matter or two along the way. Sounds like a legal confrontation between the Verne Company and Epstein Foundations is inevitable at this point. I know, I can't believe this is really happening. Both frowned at their screens. A recent development concerning the Calvardian industry giant Verne Company had become a key source of concern. It began soon after Crossbell returned to normalcy after the Supreme Leader's takeover the previous year. Professor Erica Russell approached the Verne Company to propose that they join the West Zemurian Tech Union that she had been hard at work forming. Yeah, that was established in the Orbital Gear 4 story. And to no one's surprise, they refused. See, I told you that fucking grandpa looked like Heihachi. Look at that guy. But before Erica and the rest of the engineers involved could finish getting ready to go and change Verne's mind, something happened to make the Union the least of anyone's priorities. The independent development of a new generation of ordnance, and their generation's long partner in the subset of technology, the Epstein Foundation, would not be a collaborator. The latter had been key supporters of Zemuria's Orbman development and orbital technology in general since they started. Battle Orbmans were no exception to this. The Foundation had known their way around them since the very first model, drafting the incredible concept that had been used as a base ever since. Even the Reinford Company, before the Battle of Jormungand, had not thought to develop their Arcus models on their own, instead favoring to develop them in partnership with the Storied Institute. The announcement was quite simply unprecedented and sent shockwaves throughout the industry. The Epstein Foundation was also less than pleased about being cast aside in this manner. While there were certainly legal concerns regarding who owned the patent to this technology, the greater concern was that their stable position in the industry as a whole had now become unstable. They initially responded by attempting to resolve this through peaceful means, but when those attempts proved fruitless, it was reported that they were preparing for what could only be an ugly international legal dispute. I'd say Verne has the upper hand if this ever makes it to court. Unlike their previous Ramda ordnance, this 6th generation is designed to set a whole new standard. All of its main features are packed with new tech. New features that are still being kept under wraps. I hear if you move the analog stick, you can move around. I wonder what those are. What they could be trying to develop that's important enough to ruin their relationship with the Foundation. Though I have heard about the government telling the Verne Company to focus more on weapons development. I have too. It sounds like they're planning to significantly revamp the military's weaponry. The official story is that they're planning on slimming the military down, and if they're pairing that with the latest in weapons development, they're still just as powerful, maybe even more so. As part of the war ceasefire agreement, Erebonia was required to downsize their military, bringing it more in line with that of Calvard's. This means that they had to bench 90% of everything they owned. Yet if the Republic were to expand the capabilities of the military, this recently forced equilibrium and superpowers would be quickly broken. Whatever it may be true, I've got lots of questions I need answers to. Maybe it'd be worth visiting the Verne Company's headquarters in Basel at some point. You haven't learned anything more about where Professor Hamilton is at the moment, right? Nothing new or concrete, at least. Sounds like she's continuing her research eastward, but I haven't heard anything more specific. Mom and Grandpa haven't had any luck in contacting her either. Not surprised since that area isn't well connected, but it's still unfortunate. She's a lot more personable than Professor Schmidt, so having her on our side would help a lot. Tita could only laugh. Yeah, there's a lot of worrying stories going around about new PMCs and stuff like that. Makes me wonder if none of this would even be happening if she was still acting as an advisor for the Verne Company. The deeper into the conversation they went, the more Tita could feel her spirit sinking. The political climate in Western Zemuria was unusually stable at the moment, with its nations basking in prosperity. But she could not shake the feeling that the peace was built over rotting wood, that it would come all crashing down with but the slightest provocation. This was becoming especially true in the tech world, as it had undergone rapid growth in recent years compared to other fields, so rapid in fact that no base could possibly sustain its sudden weight without cracks beginning to form. They figured out how to make escalators like 10 years ago. Try not to dwell too much on the worst case scenario, Tita. This peace might rest on a knife's edge, but there's still plenty we can do to preserve it. That's why I'm here now, and that's also why you're working so hard too. We could find a million problems in the world if we wanted, but pessimism isn't going to make them go away. The words filled Tita with the right amount of comfort she needed in that precise moment. Yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks, Ren. They continued on, losing track of time as they talked well into the night. Before they knew it, the clock had struck 12. Well, it's getting late, so I should probably be going. I'll talk to you soon. Good night, Tita. Then Tita remembered something, the exclamation, and stopped Ren just as she was about to end the call. Estelle and Joshua told me to ask you if you're doing okay in school. Those two always worry too much. You think I wasn't talking to them too? She couldn't help but remember her interaction with Ronald after class, but Ren quickly drove the thought from her mind. It wasn't worth dredging up. Tell them they can rest easy. Everything is fine. Good, they wanted me to let them know if you were being bullied so they could fly over and help. Ren could only sigh. Honestly, do they think I can't keep myself safe from schoolyard bullies? Actually, they said they were more worried about what you do to them than what they do to you. At her friend's silence, Tita could not help but burst out laughing. I worry about you too, obviously, but they're probably right. You would fucking kill anybody. How awful of you. Even if that were to happen to me, I wouldn't do half of what you're imagining. Not anymore, anyway. See, it's saying that kind of thing that makes people worry. I'm a lady now. I need the, magnanimity to forgive the transgressions of others. I'm also trying to do what I can to avoid standing out too much. You can try, but I think that's always been a lost cause. Anyway, now I'm really gonna go before I remember anything else. Say hi to Zen for me if you run into him. I'm planning to go see him when everything calms down here, so we'll do. I've been meaning to go and see someone else I've been indebted to in the past, too. By the time the two of them finished talking and ended the call, one day had given way to the next. Yeah, she seems to have been a bit of a late bloomer. She looks like she aged 5 years in one. The morning dawned yet another day of school. However, just as she left her classroom in the main building at the start of lunch and went to descend the staircase, she felt someone suddenly draw near from behind her. Reflexively, she dodged out of the way. A female student then entered her field of vision. She had lost her balance, her expression a mix of fear and surprise. She passed through the spot Ren had been moments before, but her momentum showed no signs of fading. If someone didn't stop her, she was going to start tumbling down the stairs. Ren was quick to grab her and pull her close. She supported the girl's weight with one arm and all the grace of someone taking part in a ballroom dance, saving her from falling. Several students happened to witness the event unfold and could not help but elicit gasps of admiration. Noticing the girl's eyes were still unfocused, Ren gently addressed her. Are you alright? You aren't hurt, are you? Finally realizing the situation she was in, the girl whose face had become quite red, quickly straightened her posture in a fluster. Yes, I'm okay. You're Ren Bright from the next class over, aren't you? Thanks for helping me. You're very welcome. But I would have to caution you from losing your composure like that right next to a staircase. Do you have some really urgent business? The girl first frowned in response, then paused to think, then answered, Nothing I can think of, it's weird, but even though it was probably my imagination, it felt like someone had pushed me from behind. Obviously, no one here would do that, but so I must have just bumped into someone by accident. She thanked her rescuer again before disappearing into the distance. The situation she had deemed her imagination lingered in Ren's mind. If I hadn't sensed something was amiss, both of us would have fallen down the stairs. Could have been badly hurt. Is it really just a coincidence or a deliberate action? If it was the latter, my battery will fucking die now. Alright, we gotta finish the rest of this in like 90 minutes. She didn't have anything to support this theory, but with it came a familiar sensation. The idea of someone trying to bully Ren here has the same energy as someone trying to bean Gohan in baseball. It's very funny. Do they know? Let's see. It came with a familiar sensation, the feeling of maliciousness stares focusing on her from the shadows. It took surprisingly little time for her suspicions to gain evidence. After finishing gym class the next day, Ren made for the classroom and began preparing for her next lesson. As she did, she immediately noticed something was amiss. All of her textbooks had been glued shut with an excessive amount of adhesive. Try she did to open them, it was a lost cause to get to even a single page. It was an obvious attempt to harass her. The culprits behind the act were equally obvious. Not far from Ren's was Ronald Griffith and his lackeys, whom she so memorably turned down 2 days prior, snickering to themselves. Their eyes mockingly focused on Ren all the while. They're not even interested in hiding what they're like anymore. I'm sure at this point they want me to know who did it to intimidate me. This latest development also confirmed in her mind that they were responsible for trying to push her down the stairs the day before. What a pitiful sight they were. Because she refused to join their group, her existence was, in their eyes, now nothing more than a hindrance to Ronald's campaign for student council president. They would stop at nothing to either break her spirit or force her to join or shame her into lowering her popularity among the student body. It didn't matter that Ren had no interest in taking part in the election. After further inspecting the state of her textbooks, Ren's expression grew difficult to read. I think I can make them usable again, but not in what little time I had before class. The bell soon chimed to signal the start of her lesson. Ren left her textbooks out on top of the desk, making no effort to open them throughout. Her instructor was of course less than pleased about this perceived slight against them, picking her to answer a question as an attempt to chide her poor behavior. Ms. Bright, please read the next paragraph aloud for us. Ronald and his friends let out a series of pleased giggles at this, their minds delighting at the thought of a flustered Ren being told off and humiliated in front of the entire class. But what transpired in reality played out very differently. Without missing a beat, Ren did exactly as she was told, reciting the selected paragraph she had been asked to read word for word, while the textbook had remained closed because she is fucking insane. Did you memorize the entire book? Even the instructor could not hide their surprise. But of course, as a student of Aramis Academy, I would never dare to compromise in preparing for my lessons. Rem responded with such grace that she of course drew in more sighs and coos of admiration from both her instructor and peers alike. It was only Ronald and his posse who groaned with sullen expressions. The next incident came on Ren's way to school the next morning. She entered the school gates with the horde of other students and was just about to step into the building when she noticed a foul smell coming from above her. Looked upward, noticing a portion of fencing surrounding the building's rooftop was falling directly above her. Other students noticed at the same time, letting out screams of horror and worries they could do nothing about it. I could get out of the way easily if I wanted, but the fencing was over 2 arcs in length. She could escape unharmed, but the other students around her would not. That was a risk she was unwilling to take. Grasping the battle ornament hidden in her bag, she cried out, "Airstrike!" A sphere of wind formed in response to her incantation, flying upward at high speeds. She carefully controlled its power so that instead of sending the fence flying, simply canceled out its momentum, allowing her to hop and catch it with ease. This is no accident. Smell makes it obvious. It was the distinct scent of a liquid extracted from a certain plant monster. One of its properties was to imitate the natural corrosion of metal, resulting in its application in certain solvents. This made the fence falling a deliberate action the perpetrator had been trying to disguise as an accident. With Ren having been the target of several malicious acts, it was obvious. Like, come on, man. Again, she could feel the presence of those familiar hateful stares pouring into her from the shadows. But again, as well, they were not the only ones with eyes on her. Whoa, that was awesome. Did you see that? Anything she can't do? Ren's quiet meditation was disrupted by a multitude of cheers and applause from around her. As if she were a performer just about to leave the stage, she gave an elegant bow in response. This would not be the last time she endured harassment from Ronald's group, but each and every time they thought they bested her, she would handle herself with exemplary skill, their efforts only serving to make her more popular. The state of affairs continued for several more days before a seemingly out of patience Ronald summoned Ren behind the school building after lessons were over for the day. He stood oppressively before her, his lackeys behind him, with a composure he attempted to feign before, now replaced by a plane of vile anger. Let me give it to you straight, Ren Bright. You are an eyesore. Even that gentlemanly air he impersonated before was gone. Really? Well, that's not a very polite thing to say to a classmate. Don't try and act cute and innocent. I put too much damn time and mirror into building my position up in this academy. But who's always at the center of attention instead? It's you. It's always you. It's like you're deliberately trying to sabotage my chances of success. That's the last thing I can afford right now. The more livid Ronald became, the more unruffled Ren was in turn. You're only sabotaging yourself by setting me up to succeed over and over again. You are aware of that, aren't you? Had she not been forced to defend herself against him over and over again, she would not have received nearly as much attention. This, being pointed out, caused Ronald to return an audible tut of frustration. Who cares about how it happens? The point is, this has gone on long enough. So I'm going to have to ask you to step off this stage for a while. What do you mean? Ronald seemed to present some of his initial cool from when they first talked as he answered. Oh, I mean something very simple. You just won't come to school until the election is over. And if I refuse? To this, he raised a hand, and in response, his lackeys stepped forward to surround her. The boys were unusually well built for their age, showing off their hulking forms in hopes of intimidating her. They don't know that she's like level 240. Refusing is not an option, I'm afraid, if you aren't going to oblige me willingly. We'll just have to make it so you can't come to school for a while. Break this girl's legs! Well, that's no good. I think we both know that would constitute a grave violation of school rules. Something about her inflection caused him to mistake her commentary as showing a hint of fear, further fueling their desire to dominate the situation. No one's watching a place like this, even if someone did happen to see. My father's a politician. He can make it go away. You know, Ronaldtron, this is funny because even outside of Ren's competence, nobody ever puts together. Man, it's crazy how this transfer student from Liberl has the same last name as the most infamous man on the continent. Oh, dude. If they don't willingly choose to ignore what they saw in deference to my position, that is, everyone at this academy seems to already know their place, you see. Everyone except you. His smile then was so unpleasant that a sigh escaped Ren. Oh, I think you're the one who doesn't know your place. I don't want to be rough with him after what Tita said, but he needs to be taught a good hard lesson. Ronald continued on, oblivious to what was running through his apparent victim's mind. Now do as I say. His lackeys drew closer, ready to seize her. I'll keep it in mild, but I still want this to hurt for them. Just enough to set them on the right track. I don't think Estelle or Joshua would object to that. But just as she was about to act... Stop this at once! A girl's shout came from the direction of the school building. She was, of course, not shouting at Ren. And who are you? Ronald was visibly irritated. Though the girl appeared to be visibly nervous, she continued to stand her ground. I didn't mean to listen in, but I couldn't help but overhear what was happening here. You can't go through with this. What you're doing is wrong. The girl stepped forward till she was directly in front of Ren to protect her from her schoolyard bullies. As she did so, the light revealed sleek, dazzling blonde hair that shimmered, much like the sunshine above. Ren recognized her to be the first year student who lived in the dorm next to her own. They weren't close to one another. At most, they only exchanged some polite greetings with one another as they passed each other in the hall. She always seemed like a quiet, polite young woman with a good upbringing. However, not the type whose eyes would glow with resolve as she put her well-being on the line for someone else's. Ren was surprised by this, as was Ronald, though he was less than impressed. He never fathomed that another student would dare to resist him. One thing he did sense was her resistance was little more than a brave front. With excitement at the thought of stripping that front bare, he grew a sadistic smile and addressed her. Is it now? Well, how unfortunate for me that I have you to show me the error of my ways. Ren can wait. You're a first year, I assume. I'm gonna need to give you a lesson in just how right and wrong works in our society. Upon a signal, his lackey shifted to surround their new target. Man, these men are just always attacking women. It's just crazy. She began to tremble as danger crossed in on her, but still, she did not move. Don't you dare. This time, it was Ren who spoke up. I'll give you what you want, so don't you dare touch her. But, you sure about that? She wasn't planning on that response, but Ronald was more than happy to have his win in any form. I'll stay away from school for a while. That's what you want, right? But then the experience of studying abroad has been rather tiring for me, so maybe I do need some rest. Ren's voice was gentle in an attempt to assuage the kind girl's concerns. Ronald, meanwhile, made no attempt to hide the joy he felt at victory, laughing heartily with all the glee of a spoiled child. Good, now everyone knows their place here. I see no reason to harm either of you two now that I got what I want. Consider yourself lucky now that I've decided to let you go. Ronald turned away and made to leave, his lackeys following suit. Good day to you then. When we next meet, the school will be all mine. Then he was gone. With only the girls left behind the school building, the younger of the two looked up at her senior, concern welling in her expression. I really am all right. You're very kind to worry. Ren's smile was one of genuine kindness. From then on, Ren did indeed stop coming to school, citing illness as the official reason behind her absence. The students then gathered in the Academy's auditorium several days later for the long-awaited Student Council election. Aramis Academy, as a whole, placed great importance on the autonomy of its students, and as such, the Student Council exercised an unusual amount of power. Student councils are important, dude. It also weighed upon them a massive amount of responsibility, such as being the sole planner for the Academy's festival, a symbol of and celebration of spring in the capital. This, however, also led to the position being a major status symbol, even long after graduation. Dude, high school, like, people who peak in high school, like, get even more power, like, in this society. That's crazy. They're, like, building a society of Uncle Ricos. All of this was why a large number of students put their names forward to become the Student Council president every year. Yet this year, a great majority of the most promising candidates dropped out under mysterious circumstances, leaving only Ronald and others associated with him on the ballot. All of this is why a large number of students put their names forward to become the Student Council president every year. Let's see. Alright. Couldn't exactly boast about winning by default. Ronald's supporters sat in the rest area. Sorry, I got distracted by a phone notification from X telling me a Disney Springs restaurant was robbed by a scuba man. And that completely threw everything out of my mind. I gotta turn off these push notifications from X. I don't care. Like, can you stop? Eventually, the time came for him to give a speech. It was a compelling one. He played the part of a respectable young gentleman, and he delivered it, speaking with the same silver tongue he inherited from his father. I also saw that. Fuck this shit, man. There were some moments where he failed to hide his arrogance, but as no one else had prepared a speech, this was not the blow to his campaign it otherwise would have been. Now, if you would turn your eyes to the screen he spoke of was the back of the auditorium. This was a rather notable feature to have in the school building, to have anywhere, and was installed several years prior for use in lectures and to display recreational films. Other nations had yet to indulge in such luxuries, showing just how far ahead Calvard was in its technology. It has to be the most ahead because it's the next game. Up until then, students had used it to display photographs during their speeches, but Ronald intended to take it another step forward. He lives in Florida. Must have been that. Dude. Bro's been busy. He wanted to share a promo video, and not a single, simple makeshift self-produced one that might ordinarily be presented by an amateur, but rather a professional work he paid a considerable amount of mira for. Its quality was genuinely impressive. His victory was written in stone, but this, he knew, would cement it that much more. Convinced this would serve as the perfect beginning to his ascension to the top of the social hierarchy, he started the video. The musical number it played was rousing, fitting what followed then was Ronald appearing on screen. So, how much beer do you want for supporting me? I can make it worth your while. What? The video playing before them was not the one intended. Rather than an inspirational show of what he could bring to the body, it was a recording of him buying off one of his opponents days before. As hushed whispers of confusion spread through the auditorium, the next clip played. If you know what's good for you, you'll withdraw your candidacy right now, or the only thing you'll be president of is a hospital bed, dude. Ren can do many things. There was a long list of things she could do. She was hacking shit when she was like 14. You have like no shot, dude. She had a super robot when she was like 9. Like, as it continued, Ronald realized what was going on. Someone out there had replaced his carefully prepared video with another one. And no one decided to check the file. No one be prepping this shit anymore. The initially hesitant whispers exploded into loud enough murmurs that he had to raise his voice over them to quell the situation. This is a forgery. Someone's attempting to frame me. Someone's attempting to frame me in my attempts to become high school student council president. But just at that moment, as if waiting for his cries of denial, a girl's voice resounded from the auditorium's entrance. I'm afraid it's all entirely genuine. Her voice rang out with wonderful clarity, charming all who heard it. She ran her hand through her violet hair and flipped it back as she talked, and walked slowly toward the stage. This is some Mean Girl shit, dude. Bribing potential threats, blackmailing, threatening, even executing violence against others, and many other cases of bullying besides. You're guilty on every single count, Ronald Griffith. Before anyone could fully understand what was happening, this student was on the stage and staring Ronald down. All eyes were fixed upon this elegant figure. Indeed, without any effort at all, she had the air of a protagonist from some epic tale making her long-awaited appearance. Damn it, Ren Bright, must you insist on getting in my way at every turn? He growled through a sheet of anger. In contrast, the recently absent Ren responded with brilliant composure. Dude, you do not need to respond like a supervillain. You are the one getting in the way of the fair running of this important election. Your countless crimes have made a mockery of the whole process. Ren then turned from Ronald to the rest of the student body as she continued to list his crimes alongside the still running video. Some elicited frowns, others sympathy, others complete silence, but by the time she was finished, all were united in a single overpowering emotion: anger. Brings me to joy to say this about a fellow student, but I'm afraid it must be said. Ronald Griffith, you do not deserve to even attend this prestigious academy, much less be president of its student council. Similar censure from other students followed in rapid succession. She's right. Stop ruining our academy. You've gone too far. You should be bald. Many things were said. Ren's accusation wasn't the only reason for their anger. The students of Aramis had long loathed Ronald's oppressive behavior. They'd only spoken out before because they were afraid of their father's power. Them having this grand presentation of a student council president election is really funny because if this were American high school, everyone would be looking at the clock hoping they were getting out of class. Yes! This is very true. Now that they realized he could be stopped, their anger had reached an explosive point. They're like, if we can get this guy fucking out of here, we will lock in. There's many times where you let something go socially in many situations, because whatever. But if there's there's blood, we can solve this shit. You're like, I will no longer abstain, and I will go beyond simply liking the posts of the person arguing that I agree with. Ronald suddenly found himself at the center of a torrent of abuse. He looked to his lackeys for support, but even they refused to meet his gaze. They're like, let's disassociate, let's try and do that. It dawned on him just how fragile all he thought he built was. Rage gave way to an instant deep despair, and casting a glare of pure hatred toward Ren, Ronald hurriedly sprinted out of the auditorium. Only when he was completely out of sight did the air erupt with cheers of joy. This is a Disney Channel original movie. And then they lift her up and throw her up in the air. And then they're gonna save the community center, and a talking dog gets a new home. In the end, addressing the aftermath of the election took long enough that by the time she left for the gates, it was already evening. Yet even with how late it was, instead of walking her usual route home, she stepped off the path to enter an entirely unoccupied park. How does this work? No one's gonna interrupt us here, so how about you come on out? In response, Ronald emerged before her for the first time since he ran earlier in the day with 10 or so companions in tow. Now, he can get his ass kicked. These men weren't his usual lackeys, but instead vicious figures with dark expressions and gaudy clothing. They were not students of the academy. They belonged to a local gang. You don't keep very good company outside of school now, do you? With how they're dressed up, I assume you must be off to a party. I'm gonna have to wipe that smug smirk right off your face for good, Ren Bright. This dude's life got ruined. He might be on Gilbert level. Man, Gilbert would solo this guy so easy. My dazzling future in politics was guaranteed, but now you gotta ruin everything! What am I supposed to say to my father now? That I'm a fuck-up, that's what you should probably do. That's your problem, not mine. Or are you so small a man that you can't own up to the consequences of your own mistakes? Not a second passed between his outburst and the manner in which she snapped back, causing his temper to grow twice as vile. That's it. I don't care what it takes. You're gonna pay for thinking you could cross me and get away with it. Have at her. There won't be any consequences for going too far. My father will see to that. The men sprung into motion upon Ronald's signal. Like, generally, Gilbert kind of, like, engaged on his own for many things. This guy mostly just like, can I get other people to do things fucking for me, you know? But what followed them made them doubt their eyes. Ronald could not understand what just unfolded before him. His eyes relayed the information well enough, but his mind rejected it completely. The second after he ordered his new lackeys to attack, Ren had produced a monstrously sized black and gold scythe from thin air. This in itself was beyond comprehension, but it wasn't the last thing to be so. The scene was like a cat toying with a powerless cornered mouse, except in this shocking case, Ren was the cat and his men were the mice. They surrounded her at first, and yet all it took was a single swing of the conjured weapon to cause most of them to collapse onto the ground. In less than 10 seconds, their confidence had crumbled with their bodies. The mice made to scurry as fast as they could, but the cat gleefully gave chase. There were even moments where she let a few think they had gotten away, only for her to immediately close the gap. It was only after she was bored that she would knock them unconscious like the rest. Then she would seek delight in her next hunt. Like heavy sacks of potatoes, the men fell one by one, one by one, one by one, until Ren and Ronald were left. This can't be happening. The young man was struggling to come to terms with what he had just witnessed as Ren stretched her limbs like a bored child still gearing up to play. Amateurs, every last one of them. I thought I could at least have a little fun. Oh, but don't you worry, I didn't actually slaughter them. She turned her gaze from the spectacle of her own creation to Ronald. Would you be open to giving me a little more entertainment, perhaps, Ronald? Yo, is that like Tokyo Tower in the back, by the way? Check that shit out. Ronald twitched in fear at the mention of his name. In this moment, she was now nothing more than a beast in human skin. Stay away from me. My father's in Parliament, you know. Try anything on me and you'll regret it. Her response was an expression of pure pity before tossing what appeared to be a magazine at his feet. It's one of today's tabloids. You might find its contents relevant. What? At first, he was baffled by this shift, but the second he peeked the cover, his face went pale. Representative Griffith suspected of bribery and connections to organized crime, read the headline in giant punchy lettering. There's a whole special feature on your dearest daddy, complete with evidence. She took a few days off to ruin the entire family. It mentions that the CID is going to be conducting an investigation, so this may be the last day you can say he's in Parliament. My condolences. No, so visceral was his shock at the news that the simple word was all he could muster. Even then, Ren wasn't finished. So now that he's been removed from the equation, I'll ask again, would you be open to giving me a little more entertainment? She edged closer and closer, scythe in hand and a sadistic smile lacing her lips. Ronald tried to retreat in fear before tripping over a rock and falling hopelessly on his ass. All he could do was watch her as though she were the Grim Reaper. Tears and snot streaming down his face. Be a doll and play with me, then you'll understand why they used to call me the Angel of Slaughter. She raised her scythe above her head and ready to swing it downward before realizing what she said. Oops. Grown woman wouldn't play with dolls, though, would she? And here I thought I could better control my childish glee. She covered her mouth with her free hand, blushing with feminine modesty at her slip-up. None of this was behavior befitting the proper lady she wanted to reflect. After composing herself, she turned her attention back to her prey, only to see he was already unconscious. Finished? As she left the park, a calm young man called out to her. I certainly am. Ren met eyes with a brown-skinned young man, leaning covertly against one of the trees. Safe to assume he had witnessed the entire affair unfold. He glanced inside the park for a brief moment before speaking with slight but genuine admiration. You really are something. In what way? In every way. Even if I was more struck by the hacking abilities of the famous Kitty than the combat prowess of the Angel of Slaughter. So hard to believe you managed to find dirt on his bigwig dad that easy. Ren's response was matter of fact, showing no sign of praise had gone to her head. Most people just aren't as cautious about cybersecurity as they ought to be. This brings us to today's sponsor. Of course, it isn't nearly as easy as this was when you're dealing with the leading corporations and politicians at the top of the food chain. Made it sound like you've tried before. Maybe I have. Red's smile was both cryptic and darling. I've been more impressed with you. You were quick to write a piece that scathing while also finding me exactly the proof I needed. I'm glad Grace introduced us. I'm just doing my job. Alright, so we got Dingo! And he was a professional reporter for a tabloid. He was extremely capable of his job, very well connected, and held a reputation for never shying away from danger. After being introduced to one another by Grace Lynn, he and Ren made a deal with one another just a few days prior. Here this guy eats babies. That does happen. The Dingo ate their fucking baby, dude. The terms were simple. Dingo would provide Ren with proof of Ronald's misdemeanors, and Ren would use her hacking abilities to provide evidence for his father's crimes. Both were now reaping the rewards of the other's success. Though I'll admit that I did get some help from a friend, he was none too pleased about being asked to look into a scummy politician's equally scummy son, but he pulled through. Oh? You just have all kinds of connections, don't you? She did sense someone other than Dingo was acting on her behalf while she was off school. She wasn't sure who that someone was. The curious sensation regarding their identity remained as she continued the conversation. You know, I'm surprised you didn't meet with any resistance in running that story. That just goes to show how big a fan of the government was of Griffith. They left him alone because he didn't actively oppose the current president's party. But from the CID's perspective, this chance to take him down was about as good as it was going to get. That does sound like something Miss Taito Master over there would do. Can't say I like the feeling of being used by her, but oh well. Dingo then made a curious observation. I have to wonder why you went to such lengths to get rid of a small fry like him. He really bother you that much? Ren glanced briefly at Ronald, still collapsed on the ground of the park, before shrugging her shoulders dismissively. Not in the least. I didn't intend for this to go as far as it did. I only wanted to teach him enough of a lesson so he'd leave me alone, but it was then that the younger student who tried to save her came to mind. I think the students deserve a much better student council president than him. She then let out a titter that was most refined. As Ren expected, the allegations led Ronald's father to resign from Parliament while he resigned from Aramis Academy. The group of students who exerted power over the student body with his backing vanished overnight as a result, bidding peace to return to the grounds for the first time in too long. One thing, however, came about from this that Ren had not expected in the least. Here are all the documents relating to the next month's budget. The student council's new president accepted the documents from the blonde-haired first year in charge of general affairs, perusing them straight away. After Ronald dashed from the auditorium on the day of the election, most of those in his group who put down their name dropped out in a timely fashion. Voting still took place even then, but once all was said and done, nearly 70% of the votes cast were disqualified. This was because they're all in favor of someone who never put their name on the ballot, Red and Bright. Paramus Academy was known for how little its staff interfered with the many liberties it gave its students, but this time the staff was clearly concerned that dissatisfaction with Ronald was going to present dire problems. The teachers then chose to directly negotiate with Ren, and in the face of such fervent demand, she reluctantly accepted the position of student council president. Her attempts to not be noticed has now made her the most high-profile person in the entire school. Many such cases. None of her duties posed a challenge, but by accepting it, she completely and utterly failed in her initial goal. I wonder if this is how the Thor's Branch Campus first student council president felt when he was elected. Even I couldn't believe it when Tita told me. Dude, why do people with sights just fucking win every time? That's crazy. Alright, it is what it is, I suppose. I'll just have to make use of it the best I can. Sunlight beamed into the student council room. The blonde-haired girl and two of her friends struggled with the new workload they were adjusting to. As Ren sat there, ears open to random talk and the occasional grumble, thought crossed her mind. She had no end of real-world worries, the problems arising from rapid technological development, the society's next move, the ominous winds of change blustering over Calvard. But despite all those, she wanted to enjoy her simple time while she could. Let's say we get this work done so we can celebrate with a tea party. The arrival of spring was now a distant memory, even if summer had yet to come. There was nothing particularly spectacular about this time. It was just another ordinary, beautifully bright afternoon. Well, it's good to see that she's having a good time. An unconventional student. Well, we're all done. There was only 2 of these on the oh, damn. well, let's just click this one then. September 1207. September 1207. That would be what? Like 6 months after Reverie. I cannot accept. I was not one to mince words. The hulking bear of a veteran bracer, Zin Vathek, could not hide his disappointment, puffing out his bottom lip with a sigh as he stood before me. Yo, Zin? Just immediately? Not again. You gotta resign yourself to the inevitable one of these days. I have been indebted to this man, who was as capable as he was kind, since my first days in the guild. Truly, I didn't wish to be a source of vexation for him, but the wish alone was not enough. I had neither the experience nor skill to be worthy of an A-rank bracer. Of A rank, so I cannot accept your recommendation. Ah, bracers are assigned ranks based on their strength and achievements, with A rank being the highest on paper. Its members are the very face of its beloved organization, and as such, ranks are a metaphorical badge of honor. So now, I had received multiple recommendations for the most prestigious rank in 6 months. I spared no effort in working to hone my craft in the years I joined after school, and certainly, I wouldn't classify myself as doe-eyed newcomer, but to have my name among the greats of the guild? Absolutely not. KZ was gone when you read it, did you? Let's see. Did you know the Reen dialogue had people writing defense dissertations like he got done like Fushiguro? I don't see what the problem is here. Like the new arc has to establish the new hotness. This is just how media works. And it also gives him a reason to do cool shit in later games. Power scalers really are kind of psychotic in a way. I'm like, dude. Everything about like Reverie is just talking about. He's like, I only just hit a new tier, and now there's a new tier filled with killers I gotta go face off against. Also, they never even fought. All she did was cleave the sword in half. Green Superfan, the lights were bright. He had cold. Like, it's fine. It's fine, brother. This is just how this shit works. If you ask me, you got both in spades. There's something else making you lead toward a no? Zen's awkward smile told me he had been pressured by headquarters to persuade me. I folded my arms. Setting aside whether you're overestimating me or not, which I believe you are, there is. I would very much like to not stand out any more than I already do. I've been getting offers to be a model, to star in films. It's frankly exhausting forcing them to give up. Now, what do you think will happen if I were to accept a promotion? I'd be neck deep in the same mess. Man, way to be a big star, I guess. Okay, that makes sense, but sorry. You're a 1-2 punch in the beauty and bronze department. Trying to lay low is a lost cause. The kinds of fans you're getting, maybe you should consider the silver screen after all. Who knows, you might walk away with an award from the film festival. Dude, they'd be making movies over here. Zen's laugh was hearty in contrast to my unamused frown. Much as I respected him, he could do with showing a little more decorum. That's not funny. I understand being in the public eye to some extent is inevitable, but I've accepted it, but I'm a bracer, not an entertainer. I wasn't trying to be funny, though. You gotta find a way to let off some steam. Or you're gonna break when we need you to put together the most. Whew. Happens to the workaholics like you more often than you think. I didn't think I was pushing myself as much as he implied, but I also couldn't deny there was a nugget of truth to what he said. Getting off topic. Just why is headquarters so desperate for me to become an A rank? I can't see the logic behind it. Well, you see, starting with what you know, the reparations from Erebonia have beefed up our economy this year, so all kinds of new investments are pouring in. Now, I'm no economist, but people go where the money's at, and where people go, conflict follows. Just how it is. I saw where he was going from there, electing to expand upon the rest myself. So now we have disputes between megacorps and a stark increase in Jaeger activity. These are in addition to the known growth of private military companies and increased tensions between mafias. You got it. You think it's bad now, it's only going to get worse from here. That's why Lemon wants to up security here while promoting our rising star, you. They see it as good PR for the guild and a deterrent to any potential threats that are thinking about stepping out of line. Perhaps I was more vaguely aware of their goal in using me than I wanted to admit. This didn't make hearing the answer any more satisfying. Anyway, chat, you can't talk about Zen fraud posting or anything because that would imply anything he's done past Sky, which is banned. If they have you asking me to play my part, then surely they have asked you to play your part already. You've been recommended for S-Rank, haven't you? If you know of a better deterrent than having an S-Rank in Calvard, then I'd like to hear it. Zen scratched the back of his head awkwardly upon my statement. I just think I'm up there with some... I just don't think I'm up there with someone like Cassius. S isn't even an official rank, and even if it was, just look at me. You think a guy like me is a picture-perfect advertisement for the guild? That is true. You're just kind of like a normal jacked dude. Sometimes you need like a better brand look. I'll just keep quiet for a bit. I'm like, you know, I see people get excited, and I'm like, this is not where we gotta get games in advance. It's okay, guys. Take your medication. Alright, point made. I can't force you to take the recommendation. I'm not about to be a hypocrite. Just let me know if you change your mind, okay? I'm just concerned, chat, because I would like to not be spoiled on a video game I haven't played yet because of mentally ill fucking power scaling. That's the last thing, alright? We don't need to do this like Shonen Jump, alright? With that, the conversation came to an end. The guild's bracers gathered to begin our routine of meeting, of delegating open requests. This is how I preferred things. Better to stay like this. There was a point when I wanted to be something more. I can no longer remember when that was. Sometime during my childhood it happened, I'm sure. I just recall realizing how small the world truly was. So I prayed and longed to become someone I was not. It was around high school when I thought I became that someone. Those years were unforgettable. I'll never forget the unexpected reunion that was had there, nor the priceless treasure I'd gained. I truly thought I had gotten closer to who I wanted to be. But in the end, it was just wishful thinking. My hand, once held, was now empty. And I was still a nobody. But I refused to stand still. I grew unrelenting in following the new path I chose for myself, ignoring my family's objections. My motivations had changed, however. I no longer possessed that girlhood desire of becoming something more. Of becoming someone. I just needed to keep moving, however aimless that movement was. Well, aren't we looking gorgeous today? With a whimsical wink and a familiar bartender welcomed me to his establishment. He was a tall, affable man who lived by his own rules and never hesitated to lend a helping hand to others. He reminded me much of the Crossbell City branch's receptionist from the few times I visited for work. Don't worry, Chad. If I think anyone's done true wrong, I would have timed them out or something. I'm just being extra forceful with it, as you know, in the aftershock of the chatters that were in Metal Gear Solid 2. Better to be forceful to keep everyone in line and everything's cool. We're all good, alright? I'm also tired. It's been 7 straight hours, and for the past 4, I've had to read incessantly. My head kind of hurts, too. I'm tired. Someone burped me. The place was nearly empty today. I sat down on the counter seat farthest from the door as he approached. The usual, sweetheart? I stopped by here after a hard day's work on occasion, and whenever I did, I always ordered coffee and a light snack. This was not a coffee and snacks kind of day. I want something with alcohol. Even beer will do. Not at all fazed by the vagueness of my order, he walked away and started preparing my drink. It wasn't long before he returned and placed an elegant glass in front of me. I think this is a little more you than a beer. It was a beautiful cocktail composed of 2 colors, clear blue and that of a priceless saffron and a calming jade. No doubt he could tell how disquieted my heart was and was trying to soothe it in his own way. I thanked him inwardly before daring to broach my other reason for coming. Have you learned anything more about what I asked? Apart from being a skilled bartender, he was also a well-known informant. He was extremely well connected to the guild, the press, and even the criminal underworld. But he was very careful to never overstep his bounds with the last one. Indeed, I found it to be a valuable source when needed. I wish I could say yes, but not even Dingo has any promising leads. And there goes that name again. Still, I think you've got your eyes on the right district. It's only a matter of time before they get smoked out. I see. Since the guild's investigation turned up nothing, I was hoping he would better point me in the right direction. But it seemed this was going to be a lot harder than I hoped for. Things will work out. Just pace yourself and keep at it a little bit at a time. This also applies to that cocktail. It's a strong one, so drink it all at once. I tilted the glass delicately between my fingers as he stepped away, my mind continuing to wade through the case I was following. There had been a stark increase in illegal drugs on the market. Not just any drugs either, but ones a highly addictive, dangerous variety. Heiyue, who effectively ruled over the criminal underworld of Calvard, ordinarily limited their proliferation in the market as part of their rules. Limiting the number of drugs was, of course, far from the ideal elimination of them, but none could deny that the syndicate's actions had brought some semblance of order to where chaos often reigned supreme. Yet the past few years had seen a worrying number of criminal groups rebelling against these carefully curated rules. One of these groups was surely behind the change in the market. All things considered, Bracer Guild PR is a funny thing to think about. The guild had some pretty serious all-stars over the years. You got Cassius, Arios, Sarah, and so forth, so I guess it pays to have a... Yeah, you basically need, an all-star. You look at someone like Arios, and it's cool-looking samurai guy with a cool face scar. Cute child or whatever, you know. You look at Cassius, and it's guy who left the military to be a cool adventurer helper, you know. Sarah has really big boobies. There's many good ways that you can promote the Bracer Guild. All of this held a presumed connection to 2 missing people. The Guild and the police had been tasked with searching for 2 children below the age of 10, a boy and his younger sister. They simply left the house one day and had not been seen since. Evidence suggested they came from a perfectly ordinary family on good terms with one another, so the likelihood of them running away was slim. We mulled over the suspicion that they had been abducted for a ransom early on, but not a single demand was made following their disappearance, so it was quickly ruled out. Despite a healthy amount of manpower that was coming from both sides, neither the Guild nor the police had yet to find them. That said, the search so far had not proved entirely fruitless. Their last known location was fortunately established, and it was, unfortunately, a popular site for illicit drug trade. The working theory from there became that the siblings witnessed a transaction and were held captive by the criminal parties involved as a result. If that held true, then the longer it took for our parties to find them, the greater the danger their lives were in. The abductors wouldn't do anything right away. Murder was sure to leave trace evidence behind, but it was only a matter of time before they resorted to that or trafficking abroad to be rid of them. With each passing second, the odds of the children being returned unharmed was dropping to 0. At the same time, all of this was pure speculation. On our part, based on a single established location, for all we knew, this had nothing to do with the criminal underworld at all. The potential dangers thrown around made inaction an agonizing task, but if there was no evidence to go on, action was impossible. We could forcibly arrest any suspicious people on site and make them talk should we wish it. But that would be a direct violation of the Guild's code and its founding principles. The Bracer Guild always sought to be an ally of the people first and foremost, so resorting to criminal acts to obtain evidence, out of the question. If only the strict adherence to our code didn't stop us from being able to resolve so many crimes, thereby putting the people we sort of protect in danger. It was the ultimate impasse. As I found myself pondering on this impossible dilemma, the Bracers had placed themselves in. A familiar face came to mind. A childhood friend with blue-tinged, unkempt hair. Though we'd lost contact with one another some years before, he one day returned to the city as suddenly as he had left it, soon after starting up a peculiar profession that skirted the line of legality to a dangerous degree. Perhaps another way to do quests that is somehow different from the other 4 jobs where you do quests in these games. The kind of profession that could easily involve himself in the affairs of many an unscrupulous individual, or so I believed. Just what did that idiot think he was doing? He walked out of my life without warning and walked back in much the same. I'd spent so much time searching for him, I knew our reunion would be an awkward one based on how we parted. But for him to return after all that waiting, all that searching, and dive into some questionable enterprise so different from my own was almost too much to bear. It gave rise to many concerns as a bracer, and many more concerns as a friend. And the one that bothered me the most was, why hadn't he come to see me? Did he have any idea how worried I was about him, how worried I am about him? Irritation building, I took a large gulp of my cocktail, but the alcohol only fanned the flames of anger burning in my heart. They burned brighter and brighter still, becoming a dazzling white that projected countless transient images of the past. Then just as quickly as it had flared, my anger faded in an instant, replacing itself with a very different emotion altogether. Why did you leave me? The words slipped from my mouth without me realizing, making me feel downright pitiful once they were said. If someone were to see me in this state. Still haven't moved on, I see. A familiar but unexpected voice called out to me, causing me to jump slightly from surprise. I quickly regained composure. I just have a few choice words I'd like to say. My response feigned calmness best I could. I couldn't help but think I had more than a few choice words really, but following up with that would aid my annoyance in a way I would rather not further. Well, I imagine you have more than a few. Right, of course. He would see right through me. The bespectacled man then sat down next to me as though our running into each other was no coincidence. He was another childhood friend of both myself and the one I was lamenting over, and someone who followed a remarkably different career path than either one of us. If it's still bothering you that much, why not just go and see him? You already have his address by now, surely. How could I, with how much time that's passed? As I mumbled my response meekly, I thought I could hear the man next to me chuckle. Well, then I suppose there's no need to rush things. Your lines of work, I'm sure your paths will cross naturally enough in due time. Didn't expect that kind of response. You make it sound so romantic. Lest you have forgotten, I don't struggle with expressing what's in my heart the way he does. Now, since we're here, how about a toast? I'll, make your next one non-alcoholic. Unless you have forgotten, I can handle my liquor just fine, thank you very much. We then spent the rest of our time reminiscing about the past. It had been too long since we were able to sit and talk like this. It wasn't that he and I had become estranged, but both of our jobs made it a trying task to meet, even at the best of times. By the way, I've heard you turned down becoming an A-rank bracer again? Of course that wouldn't escape the CID's ears. The information itself wasn't confidential. But that he already knew something, however unofficial as it was entirely typical of him. The Bracer Guild focused on protecting civilians, while the CID focused solely on the needs of the president in office. The groups were neither enemies nor allies, they simply had different goals where work was concerned. I know it isn't my place to tell you to accept the offer, however. He paused before resuming, his tone becoming markedly more serious. The times we live and demand a new hero, that much is clear. I had no idea what a realist like him was trying to say by implying I was a hero, but before I could inquire further, he changed to the subject that was likely what brought him to find me in the first place. Now, if you don't mind, I have something that will be of interest to you regarding the missing children. My eyes widened from the unexpected change. He continued, We've identified the group that made the district their turf, as well as have compelling evidence of a crime taking place. You may proceed as you like in cooperation with the police. I couldn't believe it. On a fine silver platter, he had given me just cause to act. Since the information came from the CID, there was no reason to doubt its veracity. I felt it. I was on the verge of rekindling my girlhood desires. All I had done till now was follow life where it was taking me. And yet here I found myself before a new path that could lead to that someone I once wanted to be. This deviation terrified me. What if it led to me losing someone again? What if it ended in more pain? My fear begged me to stay idle. I was a fragile human being at my core. I knew it well. It made me wish I was anything but. It inspired me to take up the sword and rebel against any whisperers of weakness, and I played the part admirably on the surface. But if I were forced to face cruel reality in the future, I wondered, would my heart be able to take it? As I sidestepped to the left, I shifted my center of gravity and unleashed a flurry of slashes against my first foe, using that momentum to thrust both myself and my blade toward my second. Two low-ranking mobsters fell to the ground. They were members of a mafia I had been chasing, and right now I was in the thick of their den of operations. My friend gave the guild and police the excuse we needed to take a more direct stance against our targets. His information was vague, however, we still had to discern their precise location on our own. I, Zin, and several other bracers agreed it would be best to split our forces and attack several locations in unison for this part of our mission. Based on what just transpired, it appeared my location was the lucky winner. There's the intruder. Hey, I've seen her before. She's from the paper. 2 more reinforcements arrived, but I was hardly going to give them time to act. I raced forward, swinging my sword twice as I passed them, and they fell before they could even raise their weapons. I advanced. Mobsters appeared in droves. Presumably, word of my arrival had already spread. There she is. She's that bracer word's been going on about. Well, damn it. What if the immovable's here, too? Don't be chicken shit. It's one woman. We can take care of her. They then charged me in a mass, at least 10 of them, with more reinforcements on their way from farther inside the building. Forcing my way through with how many they had in their number was risky. I knew the sensible thing to do would be to wait for the other bracers to show, but I also had to consider, what if my waiting afforded the Mafia the time to wield the children as hostages? Weighing the 2 options, I conclude that whatever reduced the chances of that happening was worth the cost. I need to push on and settle this now. Besides, I believed I had nothing to fear from this pitiful group as they were. Were they seasoned combat veterans, they could have used their numerical advantage to implement complex formations and corner me, but they had no such thing, the amateurs. And they dared to believe they held a candle to Heiyue's martial arts? In the face of my experience, their bloated size is more of a hindrance than a help. They wouldn't be able to utilize even half their potential against me. I first had to position myself and them appropriately. If I could ensure the gun-toting wielders among them were in each other's line of fire while rounding up the close-range fighters to a single spot, they would soon have bigger worries, friendly fire. Their vulnerabilities would then spell victory as I cut them down. 1 down, 2 down. The precious seconds after defeating a foe were the most advantageous. Just as a man had fallen, I was on to another before they had a chance to adjust to my incoming blade. Ah, she must get CP per kill. There was no pattern to who was next by design. I chose my targets with stunning erraticism, throwing them into complete disarray as more collapsed to the ground. 3 down, 4. I would go around them in a wide circle. I would move between them while remaining ever aware of any surprise assaults on my back. I waded through them till I encountered the ones farthest back. These ones never considered I would be able to reach them. They were spread so carelessly. The men took up their guns with newly alert panic strewn across their faces, but their fate was already sealed. They were powerless as I closed the gap. 5, 6, 7. With over half their number down, the remaining mobsters were quickly losing their will to counter. Some attacked out of adrenaline-induced desperation, calculating their next move so poorly, they fell into my long-set trap and accidentally attacked themselves. At this point, the battle was as good as final. All I had to do was continue taking them down till I was the last one standing. There were smaller groups I encountered on my way through the building, but I was able to disable them with little effort. The path they opened up for me eventually led me to their leader. He was a middle-aged fellow, pacing restlessly around an unpleasantly gaudy room until I entered. He twitched in fear upon the very sight of me. "Why are you here? Where are my men?" "Kissing the floors," I answered so calmly and concisely that he balked in disbelief. "That's impossible. I sweat my balls off to build this group from the ground up, and you're just saying a girl like you tore it down just like that?" I ignored his crude language and drew closer. As I thrust my sword till it sat between his eyes, he let out a squeal. "Well, I'm no ordinary girl. I'm a bracer. And don't worry, I didn't kill them. They have only been knocked out or restrained. You'll be seeing them again soon in prison." I shot a darkened glare in his direction as the tip of my sword wandered downward to his neck. "Now I have some questions for you, and you will answer them." The man nodded emphatically, his whole body trembling from fear. "2 children, a boy and girl, under 10 years old, disappeared last month. You people abducted them, didn't they?" Your people have done... Okay, yeah. He nodded. "I knew it." "Then where are they?" "They're in a room farther inside. They're alive." At last, I could breathe a sigh of relief. My most fundamental objective when coming here could be fulfilled. Next, I needed to ask him about his group. "I thought you all seemed far too weak to be charged of this district or the city, but after coming across your account book, everything fell into place. You're working on behalf of someone else." He was so unsure of how to respond that he fell completely silent, but that alone gave me my answer. "So who is it, N? Who is it, then? Tell me, is it A?" "I can't." He flinched in fear as I pressed him, resisting as though he genuinely couldn't say. Then, just as he opened his trembling lips to speak, I heard a strange thudding sound from outside the room. I stepped away from the man, my sword still firmly in hand. Crunching, squelching, splattering. More sounds. These more audible than the first. I didn't know what to make of them, but they made me feel an instinctive revulsion as they dragged on. They may have come accompanied by faint groans, but if they did, they faded just as soon as the sounds themselves. I remained on the ground as I stepped out into the hallway, ready to be attacked from any angle at any moment, and the sight that greeted me defied all imagination. The mobsters I fought through mere minutes before were now nothing more than distorted, mutilated piles of flesh and bone. Not just 1 or 2, every single one of them, without exception, had been reduced to bloodied mounds. Some were without heads. Others had their organs ripped from their abdomens. Then there were those with their skulls caved in and leaking pulverized brain matter, or the ones with their hearts pulled and squeezed. Each corpse was different. Each corpse was unbearable to look at. The plain hallway I traversed with all due speed was now covered in sticky, slimy red. Who could have done something like this? The sight was so awful that my free hand, now clenched, shook from disgust. When was it ever necessary to go this far? What could anyone have to gain from this? Wait, no! I realized I had just made a very careless mistake. I turned and hurried back to the room I was in. Now I was too late. The Mafia's leader was floating in the air at the center of the room, as though some unknown force was holding him up by the chest. A monstrous sword pierced through his chest. A single streak of blood dripped from his unspeaking mouth. There was no room to believe he was anything but dead. Like all the others in the hallway, he didn't even have time to scream before his life was taken. "Who are you?" I barked at the center of the room, trying to drown out my instinctive fear with anger. At a glance, only the corpse and I were present, but if I strained my eyes, I could see the faint contours of another distorting space around them. It must have been some form of active camouflage. I would have thought it was basic courtesy to give your name before asking another's, charming ace of the Bracer Guild. It was a man's voice that projected true arrogance, as though he were above all others as a matter of course. I instinctively readied myself for battle and response, but my actions seemed not to faze him in the slightest. "No need to be spoiling for a fight. I'm simply here to take out the trash after they were careless enough to leave a trail for the CID to follow." Was I really talking to a fellow human being? How could he speak of such gruesome murders in those terms? "Are you a business partner of theirs?" "No, you must be from the group above them." "Very good." He then swung his blade to slide and toss the corpse off to the side with all the respect of a used cigarette. "How can you treat people you worked with like this?" "People? Have you your ears? I said nothing about taking out a person, only trash. The same applies to the garbage piling up in the hallway." They have always been so, even before they stopped breathing. It was clear that communicating with someone of his nature was impossible. I dismissed calm reason for an intense, all-consuming anger so great that my entire body couldn't stop trembling. "You monster!" Before I knew it, I had sprung into action, pouting every drop of my strength into my blade to launch a swift, unavoidable strike. But he repelled it with one vertical swing of his own. This one exchange was enough to tell me that his strength was well a league above mine. He parried my blow at the most perfect instant, canceling out the force of my attack with so little effort that it barely scratched the surface of what he was capable of. Dude must have a 7-fold gem. That's crazy. The act of camouflage did nothing to hide the monstrous nature of his cruciform sword either. Its design combined silver and black in an unholy fusion of darkness and light, as if chaos itself dwelled within its very blade. It was no common weapon. Even if I continued to give it my all, my odds of winning were extremely slim. But at the same time, my instincts were screaming at me that I could not allow him to leave. I charged again. If attacking him from the front was going to work, I was going to have to go from his side. He blocked that attack with just as little effort. But I wasn't done yet. I refused to stop moving, slashing a third time with even more speed than the first two. I showered him in a flurry of them, each one faster than the last. When I finally reached my physical limit, I darted in a new direction, attacking him from behind. I put my very soul into one overwhelming attack aimed directly at his rear, which I could only just make out through the camouflage's distortion. I got him. However, the second I became sure victory was in my grasp, his cruciform blade carved a great arc through the air in a ferocious spinning slash. I was able to instantly defend myself against the blow, but the force sent me flying backward. I was fortunate enough to not have sustained a direct hit, but my body shook from now being able to fully cancel out its massive weight. Still, I forced myself back to my feet and glared at his form. what is this novel mode? These are the Calvard arc teaser daydreams. There are 3 of them in here. The difference between us was night and day. It felt as though he could manipulate the very flow of battle, much like a master of martial arts who understood the true nature of things. He paid no mind to my pitiful attempt at bravado and gave a short laugh before speaking. Impressive! You put up more of a fight than the rumors had led me to believe. What's your goal? What are you trying to do with all your strength? I expected him to reject or ignore me, so I was taken aback when he paused for a sincere moment of thought before answering. An interesting question. I suppose to instill fear. Fear? I almost doubted my ears. Fear is at the heart of all we know. Domination and servitude, order, harmony, and production. All of it exists because of fear. That is why I seek to instill fear in its purest form, much like the retributive tower that appeared in Crossbell half a year ago. Such a pity that it fell. There was such a pleasure in his words that it made it easy to imagine the expression on his veiled face. And as insane as what he was saying sounded to me, I knew he meant every word of it. You really are a monster. Huh. Continue your fruitless attempts to stop me, and you'll understand what I mean in due time. He lowered his blade. As a parting gift for assisting me in my house cleaning efforts, I will let you and those children go. Keep that far too pristine blade sharp for our next meeting, Bracer. With that, he turned to leave. Wait! Just as I extended my hand, the ground below him emitted a bright glow, and by the time that glow had faded, he was gone. He had likely used the same teleportation spell that certain other criminal organizations were known to rely on. His departure also released all the strength I had left in me, not from relief, but from the exact opposite. I was so overwhelmed with frustration that I let him leave, so afraid of what he might go on to do because I couldn't stop him here, that I lost the strength to even stand. Of course, this is just who I've always been. I haven't changed one bit since the day you left me. I'm still the same powerless girl I was back then. My work here wasn't finished yet. I walked to the next room. I opened the door and was greeted by what appeared to be an old storage space. There, across the hall, I found who I was searching for. The brother and sister pair were crouched against the wall, the boy trembling on the floor as the sister stood close by. It's okay, I'm here to help you. I kept my tone as gentle and reassuring as I was able. The girl smiled while her older brother continued to hide his face. I slowly walked toward them, careful not to make any sudden movements, but as I did, the boy shook his head vigorously. His whole body trembled more the closer I got, as though he were telling me to stay away. The answer from that man flashed in my mind. Fear is at the heart of all we know. These poor children were very much in fear's clutches. No matter how gradual I was in closing the distance between myself and the boy, trying my best not to provoke him, his body language showed he continued to reject me. We were now within an arm's length of one another. His shaking grew more violent, and though he opened his mouth to speak, his voice refused to come out. It's all right. I smiled a most comforting smile. After that, I reached out behind me and grasped the blade of the knife that had been thrust toward me. I turned swiftly, my fingers never letting go, and found the one gripping the hilt to be none other than the sister. She had tiptoed around my back while I was kneeling to meet her brother and tried to stab me from behind. She was a bit startled by my halting her attack, but otherwise she stared blankly forward, emotion on her face nowhere to be seen. I suppose he was right about fear. It controls everything we do. You must have been through something terrifying if it made you resort to this. No doubt they were now conditioned by fear to attack anyone who came to their rescue. I paid no mind to the blood from my bare hand slowly dripping to the floor. The cut from the knife was nothing compared to everything else in the moment. My first priority instead was to reassure the girl I meant no harm. But we humans are capable of more than giving into that fear. We can fight it. With courage, we can fight it. Your brother was doing just that now. He may have been gripped by fear, but he was still fought his hardest through his actions to alert me of the danger his sister posed. Even if it took all he had, he wanted to keep me safe, and to keep her from committing an irreversible, regrettable act. It was thanks to him that I noticed what she was trying to do. You don't have to be afraid anymore. I'm a bracer. I'll keep you safe. I took the girl into my arms. You're a bracer? Even her voice was devoid of emotion. That's right, I'm here to help you. Oh, I think I've seen you in a magazine before. Something Blade, I think. That's right. The nickname's a little embarrassing, but I'd be happy if you remembered it. That way, as long as you hear it, you'll know I'm here to keep you out of harm's way. I tightened my grip around her as if to stop anything more from hurting her and surround her heart with my warmth. It really will be okay, I promise. I noticed her eyes twitch just slightly, and before long, her eyes filled with tears. Soon she began to sniffle. At first, a small one, here and there, till they gradually grew more pronounced, eventually turning it into uncontrollable sobs. She'd finally been liberated from her fear. As for me, I had stayed my course. I was too afraid to deviate from my current path. Still, I had chosen this path with pride in my heart. I didn't think it right to turn my back on it now. But I wasn't going to let it be an aimless journey from now on either. And so, it was another day in the Edith branch of Calvard's guild. It sounded like that Mafia was trying to copy what that other organization of assassins managed to pull off. I was discussing the recent case with Zen. The siblings had indeed been abducted because they witnessed an illegal transaction. The Mafia involved then thought to mimic a group of assassins known for raising children with the intent to turn them into professional killers. Their attempts thankfully proved as unsuccessful as their attempts to remain covert and selling drugs. Imagine being more washed than the garden. The CID found them, and whoever they were working for purged them. Hell of a way to go. If I hadn't been so incompetent, maybe they wouldn't have been purged at all. Don't beat yourself up about it. The guild's priority is to keep civilians safe, not criminals. I don't want to say they deserved it for getting involved in organized crime, but it is what it is. Try putting that frustration you're feeling into more personal growth, instead of letting it eat you alive. Yeah, it turns out it was a copycat of the group the Emperor is about. It's okay. That dude ain't coming back. He's gone. He's beyond gone. They ain't even... He's like 5 tiers below Wiseman gone. I was told that while the siblings were going to need psychological counseling for some time, they were fully expected to recover and go back to their everyday lives. My meeting with them had triggered something inside me. I came to realize that something needed to change. I had to take some kind of step forward. Even if it ended in me falling to the floor in some dramatic fashion, I just needed to pick myself back up again. With that in mind, I accepted my multiple recommendations. The times we live in demand a new hero. Doing so made me think of what my childhood friend said to me. I didn't believe I had what it took to be a hero. But if I could be even just a brief one able to give the people hope and banish the darkness ahead, then that was the reason enough to keep going. Maybe that could make me somebody enough to fight alongside the real hero once they came to light. Shall we get down to business? Zen turned to face me as a classic broad grin, even more broader than usual. It'll be a while longer before the official paperwork arrives from HQ, but I'm sure they won't mind me speeding up this part of the process with how much they wanted this. The Republic now has a bracer who reached A rank at the same age as the Empire's Purple Lightning. Congrats on your promotion, Elaine Auclair, Beauty's Blade. Forward, sword in hand. The end. Remember seeing Stell's reaction to this episode and getting upset it wasn't the predictions of Kuro. Yeah. Suspension of causality, recording engine activity confirmed, force connection to Astral Link severed. Yeah, I do like this, the box art. The whirlpool of causality engulfing Erebos and the fated land has at last been unraveled. Whew. though the bell ringing in the end of days has yet to be silenced. You, children of Zemuria, have earned your moment of peace until the time comes to face the final hour. Until you, with hope and fear in your hearts, must walk new trails. But yeah, I'm not surprised they're upset that this wasn't the protagonist. They would say this for most of the time when a cute woman is instead not the protagonist, instead of the dude. Many such cases throughout their experience. In Japan, her title's Sword Maiden. I'm a fan of her new one, though. Sword Maiden's more fitting for Laura. Both of them, I guess, work. They're entirely different, though, which definitely feeds into the fact of you can definitely prefer one or the other. I don't care enough because I was only introduced to her 1 minute ago.
Confirming rank points accumulated.
Get fucked, bitch!
Acquired.
Triple
Transferring
S!
Highest rank reward.
Did that shit with almost 50 points of slack. Nice. Oh, what coat did I get? Krypton. 3,000 defense, 2,000 magic defense, 25% evasion. Armor allowed its wearer to naturally avoid enemy attacks thanks to its mysterious polish. Man, I finally found the SSS everyone's been talking about. Yeah, there we go. All done. There we go. All it took was... I beat Trails into Reverie in under 10 streams. What a great time. Now it's time to do the Abyss plus 100 Super Boss. I'm employed. Why would I do that? I finished with time to spare. I even took a couple days off. Well, everybody, I think we had a great time here today. I've enjoyed our time together playing through this. It's a shame that all the trail stuff we've done is all done now. What else can we do? Oh shit, there's still more games. Well, we'll be getting into other stuff soon. Sorry about that. Don't worry. Don't be too hard on yourself. I'm just extra forceful now, just to make sure everyone stays cool. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just excited to be out of Crossbell, because it means that my chat will be significantly less annoying. We're gonna be living in the sun beyond it now. We're all good. I get it. I had to delete a few messages throughout. Yeah, it could be real rough, you know? Hold on, let's do a little check here. Do a little check. Alright, there's only one thing that would get me to do that. Let's do a little check. Okay, next thing we do is going to be the Sky remake. There was a chance that I would do Daybreak next, but it's not on sale, so we're not doing that. So we're doing the Sky remake next, starting this coming week. People still be knowing about Agate, though. They're like, this age gap's a bit too much for me. I'm like, they're fake! Shut up! They're not real! They're cartoons! Shut up! Didn't Trails go on sale on GOG? I don't play shit on the computer. I don't fuck with that computer shit, man. Also, you know, streaming with a console is much less stressful on the stream. Piping it in, not a problem. We're probably gonna do Trails and the Sky remake on PlayStation. I learned the only options on the Sky remake on Switch 2 are 4K at 30 and 1080 60. So we're probably just gonna keep on the PlayStation, and I'm crying about the battery forever. We're never gonna escape. It's fine though. It's fine though. We might be streaming Sky earlier than expected, because I might just start the demo on like Thursday or something. Whatever. But we'll be getting to it soon. Thank you, everybody, for joining. I really enjoyed this. Definitely my favorite of these so far. I might take tomorrow off. It depends how I feel. Regardless, I'm very exhausted. I never want to read that much in one sitting ever again. Alright, that's not true. But, like, you know, maybe not have it in the second half. First half, good. That was a lot. I'm very thirsty. Okay. Shout out to Dingo, by the way. Crazy. That Dingo guy be crazy. All right, let's go. Okay, let's go. We gotta leave. Bye bye.